from $60 a barrel to $122 a barrel. Then when you did the ceasefire, you showed some modicum of common sense, some sense, and the world oil prices came down to below $92 a barrel, etc. And then you blew up the peace talks. You blew up the peace talks because you wanted to turn it into a grand Mississippi surrender movement. Sir, you have to win a war first, before you ask the other side to surrender. I'm afraid you've not been able to put Iran on the ropes. It is fighting back. It may be suffering. It is causing you suffering, sir. It is causing Israel suffering. It is causing the Gulf a great deal of suffering. And it is torpedoed the global economy. And you are responsible for it, sir, because you started it all. The Straits of Hormuz are open. So first you said, I'm going to open the Straits of Hormuz. Your military told you, sorry, boss, that means 200,000 troops on the ground. That means 18 months of fighting. That means 15,000 body bags minimum. So now you decided, I am going to also block the Gulf War. If you can't win them, join them. Iran has pulled off a smart act. I am going to be even smarter. I will also blockade the Gulf of Hormuz. So, sir, your Congressional Research Service has told you that each day the Gulf, you keep it closed, prices of gas in the United States will rise. From $2 per gallon, they have reached $5 a gallon. They'll go much further. Sir. Price of fertilizer, 42% rise. Price of food on the up and away. And this is, mind you, a midterm election year. So I don't know how much time your own MAGA Republican base will give you to get the hell off and stop this stupid, mad caper, this brainwave, this war of choice. I don't know, you had no strategy to start with. You started the war and we said we'll decide what we'll do later, because by the time you can say Jack Robinson, this war will be over, we decapitate the Iranian leadership and they will be kissing my boots. Boots or butt, I don't know, that is your choice, but we haven't seen that happen. The entire premises of your planning was absolutely subjective, faulty, very, very gross miscalculation. Gross miscalculation of Iranian military capability, will to fight, resilience, ability to absorb pain and keep fighting beyond stupid, murderous decapitation strikes. They haven't worked, boss. It's as simple as that. It's about time somebody from your own military told you this simple fact. So, this grandiose announcement of the blockade of the Gulf of Hormuz was announced. The Houthis told you, boss, you blockade the Gulf of Hormuz, we'll blockade the Bab al-Mandeb Straits, the Red Seas, the Suez Canal route. And you promptly had to send your aircraft carrier George W. Bush, not via the Suez Canal, the shortest, fastest route to get into action to support your blockade, but all the way around the Cape of Good Hope, around the Horn of Africa, because you were dead scared that the Houthis, you had seen what the Houthis could do. 3 months you tried to batter the Houthis into submission and failed. They gave you as good as they got. And to an extent that you are scared to risk the crown jewels of the American fleet, the 11 aircraft carrier. You dare not put them in the Gulf of Hormuz. You dare not put them in the Red Sea, sir. So all the theories of power projection have floundered on the shoals of A2AD, anti-access area denial strategies, which the Iranians have borrowed from the Chinese and have enforced it. Both your aircraft carriers were forced to limp back, get the hell out of range. And Gerald Ford had to undergo massive repairs. 200 people, they suffered injuries, smoke inhalation injuries. Both the aircraft carriers were hit. And now you were asking the Europeans, I will not risk American lives. Israel started it all. They wanted the Americans to die. The Americans said, okay, we joined up Israel in starting this stupid war of choice, but now we want the Europeans to die, the Koreans to send their people to die, the Japanese to send their soldiers to die. We are pulling our carriers out. Now you are getting them off by the back route. And you've been told by the Chinese, don't mess with us. As plain a language as you can get. And Central Command is now asking Washington, Pentagon, what do you want us to do? Pete Hegseth, fighting with Venezuela is one thing. Fighting with Israel was with Iran was quite another. And now fighting with China will be another cup of tea, sir. And we'll see how, Attila the Hun, you act with the Chinese. The world is watching. America has a habit of picking on pansy states, beating them and, thumping their chest like Tarzan the ape man, etc. But it may work with Venezuela, pansy states like Venezuela. It hasn't worked with Iran. And if you think it is going to work with China, then I think you need a reality check. Even the Russians are pretty upset because the Israelis are overreaching with every passing day. Netanyahu has decided he will murder the last Iranian standing. There are 92 million Iranians. Right, sir? And we haven't got that much time. The rest of the world can't put up with your shenanigans that you want to fight on and on. Even if the global economy gets destroyed, goes into recession, stagflation, you couldn't give a damn, sir, because you are going to go to the Zionist lobby in the United States and ask them to make up your losses. Whom will we go to, sir? Whom will we go to after our economies take that kind of a hit? The economies of India, the economies of Japan, the economies of Korea, Vietnam, Asian countries, European countries, China. I think the world is sick and tired of the mad capers of Donald J. Trump, Jr., who's now playing God. As if being an erratic president wasn't bad enough. With the severe decline in your cognitive and mental faculties, you are now going on to stage 2. You want to play God. You want to start a global Armageddon to facilitate the second coming of Jesus Christ. We would be so delighted if Jesus, the Lord himself, came. But you, sir, are not Jesus Christ by any stretch of the imagination. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
While the first phase of Iran-US peace talks have failed, there are signs that the peace process in Iran will continue. White House has announced that there is now a possibility of second round of talks. It shows that there will be some sort of a climb down by both warring nations, Nayan.
While there is no timeline, both nations want the war to end. The US blockade is a power play against Iran, so that US has a greater leverage. Watch as Saurabh Shukla, consulting editor, Republic Media Networks, breaks it down in this special segment.
The big news is that the peace process on Iran that was ongoing will continue, and there's the likelihood of a second round in Islamabad. The White House has announced that officially. What does this mean? This means that there's a likelihood that the maximalist position that both Iran and the US have, there will be some kind of a climb down by both sides to make sure that there's some kind of a solution coming in sight. The US has also clarified that the blockade that is there on the Strait of Hormuz is only for vessels which are coming back and forth to Iran, not for any other third country vessels, as long as they're not connected to the Iranian oil purchases, so that they want to disincentivize the Iranian regime. But clearly, one thing is there. While there is no timeline, I get a sense, getting a view from the White House here, from the press secretary and the U.S. Treasury Secretary who were there for the briefing yesterday, clearly that they want this war to an end, but obviously the idea is a whole power play on Iran by imposing the blockade on the Iranian oil to make sure that there is a greater leverage that they have with Iran on these talks. Also from the Iranian side, I'm hearing that they're also coming around to the fact that there should be a solution, and I get a sense that in the next few days you will hear about a second round of negotiations that can pave way finally for an end to this war. I've been saying all along this war is not good for the world, not good for any of the countries. Now that the initial objectives have been met, this is time that there is a resolution, and so that, because this war is not only impacting these countries which are involved in the war, but the entire world as well, and you will see some kind of a resolution coming up. But the big thing or the big breaking point is that there will be a second round likely, which will be happening in Islamabad very soon, and that can pave way for an end of this war. And the blockade that the US has mounted is only for the ships going back and forth from Iran, not for any other vessels, which is a big announcement coming from the White House.
Yes, that's the big announcement from the White House, and that's not all. After failing to broker a breakthrough in Islamabad, Army Chief Asim Munir has landed in Iran and Shehbaz Sharif lands in Riyadh, carrying what is described as a message between Washington and Tehran, raising questions about whether Pakistan is a credible mediator or just a messenger trying to stay relevant.
Pakistan's latest diplomatic move in the middle of a volatile West Asia crisis. After hosting failed US-Iran talks, Pak Army Chief Asim Munir, failed Field Marshal, is now in Tehran attempting to revive negotiations, even as questions grow over Islamabad's ability to deliver results.
Let's take a look.
Asim Munir seen coming down his plane after saluting Araqchi and then hugging him. Pakistan now lands in Tehran after the talks in Islamabad fell face first. This is now another attempt by Pakistan to mediate talks between the nations. Vance earlier also confirmed that the talks in Islamabad had failed and that Uncle Sam went home without an agreement.
Bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement.
Even the Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran said that the talks failed because of gaps in opinions.
در مورد یک سری از موضوعات ما به تفاهم‌هایی رسیدیم واقعیت، اما در مورد دو سه موضوع مهم خب دیدگاه‌ها فاصله داشت و نهایتاً منجر به توافق نشد این گفتگوها.
The Islamabad talks failed after hours of negotiations, with key issues like Iran's nuclear program and the Strait of Hormuz remaining unresolved. Now Munir's visit to Tehran is being projected as an attempt for talks. But the big question, is Pakistan really brokering peace or just passing messages between two sides that still don't trust each other? With Asim Munir in Tehran and Shehbaz Sharif actively engaging Riyadh, Islamabad is walking a tightrope between two rival camps. This parallel outreach raises questions: is Pakistan mediating or merely relaying messages between powers that do not trust it? Straddling Iran on one side and Saudi Arabia on the other, Pakistan's balancing act is less about diplomacy and more about survival in a high-stakes region. This comes at a time when a fragile ceasefire between the US and Iran is under pressure, with both sides far apart on key demands. The United States wants long-term guarantees on Iran's nuclear program, while Iran is pushing for sanctions relief and control over strategic routes like the Strait of Hormuz. Pakistan, which positioned itself as a mediator, is now trying to remain relevant in a conflict that is far from resolution. But questions are also being raised about Islamabad's credibility, given its own history of double play in regional security dynamics. Meanwhile, with Israel continuing operations in the region and Iran holding its ground, the space for diplomacy remains narrow. And as Munir holds talks in Tehran, will these talks just be another diplomatic photo op?
It's time for a short commercial break, but do not go anywhere. We have a lot more lined up, Nan.
Coming up, Women's Reservation Amendment Bill is set to be tabled by the Union Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal today.
Samajwadi Party calls for key meeting with its MPs ahead of special session of Parliament.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बाद एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company
Welcome back, viewers. Now, before we take you through other stories coming in from around the country, let's tune into the developments in the sports realm.
Here's presenting a glimpse of all news coming in from the world of sports.
SRH skipper Pat Cummins has confirmed that he will miss the upcoming IPL 2026 clash against the 5-time champions Chennai Super Kings on the 18th of April. Responding to a fan on Instagram, the Australian pacer revealed that he is targeting a comeback in SRH's April 25 fixture against the Rajasthan Royals in the ongoing IPL season.
Mumbai Indians have suffered a major setback midway through the IPL 2026. According to a report, star batter Rohit Sharma has been ruled out of MI's upcoming clash against Punjab Kings. The match, scheduled for April 16, will be played at the iconic Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. However, there has been no official confirmation from the franchisee.
All the way in Spain, Barcelona, forward Rafinha has issued an apology for his gesture towards Atletico Madrid fans following the club's Champions League quarter-final exit. Sidelined with hamstring injury, the Brazilian did not feature in Tuesday's match but expressed frustration with the refereeing making a robbed hand sign and later telling reporters that the Barcelona has been robbed across two legs. His actions at the Metropolitano Stadium has expected to draw disciplinary scrutiny, with UEFA likely to impose a punishment.
Victor Axelsen announced his retirement from professional badminton at the age of just 32. The Danish star cited ongoing physical struggles following back surgery in April 2025 as the reason for ending his career.
Hugo Ekitike will miss the World Cup and face at least 9 months off the sidelines after rupturing his Achilles tendon against the Paris Saint-Germain in Champions League. The Liverpool forward was stretched off in tears just 22 minutes into the quarter-final second leg at Anfield, having collapsed in pain after hearing his Achilles snap.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because there is a lot more lined up coming after a short commercial break, ladies and gentlemen.
Coming up after a short break, Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin calls for statewide black flag protest against the centre's proposed Demilitation Amendment Bill, which has now begun.
On the run. TCS Nashik case accused Nida Khan moves for anticipatory bail. Council files anticipatory bail in Nashik court.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire and forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV, and we are live this morning. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and I have my colleague with me.
Hi, good morning. My name is Nayan.
And let me tell you what we have in this bulletin for you. Putin will be visiting India for the BRICS summit, which will be taking place in September this year.
Also, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the Lok Sabha on the amendment of the Women's Reservation Bill, which will increase the number of Lok Sabha seats to around 850. More on these stories, but here are the headlines to begin with.
Women Reservation Amendment Bill is set to be tabled by Union Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal today.
Samajwadi Party calls for a key meeting with its MPs ahead of special session of Parliament.
Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin calls for statewide black flag protest against the centre's proposed Delimitation Amendment Bill, which has now begun.
Meanwhile, on the run, TCS Nashik case accused Nida Khan moves for anticipatory bail. Council files anticipatory bill in Nashik court.
ED arrests Amitabh Jhunjhunwala and Amit Bapna, close aides of Anil Ambani in loan fraud case. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story. Now, the centre is set to push a major political reform, proposing an increase in Lok Sabha seats to around 850, paving the way for the implementation of the Women's Reservation Bill ahead of the 2029 general elections, the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam, which mandates 33% reservation for women in Parliament, state assemblies and the Delhi Assembly, is scheduled to be taken up during a special Parliament session from April 16 to 18. It begins from today.
According to sources, the bill proposes expanding the House strength significantly, with detailed discussions expected to run nearly 18 hours in the Lok Sabha and 10 hours in the Rajya Sabha. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to address the House during the debate, while Home Minister Amit Shah will respond to the discussions. Shivam, more in this report.
The government has proposed to increase the number of Lok Sabha seats to 850 as part of its intention to implement the Women's Reservation Act from the 2029 Lok Sabha polls. Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam Bill, which mandates 33% reservation for women in the Lok Sabha, state assemblies and the Delhi Assembly, will be introduced on 16th April in Lok Sabha.
बिल्कुल हम चाहते हैं कि औरतों को जो एम्पावरमेंट होनी चाहिए उनको पार्लियामेंट में असेंबली में हिस्सा मिलना चाहिए.
The government has called a special sitting of budget session of Parliament from 16th April to 18th for amendments to the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam that was passed by Parliament in 2023. Though Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge said that opposition supports the women's reservation in Parliament, but was concerned about the manner in which the bill is being brought. Meanwhile, BJP leader Smriti Irani, in an exclusive conversation with Republic, called Congress anti-woman. Smriti Irani further said that the delimitation is the part of the process and very much needed for the implementation of the bill.
Opposition parties are opposing it. Sonia Gandhi stating is that this is not a reform which BJP is stating. This is not the right representation. This is the intent of this reform is basically the delimitation. What do you want to respond?
I think that the opposition party, when in power, which never passed this bill in both houses of parliament today, is caught between their version of politics and the reality of India. The idea that the time is now for such women to also have an opportunity to contribute politically to our country is not new. The time is now. The evidence has been produced by women who across the representative chain constitutionally that has been endowed on us have exhibited their mettle. Today, when Prime Minister Modi wants to ensure that the bill which has been passed earlier is now hoping to be amended so that the fruits of it can be borne by women of India in 2029, I am flummoxed why any political organization will stand against the interests of the women of India. What is, I think, extremely disappointing is that a female leader from the opposition today opposes this provision of the Prime Minister that hopes to embolden and emancipate women politically.
BJP meanwhile welcomes the decision and said that women across the country are supporting the bill.
हमारे देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने 16, 17 और 18 अप्रैल का विशेष पार्लियामेंट का सेशन बुलाया है और इस विधेयक के समर्थन में पूरे देश की हमारी माताएं बहनें अपना समर्थन कर रही हैं.
Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar said that if 33% reservation is to be given to women, then the number of seats will have to be increased.
महिला रिजर्वेशन बिल आएगा और महिला रिजर्वेशन बिल 33% बिल अगर उनको रिजर्वेशन देना है, जो हमारी सरकार ने आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो डिसीजन लिया है, उसके लिए तो सीट बढ़ाना ही पड़ेगा. तो इसमें जो होगा बिल आने के बाद पता चलेगा.
Calling the bill essential, Odisha CM Mohan Charan Majhi said that in the 2029 general elections, women will be given 33% reservation in Lok Sabha as well as Vidhan Sabha.
आप सभी जानते हैं कि नारी शक्ति बंधन अधिनियम का कार्यकारी करने के लिए संसद का एक विशेष अधिवेशन 16 से 18 तारीख अप्रैल तक बुलाया गया है. इस अधिवेशन में कोई महत्वपूर्ण बिल पास किए जाएंगे. उसमें संविधान संशोधन होगा. लोकसभा और विधानसभा की सीटों की संख्या भी बढ़ेगी. 2029 के आम चुनाव में लोकसभा और विधानसभा दोनों में महिलाओं को 33% आरक्षण बिल उनको मिलेगा. इसके लिए वो बिल आने का बहुत जरूरी था.
The bill seeks to increase the number of MPs that will exorbitantly bring up the count of MPs to 815 in states and 35 in union territories. Bill factors in seats reserved for women after reservation bill. As per sources, the decision on the bill will continue for 18 hours in Lok Sabha and for 10 hours in Rajya Sabha. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will also address the Lok Sabha regarding the Women's Reservation Amendment Bill. Whereas Home Minister Amit Shah will respond to the discussion on the bill.
India is on the brink of a significant constitutional shift as the debate over delimitation intensifies. With the national population surging by over 400% since independence, the process aims to redraw electoral boundaries to ensure every citizen's vote carries equal weight. And despite political narratives suggesting the southern and eastern states will lose influence, data indicates a universal increase in Lok Sabha seats from 543 to 850.
This transition, coupled with the Women's Reservation Bill, seeks to modernize India's 80-year-old representation model. While the opposition alleges regional bias, the numbers suggest a balanced expansion across all state borders. Let's tune in as Arnab Goswami questions if the opposition is creating a regional divide just to stall the Women's Reservation Bill.
Take a look at the report.
I would like to begin tonight by explaining what delimitation is. Often we hear about delimitation. And the reason I'm starting with this tonight is because I have this feeling that over the next 3 to 4 to 6 months, this is going to be a hot subject of political debate, a major political controversy. The opposition is gearing up for it, so you need to have the right information with you so that you don't get swayed when somebody tells you things such as West Bengal is being discriminated against. Tamil Nadu is being discriminated against. The south of India is being discriminated against. South India will not have as much representation as it should. This is not true, ladies and gentlemen. First, let us understand what is Indian democracy based on a principle of proportional representation, which means that representation, whether at MLA, MP, councillor, at any level, is as per the population. Population is not stagnant. The population of India in 1947 is different from the population of India 79 years later in 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, when we became independent, we had 489 seats in the Lok Sabha, which kept changing to 494 in 1962, 542 in 1972, then it became 543 in 2002. But the population of India also changed. The population of India, around 33 crores in 1947, is now 147 crores. That's 445% increase in our population. Now, along with the increase in the population, the dispersion of the population has also changed, which means the state boundaries have changed. Different parts of the country have different amounts because the increase in population is different in Uttar Pradesh from Bihar from Tamil Nadu, Tamil Nadu from Karnataka, Karnataka from Goa, Goa from Maharashtra. And it is necessary, if we are to remain a country which believes in proportional representation, that per person per vote, we must therefore change the number of seats. We must also disperse the number of seats, make it more representative. Now, ladies and gentlemen, along with this, the Women's Reservation Bill is also coming in, which is the Constitution's 131st Amendment. The government is also bringing in the Delimitation Bill. So we have two things happening together. One, to increase the representation of women in the Lok Sabha, and the second, to increase the number of seats and accommodate the seats in such a way that you give equal representation to the changing population. So this is delimitation. What is delimitation? Delimitation is a process whereby you study and analyze the dispersion of population, and you redraw the electoral constituency map. You redraw the number of seats in the total legislative body as per the new dispersion of the population across the country. This is what delimitation it is. Very important, so that our Lok Sabha, the boundaries of the constituencies and the nature of representation is not stuck in an 80-year-old time shell, time warp, right? We can't lock things up like that. So viewers, if you agree that delimitation needs to happen, because people must be represented in the Lok Sabha equally, then what's the controversy about? The controversy is over certain political leaders, certain political parties saying that our numbers are going to go down. Now, I do not agree with this idea. The opposition is going around saying that our numbers will go down. This is absolutely not true. Because, dear viewers, all states are going to have more seats. Andhra Pradesh has some 25 seats now, it's going to go up to 37. It's not going down, it's going up. Tamil Nadu, which has 39 seats now, is going to get 59 seats in the new Lok Sabha. So where the number of seats in the Lok Sabha goes up from 543 to 850, West Bengal, which had 42 seats, also goes up to 63. Karnataka from 28 to 42. Uttar Pradesh, if I apply the 50% formula, if Uttar Pradesh goes up from 80 to 120, then Bihar also goes up equally, ladies and gentlemen, from 40 to 60. Madhya Pradesh from 29 to 44. Maharashtra from 48 to 72. Odisha from 21 to 31. Gujarat from 26 to 39. Andhra Pradesh from 25 to 37. Tamil Nadu from 39 to 59, Kerala from 20 to 30, Telangana from 17 to 15, West Bengal from 42 to 63, and Karnataka from 28 to 42. So the reality is everybody's number of seats is increasing. What are people quibbling about is something I do not absolutely understand. Where is the loss? If I were to look at 6 states, ladies and gentlemen, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra, Telangana, Karnataka, and Odisha, if they all have 150 out of 543 seats, that is 28% of the total seats, after the increase, they still continue to have 28% of the total seats. Now, within this, there could be a slight shift. Like in the case of Tamil Nadu, the representation could go down from 7% to 6.9%. West Bengal, the representation could go down from about 7.5% to 6.4%. But is that the real issue? No. Ladies and gentlemen, if I look at the opposition's mathematics, current seats, right, divided by the projected seats and the change percentile. Ladies and gentlemen, it's more or less equally dispersed. To go around saying that certain states like Uttar Pradesh will benefit more, Tamil Nadu will benefit less, is absolute hogwash. It's absolute hogwash. I've shown out here in this particular graph out there, look at the current seats, the projected seats that they will have, and the percentage of increase. And the change percentage. This is the opposition formula, ladies and gentlemen. They are making claims which are impractical, and it doesn't match. And to try and divide India by saying that we will continue to emphasize on certain states doing better than the other in the new Lok Sabha is anti-democracy. Yes, the government could have communicated better, I agree. I think, therefore, I'm doing this program so that the people of the country know what delimitation is. And the government also should not just legislate this matter and then explain. It should explain and then legislate. That's where I believe the government could have done much better in terms of this communication. But the opposition's politics is totally devoid of principle, ladies and gentlemen. Totally devoid of principle. And I would like to say one other thing to the government. If their intention is to block the women's reservation bill some way or the other, then Rahul Gandhi should say clearly, I am against the women's reservation bill. Let him not create a controversy of delimitation if his intention is to stop the women's reservation bill.
Right, India marked a major leap on the World Quantum Day at SRM University, Amravati. Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu inaugurated the Amravati 1S quantum test bed built on superconducting technology in the presence of Pro-Chancellor of SRM AP.
Alongside the 1Q test bed by Cubitech was launched virtually from Gannavaram. Fully indigenous and future-focused, this positions Amravati and SRM University at the heart of India's emerging quantum valley.
India steps into the quantum future. On World Quantum Day, Andhra Pradesh CM N. Chandrababu Naidu unveiled India's first indigenous quantum computing test beds with a key launch at the SRM University, Amravati.
With Amravati 1S at SRM University and Amravati 1Q at Medha Towers, we are creating two complementary facilities. One strengthens academic and research access. The other enables industry-facing testing and deployment.
The launch was attended by Pro-Chancellor of SRM AP, Dr. P. Satyanarayan, marking the university's central role in India's quantum push.
Actually, as we all know, our Chief Minister is having a grand vision for the capital Amravati, and which he has declared as the Amravati Quantum Valley. So SRM by its own wants to contribute to that vision, and that's where we started this Quantum Institute. So in this we are now installing a quantum reference test bed. So which means that the components which are made for making a quantum computer will be tested in this reference test beds.
Alongside Amravati 1Q test bed, developed by Cubitech, was launched virtually from Gannavaram.
The country was waiting for this kind of revolution of quantum computer. It's very expensive, and it is a very high-end technology, and it will basically give a big momentum to the research and also national security system.
What sets this apart? These systems are fully indigenous, strengthening India's deep tech ambitions.
Indians are capable, provided there is a convergence. If you see here, Amravati 1S and 1Q are not merely computers. They are fully instrumented quantum hardware test beds. They will enable validation, benchmarking, and certification under real operating conditions.
With SRM University at the forefront, Amravati is fast emerging as India's quantum valley.
We also have major updates coming in from all over the country.
Let's tune you in into the top national stories of the day. A school bus belonging to RS Educational Academy rammed into a street food cart near the CO's office in Gihar Colony under Bhogao PS area, killing one person and injuring 6 others.
Tribal families affected by the Ken-Betwa link project and the Runj-Majgua Dam have been protesting for the past 11 days. Hundreds of tribal women staged a Panch Tattva movement, collectively demonstrating a mark of resistance.
Also in Amravati district administration, in the presence of the police, conducts bulldozer action against the illegal construction at the property of a primary accused in the minor girls abuse and blackmail case in Paratwada.
The 61st Femina Miss India has officially kicked off at the KIIT campus. The 30 state winners from across the country arrived in the campus to a rousing reception, marking the first time this prestigious pageant has been hosted by a university in Eastern India. Supported by the Odisha Tourism Department and KIIT founder Dr. Achyutya Samanta, the contestants are in for a busy 7-day residency leading up to the grand finale on April 18th. The Femina Miss India competition is one of the most renowned pageants held in India. Various states compete to host this event. The event also seeks to promote the art, culture and heritage of Odisha. Until the grand finale, the contestants will spend 7 days at KIIT and KISS. During this period, they will visit the campuses, main cultural centers and interact with the students.
All right, after a short break, on the run, TCS Nashik case accused Nida Khan moves for anticipatory bail. Council files anticipatory bail in Nashik court.
And also coming up, ED arrests Amitabh Jhunjhunwala and Amit Bapna, close aides of Anil Ambani in loan fraud case.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that.
Welcome back, viewers. Now the quantum push is now heading north. At Amravati's landmark launch, Chandigarh University's managing director Jayinder Singh Sandhu was in attendance, signalling plans to bring quantum technology to North India.
With ambitions to build similar capabilities at the Chandigarh University, India's quantum ecosystem is now expanding beyond Amravati towards a truly nationwide footprint. April 14th, World Quantum Day, and a landmark moment for India. At SRM University, Amravati, the Chief Minister inaugurated Amravati 1S Quantum Test Bed, built on superconducting technology.
With Amravati 1S at SRM University and Amravati 1Q at Medha Towers, we are creating two complementary facilities. One strengthens academic and research access, the other enables industry-facing testing and deployment.
But this launch saw a significant national connection. Jayinder Singh Sandhu, Managing Director of Chandigarh University, was in attendance, highlighting plans to take quantum technology to North India.
The government of Andhra Pradesh, along with SRM University and a couple of other collaborators like Q-Force and Qubit, have tried to take the next step forward in the technological landscape through this quantum facility that they have made it completely open sourced, and they have provided those competencies to the students, to the startups and various other stakeholders that are not only in the state of AP but outside it as well, which is what resonates very well with what CU stands for and is trying to do as well with the quantum as well as artificial intelligence for both the Uttar Pradesh as well as the Punjab campus.
These facilities are open access quantum reference facilities, enabling researchers, startups, and institutions to test and validate quantum hardware within India. With Chandigarh University now looking to bring similar capabilities to its campus, the quantum movement is expanding beyond Amravati.
Now it's time for a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up in the next coming bulletin. Coming up next.
Women's Reservation Amendment Bill is set to be tabled by the Union Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal today.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good morning to you. You're watching Live and Breaking. I am Chongtham Amrita, and a historic electoral change is about to take place in India as the Parliament convenes for a special session to discuss the Women Reservation Bill, even as oppositions have called to protest against it. Let's take a look into the headlines first and get into all the details. Women Reservation Amendment Bill is set to be tabled by Union Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal today. Samajwadi Party calls for key meeting with its key MPs ahead of special session of Parliament. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin begin black flag protests against the centre's proposed Delimitation Amendment Bill. On the run, TCS Nashik case, accused Nida Khan moves for anticipatory bail. Council files anticipatory bail in the Nashik court. ED arrests Amitabh Jhunjhunwala and Amit Bapna, close-eyes of Anil Ambani in the loan fraud case. Let us first dive into the first breaking story of the day. A big development in the Anil Ambani case. The Enforcement Directorate has arrested two close-eyes, Amitabh Jhunjhunwala and Amit Bapna. They are both former senior executives at the industrialist Anil Ambani-led Reliance Group in an alleged bank loan fraud case and money laundering case. Officials have said the two were taken into custody under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, the PMLA, after several hours of questioning. This is a big breaking coming in as it gets closer to nabbing Anil Ambani, even in connection to the bank fraud case, where they have raised huge, massive sums of money from several banks and was reportedly diverted to shell companies. That's what the reports are saying. And now the Enforcement Directorate has again moved further into this investigation. And now two close-eyes, even considered as the right hand of Anil Ambani. They used to be, they are now former senior executives, and they used to handle the key financial, they are considered to be the key financial architect of the Anil Ambani-led Reliance Group. And with the arrest of these two persons, Jhunjhunwala, Mrs. Jhunjhunwala and Bapna, they are considered Anil Ambani's closest eyes, in fact, in his company, in his Reliance-led company. And this again brings it closer to the main accused. And let's move on to a big development in India. In the nation, the government will convene a special 3-day session of the Parliament beginning Thursday, that's today. In the debate will be Constitutional Amendment Bill, which is aimed at enabling the implementation of the 33% reservation for women in the Lok Sabha and state assemblies. Prime Minister Modi has also written a post about it, saying that our country is all set to take a historic step towards women's empowerment. He added, and I quote, "The respect for our mothers and sisters is the respect for the nation. And with this very spirit, we are moving forward resolutely in this direction." The Parliament has called for a special session and is set to take place for 3 days as the discussions will be focused on Constitutional Amendment Bill that will also be tabling the Women's Reservation Bill, women's seat to be reserved for 33%. And this is, again, a big change is coming in with in ties with the Delimitation Bill as well, as the electoral landscape will definitely be changing after this bill. I am now joined by my colleague Ishita Mitra from the ground from Vijay Chowk. She is tracking all the details into this latest Parliament session. And Ishita, my first question to you is that this Parliament is set to begin. What is the situation on the ground? Opposition has also called for special meeting for their MPs as well. The women's bill is now tied to the delimitation bill as well, which is being opposed by the state, by Tamil Nadu as well. So what's the latest that you're picking up at this hour?
Right, of course, Amrita, we're looking forward to a very stormy session today as Parliament convenes for a special session of this Parliament. Now, we're looking at Government of the Day trying to bring 3 crucial changes and trying to change the political map of the country. Now, this will be done through essentially 3 bills. Let me break it down for the viewers what essentially this means and what are the bills that will be placed before the House. Now, the first bill is 131st Constitutional Amendment Bill, essentially now unfreezing the cap that has been there on the allocation of seats in Lok Sabha since 1971. Now, we have been following a 1971 for the allocation of seats in Lok Sabha for decades now, but now the benchmark will change according to this amendment bill, which will ensure that the government can allocate seats in Lok Sabha, which means take up fresh delimitation exercise according to the latest figures that we have. And the latest figures we have is from 2011 census, because already 2021 census has been delayed by pandemic and 2026 figures are yet to come. So essentially, we will looking at the Parliament now taking up a delimitation exercise according to this amendment bill based on 2011 figures. Now, the second bill essentially is about delimitation bill. It will be setting up a delimitation commission to expand the Lok Sabha strength, which currently is capped at about 550, taking this up by 300 seats to 850. So essentially increasing the share of several states in the Lok Sabha as well as state assemblies. And the third crucial bill is about union territories, which will bring in all of these changes to Delhi, Puducherry and Jammu and Kashmir. Now, at the heart of these changes is the implementation of a Nari Shakti Vandan bill. Now, remember, this bill, 106th Amendment Bill, was already passed in 2023, but its implementation was tied to a post-delimitation exercise. But now, as per the Constitutional Amendment Bill 131st, if a delimitation exercise is taken up according to 2011 census, we could see the implementation of Nari Shakti Vandan bill, which is ensuring a 33% quota for women across the length and breadth of the country for the 2029 election. So this is the broader scope of the crucial changes that will be brought up before the Parliament today, expand the size of the Lok Sabha, ensure the implementation of a 33% reservation for women, as well as ensure that there is a fresh delimitation exercise taken up according to 2011 census. Now, we have seen it's a politically sensitive issue because opposition clearly is not on board on this with the government. Now, opposition says they broadly back the women reservation bill, but they're not sure about the delimitation exercise. They're very cautious, in fact, and at this point they say it's a very hasty process, just 3 days given, no consultations held, and this would essentially mean a disadvantage for southern states. Now, remember, southern states have been able to stabilize their population compared to the northern states, where the population has increased since 1971. Now, Government of the Day says that they will ensure that the proportion of the states as it stands today, it it will not change, it will not be disturbed, even if a fresh delimitation exercise is taken up and there is fresh allocation of seats to different states. Now, there is, of course, going to be political disagreements on this, and definitely we are expecting a stormy session as now government proposes these three crucial bills in the Parliament.
And Ishita, the bill is also being faced many opposition, but also there's again one more key issues that the oppositions are raising, the quota within a quota regarding OBC women as well. And with this change, with this big, if the bill gets passed, then that has to be addressed. So what are you picking up on the opposition's big voices calling for, especially putting the attention on the quota or within a quota system? How will that work out now?
Right, of course, there are some sections from the opposition parties who are calling for a quota of OBCs within the Women Reservation Bill. In fact, not just that, they've also pointed out there are other disagreements. They say it's a very short session, essentially 3 days taken up by the government. There were not a larger consultations and deliberations held with the opposition parties. And what they say that once this comes into effect, it would lead to disadvantage for the southern states. Now, we have seen Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra, all of them coming out and voicing their opposition to this bill, saying that once this comes into effect, they will be at a disadvantaged position. Their representation in the parliament will decrease as compared to the northern states. So essentially weakening the federal balance and weakening their political voice as well. So there are certain points of disagreements which will be voiced by the opposition on these crucial bills which will be tabled in this special session of the parliament. We'll of course have to see whether or not a government of the day will be able to build a consensus on this, because we have seen Prime Minister Modi writing a letter to the leaders of the House urging them to develop a consensus around the women reservation. So we'll have to, of course, see whether the government of the day is able to build that consensus and whether or not these bills will get a yes from all the sides.
Thank you so much for all of those inputs, Ishita, and keep tracking the story, and we will get back to you for more details. Now, viewers, we have another big breaking news coming in the Nashik case, TCS Nashik grooming case. There is now a big update as the company has suspended its operations. TCS suspended operations at its Nashik unit now, and they have also instructed employees not to report to the campus. TCS in Nashik has also halted new recruitments as they have stopped the hiring new recruitments now in its Nashik unit. And according to information received from sources in Nashik, recruitments have in fact been suspended pending the completion of the police investigation. And this step was taken following the emergence of an alleged love jihad case, and this has even shaken the nation to the core, where employees who have been subjected to several cases of assault, forced conversion, and even kidnapping and sexual assaults. And this is now coming as the investigations are intensifying, with even links to foreign hands. And now the TCS unit in Nashik has suspended their operation and even put a hold in their recruitment and hiring process. We are getting news as the investigations are still intensifying there. In the TCS unit in Nashik, viewers, has now suspended following the huge scandal that has erupted. I am now joined by our reporter Revati from the ground. She has been tracking this story ever since it broke out. Revati, the TCS unit in Nashik has in fact halted its operations and even put a stop on their recruitment process. Looks like that the case has in fact been intensifying and taken a toll on the company as well. What's the latest you're picking at this moment?
Right, due to the hybrid work culture which is currently implemented in the corporate sector, many of the employees which usually report to the Nashik TCS are currently at their own hometown. But the thing is, not more than 150 employees which were reporting on site have been asked not to come on the site. Also, the new recruitments have been asked to not come to the office and report at the Nashik TCS. Also, there is is one inside information which is coming up, is that 90%, around 90%, it is decided that TCS Nashik unit might move out of Nashik, and there is a high possibility that completely unit will be shut down at Nashik TCS. The investigation has intensified. Also, the national investigative agencies have started the probe in this very matter. NIA and ATS have been submitted all the reports about the same, and there is being in the link, possible link of international organization is currently being cracked down by the national investigation agencies. So it will be important to see that what does the central investigation agencies unearth in this particular matter. Over to you.
And Revati, that's a big development that you just mentioned, that the Nashik unit could in fact be not just temporarily but permanently closed after these revelations coming in at whatever the grooming gang operating with even a big love jihad taking place within the organization. Now, is this just polarized? Is it just localized with Nashik, or could there be more such going on in other parts? Because this is a big question at how such a big scandal went unnoticed. And is this just with focus on Nashik, TCS, or should there be more focus on the broader units of TCS in other regions too?
Let me clear this thing that it is not just limited to TCS anymore or any other specific corporate company. If we look at the social media right now, it is flooded with some or the other person coming up and telling that this particular unit of a particular corporate company should be scrutinized, as they have been facing such corporate jihad activities from a pretty long time. So even one tweet which can we see on social media, which was replied by Minister Nitesh Rane, and he said that this particular thing is noted. So if we currently look at the social media, it is flooded with such examples or flooded with such suggestions.
Do stay with us, because we have another big development coming in connection to the Nashik case, as a preliminary report has been initiated by the state intelligence, in fact, and the anti-terrorism squad, DATS, and other national investigative agencies. Now, reliable sources have indicated that the police and the investigative agencies are simultaneously conducting a parallel covert inquiry into this case, and now questions are also being raised regarding whether this case involves any international links. Now, this is a major breakthrough in this case, as multi-agencies have been probing the case covertly, and now reports are emerging of this investigation, or if there is any international links, or if the suspected that have been accused were receiving funding from external sources. An investigation is also currently underway to determine whether the suspected accused were being instigated by certain external fundamentalist institutions or organizations. Now, Revati, coming back to you with this latest findings. Now, another investigation has been underway with regards to external links. In fact, if the people in question, the main accused, were in fact communicating with external parties and also even receiving fundings to carry out such a large-scale jihad within a large organization, in fact. And we also got reports a day earlier saying that there have been a link with a Malaysian preacher with regards to this case, who was speaking to the victims to convert and also even travel to Malaysia for the full conversion as well. So this is not just localized now within the country. There could be, and in fact, these reports are saying there is in fact a external link. So what are you picking up on that, Revati?
As of now, there are two external links which are established. Are number one, Nida Khan, who is absconding since day one. She has been said to be connected or related to Dr. Shaheen, who is a primary accused in Red Fort bomb blast. So that is very first external link which has been established in this particular matter. And also the second very link which you rightly mentioned is that a Malaysian preacher who would teach about Muslim religion, he was connected with these women employees through a WhatsApp group on video conference. So these are the two links which are established as of now, and they are being currently investigated by the SIT. And now a probe has been set by national investigative agencies along with the ATS, and it will be really important that what exactly external links will be found in this particular matter, because it is also said that it is a matter of terror funding as well. So this is the National Investigation Agency's probe which will unearth the external links. Also, the National Commission of Women has also took the cognizance of this very matter, and on 18th of April a committee will be visiting Nashik, and they will be getting the details of the matter from the SIT which is formed by the Nashik police. Over to you.
Thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast and giving us all of those inputs. Revati, keep tracking the story and we'll get back to you very shortly. Moving on to another equally disturbing story now developing in Maharashtra's Amravati. The scandal of the Pardwada sexual assault. And the scale of this case now continues to widen. A special investigation team has now been constituted, even as multiple arrests have been made and several others are under the scanner. Investigators are now saying that minors were lured through social media, sexually assaulted, filmed, and then blackmailed, with videos allegedly circulated across cities. Now, with over 100 obscene videos surfacing and more evidence being examined, the case has triggered outrage on the ground and sharp political reaction. Let's take a look into all the detailed reports into this scandal that's coming out from Amravati.
In the latest development, a special investigation team has been formed in the Amravati sexual assault case. 4 accused have been arrested so far, while 2 more are likely to be taken into custody soon. The police are also interrogating multiple suspects as the probe expands. 5 mobile devices have been seized and sent for forensic analysis to trace the extent of the crime. The case came to light after obscene videos involving minor girls began circulating online. A portion of the prime accused, Mohammad Ayaz Tanveer's house, has also been demolished following allegations of encroachment. Investigators say that the 19-year-old accused lured minor girls through social media, sexually assaulted them, and recorded the acts to blackmail the victims. The police say that the scale of the racket is massive, with dozens of victims and multiple locations involved. Nearly 100 obscene videos have already surfaced, with victims allegedly threatened and coerced. The scandal has shaken Parathwada and Achalpur, with links emerging across Amravati, Nagpur, and beyond. Meanwhile, accused Sheikh Ayan Tanveer, earlier linked to AIIM, has now been suspended from the party. However, AIIM leaders have denied any current association.
2-4 रोज से परतवाड़ी के शेख आयान की कुछ अश्लील फोटोज और वीडियोस सोशल मीडिया पर और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मीडिया पर वायरल हो चुकी है, जिसकी वजह से उसकी कंप्लेंट हुई है। पुलिस प्रशासन अपना काम कर रही है, उसको अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है। लेकिन अभी मैंने देखा कि कुछ न्यूज़ चैनल्स पे बताया जा रहा है कि वो एमआईएम पार्टी का पदाधिकारी है और कार्यकर्ता है। नगर परिषद अचलपुर के इलेक्शन के दरमियान में उसको सोशल मीडिया संभालने के लिए हमारे वहां के तालुका अध्यक्ष शेख आदिल साहब ने उसको मीडिया प्रभारी बनाए थे, लेकिन पूरे इलेक्शन के दरमियान में उसने पार्टी के लिए, पार्टी के उम्मीदवारों के लिए कोई सोशल एक्टिविटीज नहीं किया। इसलिए मतदान के फौरन बाद उसको पार्टी से निष्कासित कर दी गई थी, उसको लेटर दे दिया गया था और उसका पार्टी से कोई संबंध नहीं था।
The case has also triggered sharp political reactions.
अमरावती सेक्स स्कैंडल में अयान मोहम्मद
और उनके आधा डजन साथियों ने परतवाड़ा, अचलपुर, अमरावती, नागपुर की 11वीं 12वीं के कोचिंग क्लास में जाने वाली अनेक डजन लड़कियों की इज्जत लूटी, ब्लैकमेल किया, रैप किया, बलात्कार किया। मैंने मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी से प्रार्थना की है कि इसके ऊपर तुरंत SIT गठित करनी चाहिए।
As the investigation deepens, authorities are now focused on identifying all victims, tracing the digital trail, and dismantling what appears to be a widespread exploitation network.
Shocking stories continue to emerge from different parts of the country, even as the Parliament is set to table the Women's Reservation Bill. But taking a short break for now, and we will bring you more details in these stories as ED arrests Amitabh Junjunwala and Amit Bapna, close eyes of Anil Ambani in loan fraud case. And on the run, TCS Nashik case accused Nida Khan moves for anticipatory bail. Council files anticipatory bail in Nashik court coming up next. Stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire and
A very good morning to you viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Amrita, and the Parliament has taken a special session to convene and table the Women's Reservation bills and two other bills. And even as oppositions are opposing this reservation bill, and also Tamil Nadu staging a black flag protest as well. We'll get you all the details, but first let's take a look at the headlines. Women Reservation Amendment Bill is set to be tabled by Union Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal today. PM Modi has termed this a historic step for women empowerment. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin hoisted black flags in Namakak, opposing Centre's proposed Delimitation Amendment Bill. Samajwadi Party calls for key meeting with its MPs ahead of the special session of the Parliament. On the run, TCS Nashik case accused Nida Khan moves for anticipatory bail. Council files anticipatory bail and in the Nashik court. TCS suspends operations at its Nashik unit. TCS has instructed employees not to report to the campus. TCS has also halted new recruitments at its Nashik unit. ED arrests Amitabh Jhunjhunwala and Amin Bapna, close-eyes of Anil Ambani in loan fraud case. Continuing our coverage of the Parliament session, the special session called to convene and on the Women's Reservation Bill and the Delimitation Bill as well. The government will now hold this Parliament session very shortly, and in the debate will be Constitutional Amendment Bill discussed as well, which is aimed at enabling the implementation of a 33% reservation for women in the Lok Sabha and state assemblies. Prime Minister Modi has also written a post on it saying, "Our country is all set to take a historic step towards women's empowerment." He added, the respect for our mothers and sisters is the respect for the nation, and with this very spirit, we are moving forward resolutely in this direction. I'm now joined by my colleague Ishita Mitra, who has been tracking all of the details on the special Parliament session convened today for 3 days. Ishita, we have just spoken before, and I want to know from you all the details on the ground as of now, who has arrived in the Parliament for now the special session. And as you mentioned, that there are 3 bills that will be discussed as well. And I want you to break it down for our viewers as well.
Right, of course, Amrita, we are looking forward to a very stormy session today as government convenes a special session for 3 days to bring in 3 crucial bills. Now, the big point is that opposition are coming in from several parties, including a DMK, Amravati Party, Congress, SP is now getting stronger and stronger. We are looking at DMK MP Kanimozi now introducing a notice to oppose the introduction of 3 crucial bills, including 131st Amendment Bill. And not just that, a Congress MP has also introduced a motion of notice to oppose the introduction of these bills. Now, essentially, all of these opposition parties, which is in fact fronted by DMK in this case, which has begun its black flag protest in the state, is now saying that this is nothing to do with the Women Reservation Bill. It is not something that has to champion the rights of women or to introduce a 33% quota for them across the length and breadth of the country. Opposition is united. They're clearly saying that it is a move by the BJP to introduce a delimitation exercise, to delink it from its current census, and to ensure that they can do a power grab with this move. Now, this is what the opposition is saying, introducing motions. We're looking at Samajwadi Party also convening an emergency meeting of all their MPs today, in fact, at this moment in the Parliament. So definitely more action now being witnessed on the ground inside the Parliament as well as outside, with black flags protests now beginning in Tamil Nadu and SP convening an emergency meet of all of its MPs. Now, remember, a whip has also been issued by the opposition parties to their their MPs for their mandatory presence in this special session, while BJP has also issued a special whip for all of its MPs to in fact be present during the parliamentary proceedings. But the big question remains whether or not government will be able to build a consensus on these crucial bills. The government claims it is a crucial right of the women to be represented across the length and breadth in state assemblies as well as in the parliament, and for that to be implemented, the 33% quota, a delimitation exercise has now to take place according to 2011 census. Now remember, this bill, which talks about women reservation, was already passed by the parliament back in 2023. It was 106th amendment bill, but its implementation or operationalization was in fact tied to a delimitation exercise. So if we wait according to the timeline that we would have gone, according to the freezing that was brought in 1971, another census would take place somewhere around 2034 is when we would get the data, because according to the clause in the Constitution, a post-2026 delimitation exercise has to form the basis of a delimitation exercise. So we're looking somewhere at the timeline of 2034. But to cut short that timeline, government says that right now we can go for an overhaul, implement the quota of reservation for women, 33%, and for that we need to ensure that a delimitation exercise takes place according to 2011 census. Now, these are the broader points given by the government. Government in fact has also given out an assurance that the proportion of the states as it stands today in the parliament, which is according to the 543 seats in the Lok Sabha, will not change, which means to give you an example, if Tamil Nadu is getting 8%, even after the delimitation exercise, it would still get 8%. This means that the government is saying that your quota will not change according to the fresh delimitation exercise, but the southern states, especially DMK, and you're looking at several opposition parties coming out and voicing their opposition, saying that it is a power grab move by the BJP and it has nothing to do with women reservation bill. Now, that's the crux of the disagreement emerging between the opposition parties and the government of the day. We'll, of course, have to see how the discussion and the deliberations now go in the parliament.
And Ishita, you rightly mentioned that the percentage of each of the states would remain the same. That's what the ruling government is also saying. But in fact, there's still many oppositions to that, because several other states are still opposing, saying that there will be a huge north and south divide, as M.K. Stalin has claimed. And also there are issues in even northeastern states as well, where the last delimitation and the census exercise was completely fabricated and hugely inflated. And there are various issues even now in Manipur as well, where people are still opposing the delimitation exercise and the census. So in that case, even if the seats remain the same, there could still be a change in the electoral politics and the representation, because the seats from 543 will be raised to 850. Even though the percentage remains the same, there will be a huge difference in the electoral representation. So what do you make of that?
Right, of course, Amrita, you've rightly mentioned that once we increase the number of seats in Lok Sabha, which is capped currently at 550 to about 850, so we're looking at an increase of 300 seats. So this would definitely change the electoral map of the country, a reshaping of political map, and the arithmetic will certainly change for India. So that is the point of contention that opposition has been trying to bring in, saying that this would weaken their political voice, reduce their political representation, and thus reducing their heft in the parliament as well. Now, there has been opposition from the southern states as well as from certain northeastern pockets as well, saying that when you increase the quota, when you increase the seats by 300, we will be looking at a major change coming in their political representation and thus weakening their political voice. But the government of the day again and again is trying to assure and build a consensus around this point that their quota will not change. The proportion of seats as it stands today in 543 in Lok Sabha will not change. Now, remember, 850 is still a cap number. It's not the correct number. That means there could be, we could also be looking at somewhere 5% or 10% less number of seats in Lok Sabha, or even 15%.
Okay.
That math has to be done by the Delimitation Commission. And in fact, we'll have to wait for the Delimitation Commission for that to be worked out. Back to you, Amrita.
Yes, Ishita, do stay with us, because we have another story coming in connection with the Parliament session, as DMK MP Kanimozi Karoline has given a notice of motion to oppose the introduction of the three bills, as our reporter as Ishita has been tracking as well the story, the Constitution 131st Amendment Bill 2026, the Union Territories Laws Amendment Bill 2026 and the Delimitation Bill 2026. And Kani Mozi has now introduced a notice of motion to oppose the introduction of all the three bills. Now, Ishita, coming back to you, as you also mentioned previously in your response, that Kani Mozi is now setting up to oppose the introduction of the three bills. Now, the special session has been called.
Right, of course, Amrita, we have seen that DMK has been at the forefront of this opposition, coming in from several political parties against these three crucial bills. Now, the first bill is the 131st Amendment Bill, the second is a Delimitation Bill, and the third is, of course, the Union Territories Law Bill. Now, DMK MP Kani Mozi has introduced a notion of a motion of a notice, in fact, to oppose the introduction of these three crucial bills in the Parliament today, as the special session will be convened in just a short while from now. Now, DMK essentially says it has nothing to do with the Women Reservation Bill, and government...
Continue to stay with us. Shita, continue to stay with us, because we are also joined by Sharda from Chennai now, continuing to track all of the stories as well. And... Sharda, thank you so much for joining us. And now we are going to tell you, we're going to ask about some of these issues that's coming in from Tamil Nadu, as well as DMK has opposed the bill and now starting a black flag protest against the bill as well. So what are the key issues that they are saying regarding this bill that's going to be convened and tabled and discussed today?
Well, the DMK is pointing out if the delimitation is implemented, the state of Tamil Nadu will suffer for suffering about the number of seats that there will be in Lok Sabha, saying that it will be 11% less than what the North Indian states would be receiving, including Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh, pointing out that the Uttar Pradesh seats would be doubling and Madhya Pradesh seats would be doubling, whereas Tamil Nadu would not grow much seats, but only from 39 to 52, and the same goes for Kerala and Odisha, and also Telangana and Andhra is what the DMK is pointing out, saying that this is a stepmotherly treatment by the centre to the southern states. They also point out that the delimitation bill is only an exaggeration, and then that it's not required at the moment, and following the 2011 census, DMK is not agreeing to it. Today, we saw MK Stalin burning the delimitation bill in Namakkal, where he has gone to campaign. The same way, there's a protest held by all the DMK members across the state, outside their houses and outside the DMK branch offices in every district, to burn the delimitation bill and also hoist a black flag and show black flag for the next 3 days, showing their opposition for the delimitation bill that is going to be discussed in the Parliament in the upcoming 3 days, Amrita.
And Sharda, do tell us what's the big issue faced by that's raised by DMK regarding the proportion of representation, as Ishita has been tracking the story now from BGHO, as well as the Parliament session is about to convene, saying that the proportion will remain the same for each state, even though there is the delimitation takes place and also the size of the Parliament has been increased. Most of the proportion of its states will remain the same as it was before. So what's the big nexus, or what is the big crux that the DMK are saying with regards to this point?
Well, the delimitation is being used by the DMK for their political gain. The elections are set to happen on the April 23rd, as we all known for in the state of Tamil Nadu. And meanwhile, 40 MPs have been called back to the Parliament, and also DMK has agreed to send all the 40 MPs back amidst the campaign that's going on in the state, to make sure that they are present in full numbers to show their opposition for the bill. Today, the DMK MPs will also be wearing a black shirt, a black attire in the Parliament to show their opposition for the delimitation bill. While DMK and Congress have been constantly telling that they are all for the 33% women reservation bill, when there's a question that the women reservation bill will come into place only after the delimitation is done, that the women's bill can be passed on a later date after on a proportional base the delimitation is done. They're saying that the pro rata basis that can be done for the states is it's enough and not a population base, because considering the 2011 census, the DMK says they follow the faction of family planning that was a directive given by the centre, and now the population in the southern states compared to the northern states are very less, and that if the delimitation is done by the population, the southern states will suffer a lot, and that's the backdrop for them when it comes to delimitation. This is what the main point that the DMK is pointing out. However, they have not given an alternate solution. While the centre has said it's pro rata basis and all states will have an increase in number of the Lok Sabha MPs, they're speaking about not reduction in numbers, but also saying the representation of the North Indian states will be more in the Parliament, and that's their main worry.
Yes, they do stay with us, Sharda, because we have another breaking news coming in, because the big oppositions are all combined and also saying that they are all opposing the bill that will be discussed today, all the three bills, and we are also joined by Harsha from Kolkata as well. But we have another big breaking now coming in, as opposition has convened for a meeting at 10 a.m. today to discuss on the three bills and also to oppose the three bills, in fact, that will be discussed and tabled in both the houses today. And coming to Harsha now for this update. Harsha, the opposition has in fact convened for another meeting at 10 a.m. today, and they will be discussing on the three bills that will be tabled on the Parliament. And also just moments ago, we have also got reports saying that Kani Mozi has in fact given a notice to block, or even given a notice to block the three bills that will be tabled. So what is the latest that you're tracking so far?
Yes, you rightly pointed out. Now we see that the opposition leaders are continuously giving the notice to the Lok Sabha Speaker against the Delimitation Bill and the Women Reservation Amendment Bill as well. It's very important to know the number game in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. For all our viewers to know that the NDA party, if they want to pass the Women Reservation Amendment Bill and the Delimitation Bill, in the Lok Sabha they need at least 360 numbers. In Rajya Sabha they need at least 141 number. In Lok Sabha it will not be possible until unless parties which are not the part of NDA and which are not the part of the opposition in the bloc as well, they need to support the NDA government. Only then it could be possible that delimitation bill gets passed today. We very well know for the discussion 16 hours has been allotted in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. The discussion will begin, and opposition is right now strategizing that how to agitate and how to stop this delimitation bill from coming and to be passed in the House of the Parliament in the Lok Sabha. And that is the reason to strategize. Opposition leaders will be meeting in the chamber of Mallikarjun Kharge in the new building at around 10:15 a.m. The timing has been updated. Now it's 10:15 a.m. in the morning. Samajwadi Party is doing its meeting separately, where Akhilesh Yadav is meeting all the Samajwadi Party member of Parliament of the Lok Sabha and of the Rajya Sabha to strategize that how to go forward with it. And also we have got to know that they might meet a speaker as well on this entire on this entire delimitation bill and the Women Reservation Amendment Bill. So very important to know that they have clearly stated that they are not against. They are championing. In fact, they are championing this Women Reservation Amendment Bill, but they believe that the intent of government is not the representation. Rather, it is the delimitation. What Sonia Gandhi also mentioned in the letter to the government, that the intent of this Women Reservation Amendment Bill is not the reform which BJP is stating, and why this exercise of delimitation is needed now. In the present situation also, the Women Reservation Amendment Bill can come, and the government has very specifically told all the opposition party that there will be no injustice to any of the southern states. In fact, not only Kiran Rijiju and Arjun Megwal who will be tabling this bill in the floor of the House. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi went on by saying that there will be no injustice to the southern state, and this came after Revanth Reddy wrote a letter to Prime Minister by stating that the share of the southern states will go down if the delimitation process happens, and that is what they're scared of. And therefore, continuously it is being stated that rather than 33%, there should be the capping of 50%. Very well for our viewers to know that in the year 1992, there was Supreme Court judgment on the Women Reservation Bill on this 50% capping, and it was not overruled. And therefore, the government sources are telling us that government can't be mentioning this 50% capping issue in the copy of the bill. Rather, they will be suggesting, they'll be recommending the Delimitation Commission, that if Delimitation Commission can think about it, about the 50% capping. So they have not clearly denied about the 50% capping to the opposition leaders, and therefore a lot of strategizing is right now happening in the Parliament to tell our viewers that 11 o'clock is when both the House of the Parliament will begin its proceedings today. 11 o'clock, there's no business hours, there's no 0 hours in the Lok Sabha, and directly Law Minister Arjun Megwal along with Kiran Rijiju will be tabling this delimitation.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes, definitely. Together, and then the discussion will begin.
Yes, thank you so much, Harsha, Ishita, and Sharda for joining us and giving us all of those details. And do continue to track the story, and we will get back to you all three shortly. And now, viewers, let's move on to another equally disturbing story. In a shocking, disturbing development from Maharashtra's Amravati, the scale of the Bharatwada sexual assault case continues to widen. A special investigating team has now been constituted, even as multiple arrests have been made and several others are under the scanner. Investigators are saying that minors were lured through social media, sexually assaulted, filmed and then blackmailed, with videos allegedly circulated across cities. With over 100 obscene videos surfacing and more evidence being examined, the case has triggered outrage on the ground and sharp political reactions. Here's a detailed report into this case. Take a look.
In the latest development, a special investigation team has been formed in the Amravati sexual assault case. 4 accused have been arrested so far, while 2 more are likely to be taken into custody soon. The police are also interrogating multiple suspects as the probe expands. 5 mobile devices have been seized and sent for forensic analysis to trace the extent of the crime. The case came to light after obscene videos involving minor girls began circulating online. A portion of the prime accused, Mohammad Ayaz Tanveer's house, has also been demolished following allegations of encroachment. Investigators say that the 19-year-old accused lured minor girls through social media, sexually assaulted them and recorded the acts to blackmail the victims. The police say that the scale of the racket is massive, with dozens of victims and multiple locations involved. Nearly 100 obscene videos have already surfaced, with victims allegedly threatened and coerced. The scandal has shaken Bharatwada and Achalpur, with links emerging across Amravati, Nagpur and beyond. Meanwhile, accused Sheikh Ayan Tanveer, earlier linked to AIIM, has now been suspended from the party. However, AIIM leaders have denied any current association.
2-4 रोज से परतवाड़े के शेख आयान की कुछ अश्लील फोटोज और वीडियोस सोशल मीडिया पर और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मीडिया पर वायरल हो चुकी है, जिसकी वजह से उसकी कंप्लेंट हुई है। पुलिस प्रशासन अपना काम कर रही है, उसको अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है। लेकिन अभी मैंने देखा कि कुछ न्यूज चैनल्स पे बताया जा रहा है कि वो एमआईएम पार्टी का पदाधिकारी है और कार्यकर्ता है। नगर परिषद अचलपुर के इलेक्शन के दरमियान में उसको सोशल मीडिया संभालने के लिए हमारे वहां के तालुका अध्यक्ष शेख आदिल साहब ने उसको मीडिया प्रभारी बनाए थे, लेकिन पूरे इलेक्शन के दरमियान में उसने पार्टी के लिए, पार्टी के उम्मीदवारों के लिए कोई सोशल एक्टिविटीज नहीं किया। इसलिए मतदान के फौरन बाद उसको पार्टी से निष्कासित कर दी गई थी, उसको लेटर दे दिया गया था और उसका पार्टी से कोई संबंध नहीं था।
The case has also triggered sharp political reactions.
अमरावती सेक्स स्कैंडल में अयान मोहम्मद और उनके आधा डजन साथियों ने परतवाड़ा, अचलपुर, अमरावती, नागपुर की 11वीं 12वीं के कोचिंग क्लास में जाने वाली अनेक डजन लड़कियों की इज्जत लूटी, ब्लैकमेल किया, रैप किया, बलात्कार किया। मैंने मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी से प्रार्थना की है कि इसके ऊपर तुरंत एसआईटी गठित करनी चाहिए।
As the investigation deepens, authorities are now focused on identifying all victims, tracing the digital trail, and dismantling what appears to be a widespread exploitation network.
Coming up after the short break, ED arrests Amitabh Jhunjhunwala and Amit Bapna, close eyes of Anil Ambani in loan fraud case. And on the run, TCS Nashik case accused Nida Khan moves for anticipatory bail. Council files anticipatory bail in Nashik court. Coming up next after the break. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Director, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares.
Now, viewers, we are getting another big breaking news. U.S. Central Command has said U.S. naval vessels are on patrol in the Gulf of Oman as CENTCOM continues to execute a U.S. blockade on ships entering and departing Iranian ports. U.S. forces are present now at the sea, vigilant and ready to ensure compliance coming in as the U.S. has enforced a naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf. And now CENTCOM has said that U.S. naval vessels are on patrol in the Gulf of Oman, and CENTCOM is in fact tracking all of the ships entering and departing Iranian ports. This is incoming as there's much tension and pressure on Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz following the failure of the Islamabad talks, even as second round of talks is underway in place. Now slipping into a short break again, and we will get back to you very shortly with more stories lined up for you as ED arrests Amitabh Jhunjhunwala and Amit Bapna, close-eyes of Anil Ambani in the loan fraud case. On the run, TCS Nashik case accused Nida Khan moves for anticipatory bail. Council files anticipatory bail in Nashik court. Coming up next after the break. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, our top focus today remains the sexual abuse case that emerged from Amravati in Maharashtra. Remember, the second incident after the Nashik case, in fact, came to light. In this one, viral video circulating of obscene visuals coming out of girls, more than 180 girls been tortured and in fact pushed into sexual exploitation. We get to this and all the latest, but first, let's take a look at the headlines. Women Reservation Amendment Bill is all set to be tabled by Union Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal today. Prime Minister Modi has termed the bill a historic step for women empowerment. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin hoisted black flag in Namakak, opposing centre's proposed Delimitation Amendment Bill. Samajwadi Party calls for key meeting with its MPs ahead of special session of Parliament. On the run, TCS Nashik chief accused Nida Khan moves for anticipatory bail. Council files bail in Nashik court. TCS suspends operations at its Nashik unit. TCS instructs employees not to report to the campus. The company has also halted new recruitments at its Nashik unit. ED arrests Amitabh Jhunjhunwala and Amit Bapna, close aides of Anil Ambani in loan fraud case. And viewers, we bring to you a list of special session, list of business due in the Parliament today. First, there will be discussion taking place. First, there is a Constitution 131st Amendment Bill 2026. Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal to move for leave to introduce a bill further to amend the Constitution of India. Now, that's not all. Home Minister Amit Shah is also set to move for leave to introduce a bill to amend the Government of Union Territories Act 1963. the government of NCT of Delhi Act 1991 and the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act 2019, and finally Meghwal to move for leave to introduce a bill to provide for the readjustment of the allocation of seats in the House of the People to the state and UTs, the total number of seats in the Legislative Assembly of each state and UTs having a Legislative Assembly. Now viewers, I have in fact Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor to get us more details on this. Abhishek, packed day today at Parliament as the opposition party in the centre are going to debate on the three crucial bills. Of course, there'll be a lot of discussions happening about delimitation and the Women's Reservation Bill.
Well, yes, a special session of Parliament there. The government really putting a lot of political capital to get the Women's Reservation Bill or law passed again. Now, the reason why this is happening is because when it was passed for the first time in 2023, there was criticism that the way things are stacked up, this becomes operational only after delimitation, and delimitation was incumbent upon census, which had not happened by that time. And so the women's reservation in Parliament and the state assemblies would have become operational, would have got actualized only by 2034. And the opposition had sought to give a slant that perhaps the government is only concerned about optics and that it does not really want women's reservation to kick in the soonest possible time. So to address that criticism, this fresh Constitution 131st Amendment Bill is being brought in, and dependent bills of the delimitation and the union territories, so that the women's reservation scheme can be implemented by the 2029 general elections itself. Also, the provisions in the new bills make it incumbent upon women's reservation to be applicable in state assemblies as and when the assemblies go for their general elections, also union territories. So that's the reason why all these three bills are being brought in. That's the government side. And they have gotten a special session because the government wants it to be a special occasion, and they want to celebrate the passage of these bills. And that's why this is special focus. The Prime Minister has really led from the front in terms of government's communication outreach. He has written letters to all the members of Parliament. He has written letters to leaders of opposition parties that they should give up whatever concerns they have and join in and see this as a movement to get women as part of our Parliament and the legislatures, the state assemblies in that many proportion, which is 33% as given in the law. Now, the opposition has some concerns. Number one concern is the southern states stand to lose because the delimitation as it is stacked up is giving weightage to population as a proportion in the number of seats in the Lok Sabha, and because the southern states they control their population growth as part of their development march, they stand at a disadvantage. That's concern number one. The other concern is that the delimitation exercise itself is being questioned by the opposition as some sort of gerrymandering by the government. The government says all those concerns can be addressed in the debate that's going to happen in Parliament. 18 hours allocated in the Lok Sabha, 10 hours in the Rajya Sabha, and then of course the government and the opposition together can take the conversation forward. So that's how it is. Three specific bills, all aimed at actualizing women's reservation by 2029, coming up in this special session of Parliament that begins in an hour from now.
Absolutely, Abhishek, and of course all eyes will be on the Women Reservation Bill discussion, because this is something that the opposition has in fact united on with the centre, but of course it is linked to the delimitation, so it still remains to be seen what will happen. The Act was introduced in 2023, but there is a trigger clause that links it with the delimitation and thus creates the entire contention.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's not going to be easy. Remember, the difference between 2023 and 2026 is the election that took place in 2024 and the number of seats that the NDA lost vis-a-vis the earlier Lok Sabha. So in that sense, given the fact that this is a constitution amendment bill and a special majority is needed, two-thirds majority of those present and voting and halfway mark of of the House, which means, and the House has to be in order. Both the houses have to pass it separately. So the government is it's not going to be very easy for the government to really get the bills passed. Perhaps in the Rajya Sabha, the NDA has little more numbers than 2023, but in the Lok Sabha, they have less numbers. The government would be hoping that opposition parties really come around, because nobody, in fact, wants to be seen to be opposing the Women's Reservation Bill. There are concerns about the ratio and proportion of southern states and the concerns about delimitation as a tool of gerrymandering. The government says all those concerns, they would be addressed when the Union Home Minister takes to the floor and puts across government side. In fact, Prime Minister is going to be participating in both the houses, Lok Sabha today, Rajya Sabha tomorrow, and put it strongly that this is essentially about women's reservation and to make sure that it becomes operational by 2029. So that's one concern that on the side of the government, that because they do not have the kind of number that they had in 2023, they are dependent on the opposition really coming around and some parties perhaps abstaining to get the Constitution Amendment Bill passed.
Yes, absolutely right. Abhishek, thank you so much for getting us all the latest details in this. Now, viewers, shifting our focus to more news from the bank fraud case that is under probe right now, linked to Anil Ambani's Reliance Group. Now, in the latest breaking that we have, Anil Ambani's aides who were arrested yesterday have now been produced in the court. This is the latest that we have, that the close aide of Anil Ambani, Amitabh Jhunjhunwala and Amit Bapna They have reached Rouse Avenue Court in Delhi. This is the first information that you have on Republic TV. Now remember, Anil Ambani is linked to thousands of crores of a bank fraud case, and these, in fact, close aides of Anil Ambani are now, in fact, being produced in front of court at Rouse Avenue Court. In fact, we are getting you the visuals from the court, Rouse Avenue Court, where these close aides of Anil Ambani are being produced. Now remember, these are both individuals. We're talking about Amitabh Ambani, Amitabh Jhunjhunwala and Amit Bapna, in fact, held senior positions in the Reliance Group earlier. I have my colleague Shambhavi joining us live to get us more details on this. Shambhavi, a very crucial date. Earlier, we also saw how Anil Ambani, in fact, was summoned multiple times by ED, and LIC also, in fact, lodged an investigation into the fraud, also lodged a complaint. And now we have close aides of Anil Ambani, who held very senior positions in the Reliance Group earlier, been produced in front of the court. What is the latest that you have in this?
Well, let me tell our viewers that the visuals that you're seeing, those are exclusive visuals that Republic is bringing to you. You can see Amitabh Jhunjhunwala and Amit Bapna, who are there arriving at the Rouse Avenue Court to be presented before the special judge, Hassan Anzar. Absolutely exclusive visuals that you can see only on Republic TV. These are the visuals of Amitabh Jhunjhunwala and Amit Bapna, who were here, very, very close aides of Anil Ambani. Both of them, they were involved in making a lot of important financial decisions, and they were allegedly involved in moving the money from one place to another through fictitious transactions, through a lot of other ways, and there are allegations that they were the ones who were responsible with the knowledge of Anil Ambani when the money was being moved. As you can see, Amitabh Jhunjhunwala and Amit Bapna, close aides of Anil Ambani in the entire matter of money laundering of more than 2,000 crores, taxpayers' money, which was taken through loan by Anil Ambani, and then they were, instead of being used for what it was intended to, they were shared through several shell companies. They were moved around and given loan to weaker companies, to shell companies. There were a lot of fictitious transactions which were used, and these two people are extremely close aides of Anil Ambani, who are responsible for key financial decisions, and they might have allegedly been involved in making those key decisions, in those movement of money, in the movement of the taxpayers' money, thousands of crores spent in money laundering transactions, in fictitious transactions, and they were presented before the special judge Hassan Anzar today. The visuals that you're seeing, again for our viewers, absolutely exclusive visuals that you see of Amitabh Jhunjhunwala, and Amit Bapna, both close aides of Anil Ambani, extremely close aides of Anil Ambani, very trusted people of Anil Ambani, senior executives of the company, of the Reliance company, and they are responsible for making key decisions, for making key financial decisions. So something of that sort, where more than 2,000 crore money was laundered, which was taken through loan by banks, was transferred through shell companies, was actually transferred through fictitious transactions. And there was a lot of movement of money, which was illegal. Taxpayers, and we're talking about the taxpayers' money here, money that was moved for reasons that were not intended for the loan. Back to you.
Absolutely, Shambhavi. And of course, these individuals held very key positions, senior positions in the Reliance Group. And they also misguided the lenders in order to secure the investment. They misguided the lenders as far as the health of the company is concerned at that time. And they then were able to secure loans.
Well, yes, the entire probe is linked to the Reliance Home Finance and the Reliance Commercial Finance, and how the ED is currently investigating the loan fraud and the money laundering, because the companies took huge loans from such banks and financial institutions. And instead of using that money properly, it was allegedly used to give loans to weaker companies, to shell companies, sent to other companies linked to the groups, used in various fictitious transactions. And these two people, Amitabh Bhattacharya and Amit Bapna, being key executives, being very close aides of Anil Ambani, shows that allegedly they were involved in the movement of a lot of money of more than 2,000 crores, which was taken of the taxpayers' money and the entire money laundering. So now they will be investigated. They will be questioned by ED on various terms. Even Anil Ambani and his wife and his son, for that matter, have been summoned several times by ED and CBI, and they have skipped some. They have attended, appeared in some, and there has been inconsistent presence of Anil Ambani, for that matter. But again, this is a huge development that Republic is showing you on your screens right now. Republic exclusive, the visuals of Amitabh Jhunjhunwala and Amit Bapna arriving in Rouse Avenue Court to be presented before Hassan Anzar, Special Judge Hassan Anzar. Back to you.
Right, Shambhavi. And in fact, these are the exclusive images that we are getting our viewers of these two individuals very close to Anil Ambani. And Shambhavi, multiple properties are continuing to be searched by ED as well, linked to Anil Ambani's company Reliance Group. And of course, these individuals will now be in focus, as authorities are not, in fact, mellowing down as far as investigation is concerned. This is serious because thousands of crores were laundered, in fact, with the help of shell and dummy companies.
Well, yes, the investigation is not stopping anytime soon, because till now, just Anil Ambani and his wife is being interrogated. Even CBI has summoned his son in a related interrogation, but this investigation is not stopping anytime soon, because new people who are involved, who are close aides of Anil Ambani, are now being arrested. They're now being presented before the court. New people are bringing in, because this was a huge money laundering case, alleged money laundering case, which would involve more than just one person taking decisions. Now, whether the fact that these decisions, these financial transactions, although are being the key financial transactions which were being handled by Amitabh Bhattacharya, for that matter, were taken with the knowledge of Anil Ambani or not, or were he acting on instructions? There are a lot of questions that still needs to be answered and will only be answered after the investigation continues with the ED. Back to you.
Absolutely, Shambhavi, you're right, because these individuals worked right under Anil Ambani. Now, Anil Ambani says that in 2017 he was not part of the board, and thus he should not be charged with these allegations. But the question is that these close aides are now coming to light. So, of course, a deep questioning will be done, and more things, more layers will be uncovered.
Definitely, and there are a lot of questions that still needs to be answered for even the money that was taxpayers' money, which was taken and was not used for the intended purpose. How were the loans of more than 2,000 crores were taken and still the company defaulted on that term? Where was the money used? Whether the funds were diverted to shell companies or unrelated entities instead of intended business purpose? What was his personal involvement as chairman? Did he give instructions to Amitabh Jhunjhunwala and Amit Bapna? What were his instructions? Were he involved in this decision making? And what are the allegations of the fictitious invoices? There's a rerouting of money, there are complex transactions which involved that alleged money, and why the company defaulted. Now, one very big obvious practical question is, why did the company default despite heavy borrowing?
All right, thank you so much, Shamba. We continue to track this very important story for us. But now, shifting our focus to more news, viewers, in a shocking and deeply disturbing development from Maharashtra's Amravati. The scale of the Paratwada sexual assault case continues to widen. A special investigation team has now been constituted, even as multiple arrests have been made and several others are under the scanner. Investigators say minors were lured through social media, sexually assaulted, filmed and then blackmailed, with videos allegedly circulating across multiple cities. With over 100 obscene videos surfacing and more evidence being examined. Now, the case has triggered outrage on the ground and a sharp political reaction as well. Here is a detailed report. Take a look.
In the latest development, a special investigation team has been formed in the Amravati sexual assault case. 4 accused have been arrested so far, while 2 more are likely to be taken into custody soon. The police are also interrogating multiple suspects as the probe expands. 5 mobile devices have been seized and sent for forensic analysis to trace the extent of the crime. The case came to light after obscene videos involving minor girls began circulating online. A portion of the prime accused, Mohammad Ayaz Tanveer's house, has also been demolished following allegations of encroachment. Investigators say that the 19-year-old accused lured minor girls through social media, sexually assaulted them and recorded the acts to blackmail the victims. The police say that the scale of the racket is massive, with dozens of victims and multiple locations involved. Nearly 100 obscene videos have already surfaced, with victims allegedly threatened and coerced. The scandal has shaken Paratwada and Achalpur, with links emerging across Amravati, Nagpur and beyond. Meanwhile, accused Sheikh Ayan Tanveer, earlier linked to AIIM, has now been suspended from the party. However, AIIM leaders have denied any current association.
2-4 रोज से परतवाड़े के शेख आयान की कुछ अश्लील फोटोज और वीडियोस सोशल मीडिया पर और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मीडिया पर वायरल हो चुकी है, जिसकी वजह से उसकी कंप्लेंट हुई है। पुलिस प्रशासन अपना काम कर रही है, उसको अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है। लेकिन अभी मैंने देखा कि कुछ न्यूज चैनल्स पे बताया जा रहा है कि वो एमआईएम पार्टी का पदाधिकारी है और कार्यकर्ता है। नगर परिषद अचलपुर के इलेक्शन के दरमियान में उसको सोशल मीडिया संभालने के लिए हमारे वहां के तालुका अध्यक्ष शेख आदिल साहब ने उसको मीडिया प्रभारी बनाए थे, लेकिन पूरे इलेक्शन के दरमियान में उसने पार्टी के लिए, पार्टी के उम्मीदवारों के लिए कोई सोशल एक्टिविटीज नहीं किया। इसलिए मतदान के फौरन बाद उसको पार्टी ने पार्टी से निष्कासित कर दी गई थी, उसको लेटर दे दिया गया था और उसका पार्टी से कोई संबंध नहीं था।
The case has also triggered sharp political reactions.
अमरावती सेक्स स्कैंडल में अयान मोहम्मद और उनके आधा डजन साथियों ने परतवाड़ा, अचलपुर, अमरावती, नागपुर की 11वीं 12वीं के कोचिंग क्लास में जाने वाली अनेक डजन लड़कियों की इज्जत लूटी, ब्लैकमेल किया, रैप किया, बलात्कार किया। मैंने मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी से प्रार्थना की है कि इसके ऊपर तुरंत एसआईटी गठित करनी चाहिए।
As the investigation deepens, authorities are now focused on identifying all victims, tracing the digital trail, and dismantling what appears to be a widespread exploitation network.
And now, viewers, another breaking news that we are getting. Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju has spoken and reacted on the upcoming parliamentary special session. This, as he claims, all the parties are going to ensure that we must be united. He goes on to state that he appeals to all the parties to come together on this front. And he, in fact, goes on to state that his one appeal is to the opposition: please do not spread rumors, lies on delimitation and not misquote the good objective by speaking other issues. He also alleged that Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin is misguided by some people here, as he assures that the Tamil Nadu or other should not worry. He also appealed that they should not misguide the people and that everybody will be given fair chance and opportunities. Let's listen to what Kiran Rijiju said.
Happy that today is a historic day. I'm now going to Parliament to participate in the Women Reservation Bill. This Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam is historic piece of legislation which will be forever remembered, that Parliament of India has taken this historic decision to provide 33% reservation for the women in the Lok Sabha and in the assemblies of different states. I'm very confident that all the parties are going to support and also to ensure that the long pending women reservation doesn't get defeated. This is a clarion call from Honorable Prime Minister and the women of India. We must be united. So I have one appeal to make to the opposition parties. Please don't spread rumors on delimitation. And on the pretext of delimitation, don't oppose the women's reservation. So the facts and figures about the seats, about the numbers of the Lok Sabha MPs or Vidhan Sabha MLAs, these are details which will be decided by the Delimitation Commission, and the accurate information will be provided in the Lok Sabha during the debate. So I will not be able to give the figure because it is going to be taken up in the House. But I have just very specific appeal to all the opposition party not to spread rumors and don't mislead the people of South India, and also not to misquote or misconstrue the good objective by spinning some other issues. Don't make some excuse to defeat the women reservation. That is my request.
So essentially, Centre, they are assuring the South leaders that there will be no discrimination against them, and it is not going to benefit northern states. In fact, don't go anywhere. We'll get you more details on the other side of the break. A Women Reservation Amendment Bill is all set to be tabled by Union Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal today. Prime Minister Modi has termed the bill as a historic step for women empowerment.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth.
A very good morning to you viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Jongtham Amrita. The Parliament has called for a special session to convene and table 3 bills, and with that including the Women's 33% Reservation Amendment Bill as well, including the Delimitation Bill and a Constitution Amendment Bill. Well, oppositions are now opposing all of these bills and also sought a motion to block those 3 bills in the Parliament. The special session will last for about 3 days and many hours set to be tabled and discussed on these 3 bills. We will get you all the details, but first let's take a look at the headlines. Women Reservation Amendment Bill is set to be tabled by Union Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal today. PM Modi has termed the bill as a historic step for women empowerment. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin hoisted black flag in Namakak, opposing centre's proposed Delimitation Amendment Bill. Samajwadi Party assembles for key meeting with its MPs ahead of special session of the Parliament. On the run, TCS Nashik case accused Nida Khan moves for anticipatory bail. Council files anticipatory bail in the Nashik court. TCS suspends operations at its Nashik unit. TCS instructs employees not to report to the campus. TCS has also halted new recruitments at its Nashik unit. ED arrests Amitabh Jhunjhunwala and Amit Bapna, close-sides of Anil Ambani in loan fraud case. Let us begin with a key story developing today. The government will convene a special 3-day session of Parliament beginning today. In the debate will be Constitutional Amendment Bill aimed at enabling the implementation of the 33% reservation for women in the Lok Sabha and state assemblies. Prime Minister Modi has also written a post about it, saying, "Our country is all set to take a historic step towards women's empowerment." He also added, and I quote, "The respect for our mothers and sisters is the respect for our nation, and with this very spirit, we are moving forward resolutely in this direction." And that's not all. The MK MP Kanimozhi Karunanidhi gives a notice of motion to oppose the introduction of the following 3 bills. And those 3 bills are the Constitution, the 131st Amendment Bill, the Women's Reservation Amendment Bill, and also the Delimitation Bill as well. And as the Parliament is set to convene to table those 3 bills, a special session has been summoned, and with over 18 hours to be tabled in the Lok Sabha, 10 hours in the Rajya Sabha, And there is a constitution amendment bill as well, and that will in fact require two-thirds majority for it to pass through. Stormy discussions expected in both the houses today, and Union Minister Arjun Megwal will be introducing both the bills as well. Now I'm joined by my colleague Harsha from the ground, and Harsha, coming back to you again, we have a lot of opposition with this bill, and you also earlier spoke about some of the key issues raised by the opposition. And the bill does in fact require two-thirds majority for it to pass, for especially the Constitution Amendment Bill. And Lok Sabha will be tabling that for about 18 hours and 10 hours in the Rajya Sabha. So what can we expect when the discussion begins?
We are going to expect a very stormy and very heated discussion today in the Parliament, both in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. And why I am saying it will be stormy and it will be heated, because the entire opposition parties, let's say the opposition parties like the MK Stalin's DMK and also the Congress, the Samajwadi Party, the BSP Party and the other parties are entirely against this bill. MK Stalin has already started the agitation in his own state, because he stated that the representation of the southern state will be too low if the delimitation exercise will be done. So we have to understand one thing for all our viewers to know, that the problem of the opposition party is not the Women Reservation Amendment Bill. Mallikarjun Kharge and Sonia Gandhi, they wrote in their letter to Narendra Modi that they are championing this Women Reservation Amendment Bill. Rather, they have the problem with the delimitation exercise. They are stating that the delimitation exercise should not be done in a newer manner. It should be done with the current delimitation only, and they're stating that the government should follow 2011, and they're forgetting that they themselves, what the numbers they have calculated for the southern states, they have calculated it depending on the 2011 census. Therefore, they are stating that the southern states there will be the injustice bestowed to the southern states. And we saw what Kiran Rijiju spoke about it. Kiran Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, right now spoke about it and clearly stated that there will be no injustice, and the southern leaders are misguided. They are misguided, and therefore they are misquoting the entire bill copy of the Women Reservation Amendment Bill. And for all our viewers to understand in a very easy language, that delimitation bill, the one which is being tabled in the Parliament, and the Constitution Amendment will be done for each and every states. The number of seats will rise not only in the states but in the Lok Sabha as well.
Harsha, just stay with us. We will get back to you very shortly. Now I'm cutting across to my colleague Ishita, who has been tracking the story from Vijay Chowk as well, as the Parliament session is underway. Ishita, coming back to you again. As I was speaking to Harsha about the opposition, big opposition in this bill as well, and since the Constitution Amendment Bill does require two-thirds majority, so how is that looking about as the day is getting closer for the discussion on the Parliament?
Right, of course, we are looking forward to a very storming session, as the numbers are not stacked in NDA's favor. BJP's Charu Pragya, in fact, joins me on this. And now, numbers are not stacked in your favor in both the Houses of Parliament. You will need cross-party support to get these bills passed. But we have seen Congress MP, DMK MP coming out and putting out notices to not introduce these bills. They're saying it's a BJP's attempt in the garb of delimitation bill, in the garb of women representation. They just want to push forward and weaken the control of southern states. How do you look at this, and also what will be BJP's strategy going forward?
See, first of all, the opposition tries to spread rumors and fake information about things which are very established. Already our Honorable Prime Minister has promised that the southern states will not be at a disadvantage, because we will make sure that their proportionate representation continues in Parliament. For example, if a state has 20 seats, it will increase by 50%, it will become 30 seats, and that proportion is not going to change. So I don't understand why they are having this level of insecurity that they need these rumors to be flying around. And the second thing is that if every single government waited for numbers to table a bill which is important for the entire country, we wouldn't get anything done. I'll take the example of Article 370. When it was tabled in the Rajya Sabha, NDA did not have the numbers, yet we got it done because it was a priority. In this particular case also, I think the entire country is keeping a very close watch on the politicians, on the leaders, on the political parties which are hell-bent on ensuring they're going to blockade this bill. I hope that does not happen, because India needs this This is not just for women. It is about every single statistic and data which is going to change when we have 1/3 women in parliament, at least 1/3 women in parliament. We've argued with them for very long. We have taken 30 long years to reach this place. And, ironically, in 2023, they were insistent that it should be passed immediately. Today, when we want to pass it immediately, they are coming up with further excuses. So I appeal to them, in fact, take the credit if you must, but allow this bill to be passed because it's important.
Right, of course. But major question being, the fact that Prime Minister Modi has also been appealing to opposition states. We also had the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju just released a statement. You have been asking all the opposition to come around this, build a consensus for this bill to be passed to ensure that there is representation for women, a 33% quota, in fact, for all state assemblies and Lok Sabha. But what will be the strategy going ahead if they do not come on board?
I think if they do not come on board, one, it will show them what they actually are to the rest of the country, and that is going to be detrimental to their political health. If you want to today be seen as a political party which is not supporting a bill as important as this one, you stand exposed in front of the entire country. The second thing is that I believe that it is very gracious of our Honorable Prime Minister, the way he's been talking, appealing to other political parties, writing a letter. In every single speech he's told them that please come together, please make this happen, because this is not just a dream of a few people. This is the dream of an entire generation of women who have worked very hard to get to a level where they're just waiting for that representation. It's not going to come otherwise. And let me say this, moving above party lines. If only reservation was needed to bring women to the front, then Panchayat reservation would have been enough. But today we have barely 8 to 9% women in our Vidhan Sabhas. We need reservation at the top level as well. We worked on meritocracy, upskilling. We worked on capacity building over the last 12 years, and this is the culmination of the last 12 years of work that we have done to send women to school, to make sure girls have better jobs, better pays, where they're studying STEM, they are given opportunities, they're giving longer maternity leave. So every single thing that we have worked on over the last 12 years under Modi government, it culminates here in this day when they will have 33% in parliament.
All right, so that BJP's Charu Pragya reiterating Prime Minister Modi's message that all the opposition parties should come around this bill and help BJP, in fact, NDA at large, to pass this crucial bill which will ensure representation for women all across the state assemblies as well in Lok Sabha. Back to the studio.
Yes, in fact, Ishita, that's truly a very... Okay, now do stay with us, Ishita. We will get back to you very shortly. Now I am joined by our senior executive editor, Abhishek. My question to you is that since this bill will be reserving seats in the electorate for with 33%, and there's many opposition against it, why do the oppositions want to block this? Because this will be translating to governance as well. With women's representation, women will be entering into the decision-making and policy making as well. So what's the main reason the oppositions are blocking it and against it, Abhishek?
It's a bit of an irony there. Had the political parties together, be it the BJP or the Congress or the Samajwadi Party or the RJD or, these southern parties, DMK, etc., had they themselves given more tickets to women candidates, this need for having women's reservation would not have arisen. But the fact that we have women's reservation at our panchayat level through the 74th, 75th amendments shows that it really works and delivers fantastically in terms of policy making, because women bring that certain perspective. Now, because the parties are not willing to give tickets to women candidates, this constitutional mandate bringing in through this legislation of reserving 1/3 of seats in the parliament, in the Lok Sabha and the state assemblies is being brought in. There is already a law existing in 2023, but the fact that it would have become operational after delimitation, and that would have taken almost a decade or less, but would have made women's reservation operational by 2034 is something which was made an issue of during the debate in Parliament in 2023. That's why the government is bringing this. Now, because the delimitation is being fast-tracked, the opposition sees in this a ploy to gerrymander the Lok Sabha constituencies in a manner that benefits the BJP. That's the principal opposition. So the opposition is not opposing women's reservation per se. They are saying you are clubbing it with delimitation, and the manner in which the whole delimitation exercise is stacked up, it's not going to help. Rahul Gandhi, for example, posted on his social media handle X last evening examples from Jammu and Kashmir and Assam, where the changes through delimitation that have been brought about in the territorial boundaries of constituencies, according to Congress or according to Rahul Gandhi, help the BJP. Now, we have not seen that happening in the case of Jammu and Kashmir elections. We are yet to get results of Assam, but because this conjecture is there from the Congress, the opposition believes the delimitation bill is more about gerrymandering and helping the BJP rather than helping the women's reservation issue. So that's how the opposition is stacked up. That's what their position is. The government says, please come discuss it in the parliament, threadbare 18 hours in the Lok Sabha, 10 hours in the Rajya Sabha. The government would put across its position that the delimitation bill is an enabler dependent bill to the Constitution 131st Amendment only to make women's reservation operational by 2029. But then, we will know the exact positions, the exact numbers when the houses meet and the discussions and the deliberations happen over the next 2 days, 3 days. Amrita, also it's not going to be easy for the government to pass this constitution amendment bill because the difference between 2023 and 2026 is the 2024 general elections where the NDA lost numbers in the Lok Sabha. So I think it's going to be very interesting next 2 days in the special session of Parliament on the issue of women's reservation and the delimitation. The opposition believing that this is about gerrymandering. The government says this is about women's reservation. Forget about everything else. Focus on this one objective of making our parliament and the state legislatures and the assemblies in the union territories more representative and gender balanced.
Okay, Abhishek, you also mentioned a word, gerrymandering. Can you break it down for our viewers? What does that mean in connection with these 3 bills that's being tabled?
Well, yes, that's a very important question you ask, Amrita, and that's where the debate is heading. Now, the gerrymandering is an American word which is essentially used in the context of changing territorial boundaries of a constituency in a manner that it helps a certain party. Now, the opposition charges that delimitation exercise, which is actually a constitutional mandate, which is part of the Constitution from Article 82, 84, is going to be done in a manner, and Rahul Gandhi, as I said, mentioned in his post that in Jammu and Kashmir and Assam, the delimitation exercise helped the BJP, though the proof is to the contrary, but that's the Congress position. When it happens in the case of Lok Sabha, the opposition suspects that the delimitation exercise would be done in double quick time in a manner that the constituencies, their boundaries, their population composition, their demographics would change in a manner that would help the BJP. So that's the gerrymandering charge of the opposition. The government has denied it. They are saying it's a constitutional mandate. Delimitation Commission, which would be set up as part of this new law, would be an independent constitutional body and that they would do their own exercise. So that's where the debate is. The opposition is not willing to trust the government, and the government says you have to follow constitutional mechanisms and systems. The last time delimitation happened was in 2008, but it was only territorial. It did not go into the detail of the number of seats that need to be increased, and it was not very comprehensive because the parliament had put a freeze on delimitation in 2001 till 2026. The 2026 delimitation was to happen based on 2021 census, which did not happen. And so this delimitation bill provides for carrying out the delimitation exercise as per the last available census, which is 2011. The opposition objects to that. So it's going to be a very complex, nuanced debate in Parliament, 18 hours in Lok Sabha and 10 hours in Rajya Sabha. All those issues that we have discussed now would be discussed threadbare with by the members of Parliament, both sides fielding. Prime Minister would be leading the government charge. Union Home Minister Amit Shah would be, we are told, addressing the concerns specifically of the southern states as to whether they're going to lose their political weight in the reconstituted post-delimitation Lok Sabha with 850 members. And so we should be looking at answers like whether the 850-member Lok Sabha is going to reduce the size of or the representation of the southern states as is apprehended specifically by DMK and its leader Stalin, who is protesting today. Then Are we going to see gerrymandering in a manner, or the delimitation exercise panning out in a manner that it helps the BJP in the northern states? Are we going to see women's reservation really panning out by 2029? Are we going to see this delimitation exercise based on 2011 or 2026? Because remember, even as we speak, census is going on, and since it's a first digital census, the opposition says, then why this hurry? Because if it's a digital census, the numbers would be out quickly by 2027, and then the delimitation can be carried out based on the latest population census rather than go back to 15 years and use the 2011 numbers. So that's how the debate is panned out in the Parliament. Just in a few minutes from now, both the houses would be convening and the debate would begin.
Thank you so much for all of your input. Abhishek, we will definitely get back to you for more detailed breakdowns of that. And now, slipping into a short break, but do stay tuned because this special session of the Parliament is all set to begin as MPs and ministers are arriving to convene to discuss and table the Women's Reservation Bill and the Delimitation Bill as well. Coming up next after the short break, stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive.
Slipping into a short break, but don't go anywhere because we have more stories lined up for you on the other side. Coming up next, a Women Reservation Amendment Bill is set to be tabled by Union Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal today.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot.
Taking a short break for now, but after we return, we have a lot more stories lined up for you. Opposition MPs meeting at Congress Chief and Leader of Opposition in Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge's chamber ahead of the Parliament session.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and just in a short while there will be a special parliamentary session for 3 very important bills related to delimitation. We'll get to you all the latest details on that and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. The special parliament session to discuss 3 bills regarding delimitation is set to begin in the next few minutes. PM Modi has termed the bill as a historic step for women empowerment. Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin hoisted black flags in Namakkal, opposing centre's proposed delimitation amendment bill. DMK MP Kannemozi moves motion to oppose the introduction of 3 bills related to delimitation. TCS suspends operations at its Nashik unit. TCS instructs employees not to report to the campus. TCS has also halted new recruitments at its Nashik unit. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first big breaking news development that we are getting right now as we speak. This is about the opposition MPs meeting at Congress chief and leader of the opposition in Rajya Sabha, Mallika Arjun Kharge's chamber ahead of the parliament session, and the Lok Sabha session, I believe, will be starting soon. We can cut across to the live visuals also. The live visuals, as you can see, which are coming on your screens in a short while. Live visuals coming in from the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha on your screens.
सूचित करना है श्री अब्बू हसीम खान चौधरी
पश्चिम बंगाल के मालदा दक्षिण संसदीय निर्वाचन क्षेत्र से 14वीं, 15वीं, 16वीं तथा 17वीं लोकसभा के सदस्य थे। उन्होंने स्वास्थ्य और परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय में केंद्रीय राज्य के रूप में अपनी सेवाएं दी। वे विभिन्न संसदीय समितियों के सदस्य भी रहे। इससे पहले वे 2 कार्यकालों के लिए पश्चिम बंगाल विधानसभा के सदस्य भी थे। वे पश्चिम बंगाल विधानसभा में विपक्ष के उपनेता भी रहे। श्री अब्बू हसीम खान चौधरी का निधन 85 वर्ष की आयु में 8 अप्रैल 2026 को पश्चिम बंगाल के कोलकाता में हुआ। श्रीमती मोइसना किदवई उत्तर प्रदेश के आजमगढ़ संसदीय निर्वाचन क्षेत्र से 6ठी लोकसभा तथा मेरठ संसदीय निर्वाचन क्षेत्र से 7वीं और 8वीं लोकसभा की सदस्य रही। वे 2 कार्यकालों के लिए राज्यसभा की सदस्य भी रही। उन्होंने स्वास्थ्य परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय में केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री के रूप में भी कार्य किया। वे विभिन्न मंत्रालयों में राज्य मंत्री भी रही। वे उत्तर प्रदेश विधान परिषद और उत्तर प्रदेश विधानसभा की सदस्य रही तथा उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार में विभिन्न मंत्रालयों में मंत्री रही। श्रीमती मोइसना किदवई का निधन 94 वर्ष की आयु में 9 अप्रैल 2026 को उत्तर प्रदेश के गौतम बुद्ध नगर में हुआ। श्री हरिनारायण राजभर उत्तर प्रदेश के घोसी संसदीय निर्वाचन क्षेत्र से 16वीं लोकसभा के सदस्य थे। उन्होंने विज्ञान, प्रौद्योगिकी, पर्यावरण, वन संबंधी संसदीय स्थायी समिति के सदस्य रूप में कार्य किया। श्री राजभर को 2 कार्यकाल के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश विधानसभा के सदस्य रहे। उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार में कई विभागों के मंत्री भी रहे। श्री हरिनारायण राजभर का निधन 76 वर्ष की आयु में 12 अप्रैल 2026 को उत्तर प्रदेश के लखनऊ में हुआ। माननीय सदस्यगण, मुझे अत्यंत दुख के साथ सभा को प्रसिद्ध पार्श्व गायिका श्रीमती आशा भोसले जी के निधन के बारे में सूचित करना है। श्रीमती आशा भोसले भारतीय संगीत की सबसे बहुमुखी प्रतिभा से संपन्न और लोकप्रिय आवाज़ों में से एक थी। 7 दशकों से अधिक समय तक उन्होंने भारतीय सिनेमा और संगीत में अपना उत्कृष्ट योगदान दिया। अपने दीर्घ एवं शानदार करियर के दौरान श्रीमती आशा भोसले ने विभिन्न भारतीय और विदेशी भाषाओं में गीत गाया, जिससे उन्हें भारत और विदेशों में अत्यधिक लोकप्रियता और प्रशंसा मिली। उनके उत्कृष्ट योगदान को मान्यता देते हुए वर्ष 2008 में भारत के दूसरे सर्वोच्च नागरिक सम्मान पद्म विभूषण तथा वर्ष 2000 में फिल्म जगत के सर्वोच्च सम्मान दादा साहेब फाल्के पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया गया है। इसके अतिरिक्त उन्हें कई राष्ट्रीय तथा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पुरस्कारों से भी सम्मानित किया गया। श्रीमती आशा भोसले जी का निधन 92 वर्ष की आयु में 12 अप्रैल 2026 को महाराष्ट्र के मुंबई में हुआ। ये सभा हमारे 3 पूर्व साथियों और श्रीमती आशा भोसले के निधन पर गहरा शोक व्यक्त करती है तथा शोक संतप्त परिवारों के प्रति अपनी गहरी संवेदना प्रकट करती है। अब ये सभा दिवंगत आत्माओं के सम्मान में मौन रहेगी। ओम शांति। आज मौसम अच्छा है। बोलना है। माननीय सदस्य, मैं इस प्रतिष्ठित सदन में भारत की वैज्ञानिक प्रगति और टेक्नोलॉजी में आत्मनिर्भरता की यात्रा में प्राप्त एक महत्वपूर्ण उपलब्धि के बारे में उल्लेख करना चाहता हूं। दिनांक 6 अप्रैल 2026 को भारत ने तमिलनाडु के कलपक्कम में एक महत्वपूर्ण वैज्ञानिक उपलब्धि हासिल की। हमारे 500 मेगावाट प्रोटोटाइप फास्ट बीडर रिएक्टर ने प्रथम किटी कैलेटी को सफलतापूर्ण प्राप्त कर लिया है। ये इस बात का प्रतीक है कि रिएक्टर में नियंत्रित और सतत न्यूक्लियर चेन रिएक्शन की शुरुआत हो गई है। माननीय सदस्यगण, ये केवल एक तकनीकी उपलब्धि नहीं बल्कि एक महान राष्ट्रीय उपलब्धि भी है। 2 दशकों से अधिक की निर्माण अवधि में ये हमारे हजारों वैज्ञानिकों, इंजीनियरों, उद्योगों और परमाणु ऊर्जा विभाग की कई यूनिट के निरंतर प्रयासों का सफल परिणाम है। इस ऐतिहासिक उपलब्धि से न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी मिशन को प्रोत्साहन मिला है और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी द्वारा घोषित वर्ष 2070 तक नेट जीरो एमिशन लक्ष्य को हासिल करने की भारत की वैश्विक प्रतिबद्धता को भी मजबूती मिली है। मार्च 2024 में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी PFBR के कोल्ड लोडिंग कार्यक्रम में भी शामिल हुए थे। हमारे सीमित यूरेनियम संसाधनों और समृद्ध थोरियम भंडारों का विवेकपूर्ण उपयोग करने के लिए भारत की न्यूक्लियर रणनीति की 3 चरणों में परिकल्पना की गई है। वर्तमान में चल रहे फर्स्ट स्टेज में प्रेस्टाइट हैवी वाटर रिएक्टर में प्राकृतिक यूरेनियम का उपयोग होता है। इसमें बाई प्रोडक्ट के रूप में प्लूटोनियम प्राप्त होता है। PFBR के सफल संचालन के साथ ही भारत ने सेकेंड स्टेज की दिशा में एक ऐतिहासिक कदम उठाया है। इस स्टेज में हम अधिक न्यूक्लियर ईंधन का उत्पादन करने के लिए फास्ट बीडर रिएक्टर में प्लूटोनियम उपयोग करेंगे। परंपरागत रिएक्टर की तुलना में एक फास्ट बीडर रिएक्टर में अपनी ईंधन खपत के मुकाबले ज़्यादा ईंधन का उत्पादन करने की विशिष्ट क्षमता होती है। हमारी थर्ड स्टेज थोरियम यूरेनियम पर आधारित रिएक्टर होगा। इससे ऊर्जा का सतत और दीर्घकालीन भविष्य सुनिश्चित होगा। ऐसे समय में जब भारत की ऊर्जा की ज़रूरतें तेज़ी से बढ़ रही है, हम स्वच्छ ऊर्जा के लिए पूरी तरह प्रतिबद्ध हैं। न्यूक्लियर पावर एक ऐसा स्रोत है जो हमें भरोसेमंद 24 घंटे और कम कार्बन वाली बिजली उपलब्ध कराता है। सभी हितधारकों के लिए सिविल न्यूक्लियर ऊर्जा सेक्टर को खोलने के लिए इसी सदन ने दिसंबर 2025 में शांति एक्ट पारित किया था। राष्ट्रव्यापी दृष्टिकोण के साथ हम 100 गीगावाट न्यूक्लियर ऊर्जा के लक्ष्य को हासिल करने की दिशा में सक्रिय रूप से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। PFBR के किटी कैलेटी हासिल करने के साथ ही भारत ने लंबे समय से परिकल्पित इस प्रोग्राम के दूसरे चरण में प्रवेश कर लिया है। PFBR भारत के निरंतर प्रयास, इनोवेशन और राष्ट्रीय प्रतिबद्धता का गौरवपूर्ण साक्षी है। यह हमारी वर्तमान क्षमताओं को भविष्य की अधिक सतत और आत्मनिर्भर न्यूक्लियर ऊर्जा से जोड़ने वाली एक महत्वपूर्ण कड़ी है। ये उपलब्धि पूरी तरह स्वदेशी प्रयास के द्वारा हासिल की गई है। ये रिएक्टर इंदिरा गांधी एटॉमिक रिसर्च सेंटर द्वारा डिजाइन किया गया है। इसे न्यूक्लियर पावर कॉरपोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया लिमिटेड ने बनाया है। इसमें अन्य भारतीय उद्योगों की भी महत्वपूर्ण भागीदारी है। ये हमारे वैज्ञानिकों के इकोसिस्टम और राष्ट्रीय सहभागिता की शक्ति का गौरवशाली प्रतीक है। माननीय सदस्य, इस उपलब्धि के साथ ही भारत इस एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी में विशेषज्ञता हासिल करने वाले चुनिंदा देशों में शामिल हो गया है। इसने राष्ट्र को एक ऐसे राष्ट्र के रूप में स्थापित किया है जो जटिल और फ्रंटियर टेक्नोलॉजीज को पूरे आत्मविश्वास और आत्मनिर्भरता के साथ विकसित और उपयोग करने में सक्षम है। इससे महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि इस उपलब्धि से अपनी क्षमताओं पर भरोसा करने वाले और एक सुरक्षित, सतत एवं आत्मनिर्भर भविष्य के निर्माण पर जोर देने वाले देश का विश्वास दिखाई देता है। इसके अलावा बीआर के सफल संचालन से देश में न्यूक्लियर ऊर्जा का विस्तार आसान होगा और हम अपने कार्यक्रम के तीसरे चरण की ओर तेजी से बढ़ पाएंगे। इससे एडवांस रिएक्टर टेक्नोलॉजी, ईंधन साइकिल सिस्टम और हाई एंड इंजीनियरिंग में नए अवसर खुलेंगे। माननीय सदस्यगण, ये उपलब्धि एक नई शुरुआत है, ऐसी शुरुआत जो हमारे वैज्ञानिक पायोनियर्स के विजन को आगे बढ़ाती है, एक ऐसी शुरुआत जो ऊर्जा आत्मनिर्भरता के लिए हमारी यात्रा को सुदृढ़ करती है, एक ऐसी शुरुआत जो हमें विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य के निकट लाती है। ये एक ऐसा पल है जो हमारे समग्र भविष्य को आकार देने और हमारी साझा आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने वाली विज्ञान और तकनीकी शक्ति में हमारे भरोसे को मजबूत बनाता है। PFBR के नियंत्रित चेन रिएक्शन की पहली चिंगारी केवल ऊर्जा उत्पादन क्षेत्र की उपलब्धि नहीं है, बल्कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों के उज्जवल भविष्य का संकेत है। मैं आज इस सदन की ओर से इस उपलब्धि को संभव बनाने वाले वैज्ञानिकों, इंजीनियरों, टेक्नीशियन और इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर और सभी हितधारकों को के समर्पण और परिश्रम की सराहना करता हूं। सदन भी तालियां बजा दे तो सराहना हो जाएगी। सभा पटल पर रखे जाने वाले पत्र। आइटम नंबर 2, अर्जुन राम मेघवाल।
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, on behalf of my colleague Sri Jitin Prasad, I rise to lay on the table of the House papers pertaining to the Ministry of Commerce and Industry mentioned against his name at serial number 2 as per today's revised list of the business. Thank you, sir.
Item number 3, Sri B.L. Verma.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपकी अनुमति से आज लोकसभा की कार्यसूची के क्रम संख्या 3 पर अपने साथी राज्य मंत्री श्री पंकज चौधरी जी के नाम के सम्मुख अंकित प्रपत्र सभापति पर रखता हूँ।
Item number 5, Sri Arjun Ram Meghwal.
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, on behalf of my colleague Srimati Rekha Nikhil Khadse, I rise to lay on the table of the House papers pertaining to the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports mentioned against her name at serial number 5 as per today's revised list of the business. Thank you, sir.
Item number 6, Sri P.P. Chaudhary.
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your permission, that this House do recommend to Rajya Sabha that the Rajya Sabha do appoint 2 members of Rajya Sabha to the Joint Committee on the Constitution, 129th Amendment Bill 2024, and the Union Territories Laws Amendment Bill 2024 in the vacancies caused by the retirement of Sri Saket Gokhale and Sri Bhuvneshwar Kalita from Rajya Sabha, and communicate to this House names of the members so appointed by Rajya Sabha to the Joint Committee.
All right, viewers, so the special session has begun in the Parliament and there will be discussion on 3 very important bills. We will continue our discussion on that. I'm being joined by my colleagues and my correspondents from various locations. Ishita continues to be with us in the broadcast. Ishita, it's a tough day. It will be a tough day for the government, the important bills to be passed, discussions to take place, a 3-day special session. Over to you for more details.
Right, of course, the special session of the Parliament has kicked off. It's a 3-day session beginning today and will continue till 18th of this month. Now, viewers, we're looking at 3 crucial bills that will be tabled today. Government is holding no business hour, no question hour. In fact, after a brief obituary session, they've straight gone to tabling of bills. Now, Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal will be introducing 2 crucial bills.
To the Parliament, let's go back to the Parliament now. Let's cut to the Parliament once again. Arjun Ram Meghwal is speaking.
महोदय, मैं प्रस्ताव करता हूं कि संघ राज्य क्षेत्र विधि संशोधन विधेयक 2026 को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति दी जाए।
आइटम नंबर 9, श्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से ये प्रस्ताव करता हूं कि परिसीमन विधेयक 2026 को पूर्व स्थापित करने की अनुमति दी जाए। धन्यवाद।
श्री केसी वेणुगोपाल जी।
सर,
as per the rules of procedure 72, I raise here to object the bill introduced by Mr. Megwal ji and Mr. Shah ji. Sir, this actually is a fundamental, it bill is completely a fundamental attack on Indian federal structure, sir. So what exactly the intention of the introduction of the bill? This is what the entire country is now watching. Last 2023, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, the Parliament passed a bill ensuring 33% women reservation in the Parliament and Vidhan Sabha. Sir, that point of time itself, Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi from here, Leader of Opposition of other House, Mr. Mallikarjuna Kharge ji, and former CPP Chairperson Sonia Gandhi ji, and all other opposition leaders completely asked the government, yes, this women reservation has to be enforced in 2024.
Venugopal ji, Venugopal ji, एक मिनट सुनिए। एक मिनट वेणुगोपाल जी, मैं प्लीज आपको एक मिनट मैं दे रहा हूँ। पूरे विषय पर मैं बोलने दूंगा, पर्याप्त समय दूंगा, लेकिन ये विषय अभी बिल इंट्रोड्यूस का है, उस पर बोल रहे, बाकी आप पूरा विषय रखना, मैं सबको पूरा विषय समय दूंगा। भूमिका इसमें नहीं बांधते।
81 and 82 completely provide the protection for fixing the seats of state on representation basis. This government want to completely hijack that constitutional protection and they want to put, the bill is very clear, sir. Sir,
नहीं, मेरा एक अनुरोध है, मेरे को आपने स्पीकर ने कहा है आप बोल सकते हैं, मगर स्पीकर ने जब कहा कि रूल 72 में आप इंट्रोडक्शन को अपोज करने के लिए रूल्स 72 में जो आप बोलना चाहते हैं तो वो टेक्निकल विषय है। आप जो है पूरा इशू पे डिबेट पे शुरू हो गया। वेणुगोपाल जी, ये डिबेट का समय का नहीं है, ये टेक्निकल आप ऑब्जेक्शन जो उठाया उस पे बोलना है। कॉम्पिटेंसी ऑफ द हाउस का जो मामला है आप उसको बताइए।
नहीं, पूरा मौका देंगे, कोई अभी बिल पास थोड़ी हो रहा है, आप जितने घंटे जाओगे उतने घंटे मौका दूंगा।
33% of women reservation, why don't you implement in 2024 election? Sir, you only, sir.
गृह मंत्री जी क्या कह रहे हैं?
बिल के पुरस्तापित थे बगैर बिल के मेरिट्स पर कैसे चर्चा हो सकती है? अभी उनको तकनीकी ऑब्जेक्शन है तो ही वो ले सकते हैं। एक बार बिल पुरस्तापित होने के बाद ही बिल के मेरिट्स पर सदन के सदस्य बोल सकते हैं। अभी ये सदन इस स्टेज पर है कि बिल को पुरस्तापित करना या ना करना, तो बिल को पुरस्तापित करने के लिए टेक्निकल ऑब्जेक्शन ही रूल 72 में वो ले सकते हैं। उनको भाषण करने का पर्याप्त मौका मिलेगा और आप बड़े दयालु हो, ज्यादा मौका देना उनको, हमें कोई, और हम भी कस कर जवाब देंगे, हमें कोई तकलीफ नहीं है। परंतु अभी जो रूल्स है वो रूल से है कि वो तकनीकी ऑब्जेक्शन ही ले सकते हैं, बिल के मेरिट्स पर नहीं बता सकते।
Sir, what is the procedure of the house, sir? Sir, you
तो प्रोसीजर सुनना चाहते हैं?
Sir, you allow me to speak.
नहीं,
allow me to speak.
Allow बढ़ गया।
Minister can reply final.
इनका माननीय गृह मंत्री जी का बिल से मैंने मौका दिया उनको।
Why Amit Shah ji interfering minute? He can reply, sir. What is there, sir? You can reply. Sir, my point is very clear. Sir, this bill...
माइक चालू है, आपका ही बंद होता है, इनका बंद नहीं होता।
Mic is not working.
माइक चालू है।
Sir, therefore, we insisted that women reservation should be implemented in 2024. You brought a bill that women reservation will be implemented after the census and census after delimitation. This is by the government only, not from opposition. Now you are telling delimitation census is not possible before 2029. Therefore, you have a better example in Assam. You have a better example in Jammu Kashmir. How you completely done the delimitation exercise? Every entire country know that. You want to centralize that delimitation now nationally. Sir, my point is that, sir, this is against sir, you are. When Indira Gandhi ji was the Prime Minister, the protection of the state has been given by the Constitution, 25 years. Sir, Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji also, in 2001, Atal Bihari Vajpayee also extended that protection. Now you want to take away the protection given by Indira ji and Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Your intention is very clear, sir. Your intention is to hijack Indian democracy. You know about the Indian people mindset. You are scared of 2029 election. Yeah. You want an escape route to cover up that 2029. That is why you bring the anti-constitutional bill. Therefore, I think the minister has to withdraw this bill, sir. This is the minister has to withdraw the bill.
मैं पहले ही सदन को बता दूं कि इस बिल पर व्यापक चर्चा होगी, इसलिए आप अपने विषय को जब व्यापक चर्चा हो जब बोलें, और पर्याप्त समय आपको दूंगा, कोई समय की कमी नहीं रहेगी। अभी नियम प्रक्रियाओं से सदन चले, 72 में ही आप ऑब्जेक्शन करें, ये मेरा आग्रह है आपसे। धर्मेंद्र यादव जी आपको देंगे।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष जी।
पहले आपका।
मैं अपनी पार्टी और अपने नेता आदरणीय अखिलेश जी की ओर से ये जो तीनों ही के तीनों बिल आए हैं, संविधान संशोधन बिल, परसीमन बिल, संघराज्य बिल, तीनों ही बिलों का पुरजोर विरोध करता हूं सभापति जी, और संवैधानिक आधार पर करता हूं। देश के संविधान में हम संसद को पावर इस बात की दी गई है कि संविधान की सुरक्षा करें, सुरक्षा करें, लेकिन सभापति जी आज एक ऐसे बिल आए हैं कि हम लोग संविधान को ही तोड़ना, मरोड़ना, फोड़ना चाह रहे हैं, और इसका हम समाजवादी पार्टी के लोग पुरजोर विरोध करते हैं। सभापति जी, विरोध के आधार हैं सभापति जी, जिस तरह से डिलिमिटेशन को जनगणना से पृथक किया जा रहा है, ये मैं समझता हूं संविधान की भावनाओं के पूरी की तरह से विरोध में है। जिस तरह से महिला बिल के नाम पर महिला बिल की चाशनी, अध्यक्ष जी एक मिनट तो देना पड़ेगा अध्यक्ष जी,
नहीं देंगे,
दीजिए।
ऐसे नहीं
महिला बिल की चाशनी के नाम पर जो हाल कश्मीर का हुआ है, आसाम का हुआ है, वही हाल पूरे देश के करने का जो प्रयास है, हम संपूर्ण विपक्ष की ओर से इसका हम पुरजोर विरोध करेंगे। सभापति जी एक आधी बात और, इस बिल के अंदर जब तक पिछड़े वर्ग की महिलाएं, जब तक मुसलमान भाइयों की महिलाएं नहीं शामिल की जाएंगी, हम समाजवादी लोग इसका साथ नहीं देंगे। और एक बात और स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं, समाजवादियों से बड़ा महिलाओं का हितैषी इस देश की कोई पार्टी नहीं है। आज भी आपसे ज्यादा प्रतिशत हमारे अंदर महिलाओं की है। इसलिए सभापति जी आपके माध्यम से सरकार से अनुरोध है कि इस बिल को, संविधान संशोधन बिल को, परसीमन बिल को, केंद्र राज्य संशोधन बिल को वापस लिया जाए, और जो 2023 में महिला बिल लागू किया इस सदन ने, उसका अनुपालन किया जाए, देश के अंदर लागू किया जाए।
अब सब सीनियर सदस्य हैं, सबको बार बार टोकने का, रोकने का कहेंगे तो अध्यक्ष महोदय हमें टोकते हैं। इसीलिए क्या महिला आरक्षण के खिलाफ हैं क्या आप? यदि अब मैं नियम 72 को पढ़ दूं, नियम 72 को पढ़ दूं, एक मिनट इनके प्रेमचंद्र जी, नियम 72 क्या कहता है ये पहले सबको स्पष्ट कर दूं। यदि किसी विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति के प्रस्ताव का विरोध किया जाए तो अध्यक्ष द्वारा यदि ठीक समझा जाए और प्रस्ताव का विरोध करने वाले सदस्य प्रस्ताव को पेश करने वाले सदस्य द्वारा संक्षिप्त वक्तव्य दिए जाने की अनुज्ञा देने के बाद बिना अग्रतर वाद विवाद के प्रश्न को रखा जा सकेगा। परंतु जब प्रस्ताव इस आधार पर विरोध किया जाए कि विधेयक ऐसे विधान का, लेजिस्लेटिव कॉम्पिटेंस का, ऐसे विधेयक का विधान का सूत्रपात करता है जो विधायन क्षमता से परे है, तो अध्यक्ष द्वारा उस पर पूर्ण चर्चा की आज्ञा दी जा सकती है। परंतु ये भी है कि अध्यक्ष द्वारा वित्त विधेयक या विनियोग विधेयक को प्रस्तावित करने की अनुमति का प्रस्ताव तुरंत मतदान के लिए रखा जा सकता है। अब
आपने रूल 72 में जिन्होंने नोटिस दिया है, आपने रूल 72 में ये टेक्निकल विषय उठाने का मौका दिया जा रहा है। मेरा एक बहुत विनम्रता से एक रिक्वेस्ट है, अभी जैसे हमारा समाजवादी ने कहा कि मुस्लिम महिलाओं का आरक्षण होना चाहिए, ये असंवैधानिक बात इस तरह का रूल 72 में ना बोले। धर्म के नाम पर यहाँ रिजर्वेशन नहीं हो सकता, संविधान में नहीं है, इस तरह का बात ना करें।
आपने नहीं बुलाया जी तो महिला विधेयक को।
सर पूरा देश का महिलाओं के लिए बात करना चाहिए, आप मुस्लिम महिलाओं का क्यों बात करते हैं? ये राजनीतिक है, ऐसा मत कीजिए।
आप
पूरा देश का महिलाओं के लिए बात कीजिए।
हाँ अखिलेश जी बोलते हैं।
जल्दीबाजी क्यों है आपको जल्दीबाजी क्यों है? महिला विधेयक के पक्ष में हम, आप जनगणना क्यों नहीं कराना चाहते? ये अध्यक्ष महोदय, आप सेंसस ये इसलिए नहीं करना चाहते हैं कि जैसे ही जनगणना होगी हम सब लोग जाति गणना मांगेंगे, जाति गणना होगी तो हम आरक्षण मांगेंगे, इसीलिए आप लोग धोखा दे करके आना चाहते हैं।
जी आपको भी पर्याप्त मौका देंगे, सबको पर्याप्त मौका देंगे।
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी,
अखिलेश जी ने बोला, उसका जवाब दे रहे हो तो हाँ उसी पे जा रहे हैं, उसी पे बोल रहे हैं हाँ।
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, सदन की कार्यवाही को पूरा देश देख रहा है। कुछ स्टेटमेंट ऐसे किए गए जो जनता में चिंता पैदा कर सकते हैं। अखिलेश जी ने कहा जनगणना क्यों नहीं हो रही है। मैं पूरे सदन के माध्यम से देश की जनता को बताना चाहता हूं, जनगणना का काम शुरू हो चुका है, जारी। 2, उन्होंने कहा कि हम जाति जनगणना का मांग करेंगे। मान्यवर, मैं आपके माध्यम से सदन को बताना चाहता हूं कि सरकार ने जाति की जनगणना करने का निर्णय ले चुकी है और आप बैठिए बता दो। अरे बैठिए भाई, बैठिए। और जाति के साथ ही ये जनगणना हो रही है। माननीय सदस्य धर्मेंद्र यादव जी कह रहे हैं कि कॉलम नहीं है। उनको मालूम पड़ना चाहिए कि अभी घरों की गिनती हो रही है और घरों की कोई जाति नहीं होती है। समाजवादी पार्टी का चले तो घरों की भी जाति तय कर ले। मान्यवर, जब व्यक्तियों की जनगणना होगी, नागरिकों की जनगणना होगी, तब उसमें जाति का कॉलम रखा है। ये मेरा विभाग है। मैं सदन को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि ये जनगणना जाति जनगणना के साथ ही होने वाली है। तीसरी बात, इन्होंने ये जो आपने समझाया कि नियम 72 की जो खिड़की है वो हमें लेजिस्लेटिव कॉम्पिटेंसी पर और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल कॉम्पिटेंसी पर बोलने की ही इजाजत देती है। वो खिड़की का उपयोग कर धर्मेंद्र यादव जी ने एकदम गैर संवैधानिक बात करी, मुस्लिम महिलाओं को आरक्षण की। मान्यवर, हमारा संविधान किसी भी प्रकार के धर्म के आधार पर आरक्षण की कतई मंजूरी नहीं देगा। और मैं फिर से संकल्प सरकार का बताता हूं कि धर्म के आधार पर मुस्लिमों को किसी भी प्रकार का आरक्षण गैर संवैधानिक है, इसका सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता है।
not there. अध्यक्ष महोदय अनडेमोक्रेटिक बात माननीय मंत्री जी ने कही। हो सकता है उन्होंने धर्म की बात कही हो, लेकिन पूरा देश आदि आबादी को आरक्षण चाहता है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं माननीय मंत्री जी से जानना चाहता हूं क्या मुस्लिम महिला आदि आबादी में नहीं आती
नहीं होनी ना देंगे।
समाजवादी पार्टी सारी टिकटें मुस्लिम महिलाओं को दे दे, हमें कहाँ आपत्ति है, हमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं है।
चलिए अखिलेश जी, जब पूरी डिबेट
सर नहीं सर नहीं सर।
अच्छा अध्यक्ष महोदय, बहुत विनम्र उससे होकर के किसी को हर्ट न करे वो बात भी मैं कहना चाहता हूं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को पिछड़ों से वोट चाहिए था तो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी अपने आप को कहा कि मैं पिछड़ी जाति से आता हूं।
चलो ये नहीं, चलिए आगे बढ़िए। अब आप डिबेट मत करो ऐसे, ठीक है ना। चलिए डॉक्टर कोकोली घोष, जब आपको डिबेट होगा तो पर्याप्त मौका मिलेगा। आप सारा विषय रखना, डिबेट के समय कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
Honorable sir, I rise on behalf of All India Trinamool Congress to raise my objection for introduction of this bill for two reasons. The 131st Amendment of the Constitution. First, the Article 334A is arbitrary as it makes women's reservation dependent on a future delimitation exercise, contingent on the discretion of the government. This creates uncertainty and allows the government to delay implementation. Equality cannot depend on political exercises. Equality comes by birth, by democratic rights given in the Constitution by Ambedkar Sahab, whose birth centenary we just celebrated this week. And secondly, sir, the Constitution mandates periodic readjustment after each census under Article 82 and 170 for Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha. This bill deletes that mandate and substitutes it with executive discretion, converting it into obligation into political choice. And also, women should be elected to the additional seats like All India Trinamool Congress always feels, more than 33% before even 2023 when the bill was passed. And women will be elected to the additional seats created through reservation without cutting the seats of the existing male MPs. This is chauvinism, this is anti-democratic, it is unconstitutional. Thank you, sir.
मुझे लग रहा है कि सदन में सभी मान्य नेताओं को विरोध बिल का करें, उसके पहले अपने मत को दे देंगे तो देश समझ जाएगा। इसलिए पूरी डिबेट के समय मत देना, अभी विधायी क्षमता पे कर लो। चलिए, नहीं वो तो ठीक है, लेकिन मैंने कहा एन.के. प्रेमचंदन जी समझा दो इनको। आप तो एन.के. प्रेमचंदन जी, आप रूल्स में बोलना, ठीक है ना। अगर आप रूल्स में नहीं बोलोगे तो लोग ठीक नहीं समझेंगे।
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Sir, I rise to oppose the introduction of 131st Constitution Amendment Bill on the following 6 grounds, and that to the constitutional grounds. I am questioning and challenging the constitutional competency as well as the legislative competence of introducing this bill. So kindly, according to Rule 72(1) proviso, kindly provide me some time so as to elucidate my case regarding the legislative competence of the bill. Sir, number one, the 131st Constitution Amendment Bill is not meant for the women reservation, but it is meant for the delimitation. That is the basic objection we are raising. Sir, always the Honorable Minister, the Home Ministry is always talking about the women's reservation. Already, as per the constitutional provision, this House unanimously, except 2 honorable members, this House unanimously passed the Women Reservation Bill by 2023 Act. That has become the part and parcel of the Constitution that is in existence. That is the same Home Minister has moved the bill, or the government has moved the bill, and that was unanimously passed except 2 members who have voted against. So that bill is in existence. At the time of passing the bill, See, coming to the statement of... Sir, no, these are all technical points. These are all technical points. Sir, these are all technical points. Statement of objects and reasons should be in consonance with the contents of the bill. That is also a legislative practice. Here it is missing, para 6. Sir, kindly see para 6, just K.C. Venugopal has pointed out it. The next census and the consequential delimitation exercise thereafter will take considerable time. Sir, whether the government is not aware of that, the delimitation process as well as the census process will take time, so that after the delimitation, the women reservation bill can be made practicable only by 2034. At the time of at the time, so that means the statement of objects and reasons are not. Sir, please. And
no.
Another very.
आप तो कोई बिल पे डिबेट करने लगे। पूरी बिल पे डिबेट के समय सबको पूरा समय दूंगा।
Speaker sir. Speaker sir.
हाँ, इनके प्रेम से यहाँ 1 सेकंड में बोल दें आप।
एक मिनट से बोल रहा है सर, 1 मिनट से हिंदी में बोलेगा सर आर्टिकल 81(3) sir, article 81 clause 3, according to that is a cardinal constitutional point in this case. According to that, which census is to be taken for considering the population, that will be as per the constitution. It's a constitutional obligation and mandate. Now the government is changing that constitutional mandate, that as per the law determined by the parliament with simple majority. Sir, with a simple majority. That means a propriety of the constitution. The mandate of the constitution.
आप तो इंटेलिजेंट मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट उस बिल में लाए ना इसको। बालू जी,
I rise to oppose the bills which have already been sandwiched.
So that's why yesterday video I told.
And it is, we can call it as a sandwich bill. All the 3 bills can be called as a sandwich bill because everything is interlinked together. So the government has not come forward to see that each and every bill is put separately. They have sandwiched each and everywhere it has got a link. And every speaker of this house would find very difficult to distinguish between one bill to another bill. First of all, I could say that we are for women's bill as passed in 2023 in the same Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, which has already been in record. So that is why it is not necessarily to bring one more bill. But at the same time, we could insist that government should have come forward in 2024, 2025 and now 26 at least. But now they are linking the things further. So they want to have a delimitation, they want to have a census, then after the census it has to come into. So what I suggest is, yesterday my leader in Salem rally, he has hoisted the black flag and at the same time he has burnt to ashes the bill proposed by the government.
काला झंडा दिखाया, पीला झंडा दिया, इससे सदन से क्या लेना है? दिखाते रहो झंडे।
So actually, at the same time, we would like to clarify that the opposition to these bills do not alter our party's stand for immediate implementation 33% reservation for women in parliament and in legislation. So whatever the DMK stand is very clear, and they should not just find fault with in between, so that things will be very clear. That is why I reiterated this one. We are for women's reservation, and this women's reservation should be taken forthwith without any further delay.
See, Asauddin Obaisi.
Sir, I oppose this introduction of this constitutional amendment bill because it violates the parliamentary form of democracy and federalism, which are both parts of basic structure of the constitution, sir. Sir, this is not about the one reservation. The main goal is to make South rule and other areas the ruler and completely erase the representation of OBCs and Muslims from the elected legislature. Sir, federalism is the basic structure of the Constitution. By removing the delimitation freeze, it gives more seats and power to larger population while denying a fair voice to smaller population. This again is a violation of federalism, which is part of basic structure, sir. Sir, the Hindi heartland has 38.1%. It will increase to 43.1%. Southern states will decrease from 24 to 20%. Sir, why I say it is complete destruction of federalism? It also curtails parliamentary democracy. Parliament democracy has to be representative of, if a voter in Telangana feels that their voting or not makes no difference, if decisions are taken in UP rather than parliament, why will they vote? Thirdly, sir, it violates our own direction 19A2. Minister has to give 7 days notice of a motion for introducing a bill in this house. Similar copies of the bill have to be introduced, need to be given to members 2 days before the introduction. Third, sir, this is a clear violation of 123B of RP Act 1951 to 1 week before voting. I call this a corrupt practice, sir. I will be asking for a division of this bill, sir, and I end by what Sahir Ludhiani had said. यहाँ पर गरीबों से मतलब जुनूबी हिंद के लोग, मुसलमान और ओबीसी, इसका साहिर लुधियानी ने कहा सर, शहंशाहों के गरीबों से ताल्लुक ही नहीं, एक शहंशाह ने दौलत का सहारा लेकर हम गरीबों की मोहब्बत का उड़ाया मजाक।
के राधा कृष्णन जी, यस यस,
थैंक यू सर। Sir, I strongly oppose the introduction of the Constitution 131st Amendment. Sir, any constitutional amendment must uphold federalism, democracy and social justice. However, this bill raised serious concern, having been introduced without adequate consultation with the state government and stakeholders, thereby undermining cooperative federalism. It is important to recall the Constitution 106th Amendment in 2023. Sir, in this context, introducing another amendment raises doubt about the government's interest, especially amid forthcoming state elections, suggesting political motive rather than democratic commitment. Such significant amendment cannot be rushed. This bill risks centralizing power and weakening states. Sir, therefore, I urge the government must withdraw the bill after the bill will come after the census and implementation later. I object once again. That is all.
आप गृहमंत्री जी बोलना चाहते हैं कुछ? अभी ठीक, ओके प्लीज। प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। आइटम नंबर 7। हाँ, अभी तो शुरू तो होने दो। डिवीजन ही रहता है संविधान संशोधन के अंदर, बिना डिवीजन के, बिना मत विभाजन के संविधान संशोधन नहीं होते हैं। आप तो वरिष्ठ नेता हैं। प्लीज आइटम नंबर 7, प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हैं वह हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में। ये कोई परेशानी नहीं है, ये संवैधानिक रूप से आप डिवीजन मांग सकते हो, लेकिन मेरा ये कहना है कि संविधान संशोधन में डिवीजन होता ही होता है, मत विभाजन होता है। अभी का समय खर्च मत करो, बोलने का समय रहेगा आपका, विचार करो। बाद में तो मत विभाजन होना है, क्यों समय खर्च करते हो? मांगना ही है। ओवैसी साहब सबसे ज्यादा चिंतित हैं आज। लॉबी खाली कराया जाए।
That was the discussions being placed after the three bills were introduced in the Parliament as the special session has been convened, and Union Home Minister Amit Shah has in fact allowed the Congress to voice their oppositions with regards to the three bills, and the Congress, the SP and other oppositions have in fact categorically stated that the three bill that's being introduced today is in fact unconstitutional, and they are also demanding a cast consensus before the introduction of the three bills. And there have been many talks also regarding that. Amit Shah responding to the Congress that there is no reservation in the Constitution that's been listed that can be done in the basis of religion. And now the discussions are still underway in the Lok Sabha, as we can see on the screen. This delimitation face-off between the ruling and also the opposition. The opposition parties are mainly united and are saying even that the AITMC have also joined the opposition of the three bills, and they have said they are in fact unconstitutional again, and also called for a sub-quota system of reservation too. So these are some of the latest developments that we are seeing as right, coming up after a short break, we will see more proceedings going on in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha as three bills are set to be tabled and discussed as a special session has been called in the Parliament. Coming up next after the short break, stay tuned.
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian planes. The Air Force...
The points in the operation of the automatic vote recording system. Before a division starts, every honorable member should occupy his or her own seat and operate the system from that seat only. When the Honorable Speaker says, "Now division," the Secretary General will activate the voting button and a gong sound will be heard simultaneously. For voting, only after the sound of the gong, repeat, only after the sound of the gong, honorable members may simultaneously press the vote secure button towards the left side of the multimedia device on the headphone plate and any one of the following buttons fixed on the right side of the headphone plate. Yes, below green color sticker. No, below red color sticker. Abstain, below yellow color sticker. It is essential to keep both the buttons pressed till another gong is heard. Honorable members may please note that their votes will not be registered if buttons are kept pressed before the first gong or both buttons are not kept simultaneously pressed till the second gong. Honorable members can actually see the final result after a gap of a few seconds after the second gong. Honorable members can check their vote on individual result display boards installed on either side of the Honorable Speaker's chair, the multimedia device, and also on the yes/no/abstain buttons, as the case may be. In case vote is not registered, or if any member wishes to change their vote, they may call for voting through slips.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुरस्तावित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हैं वहाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ। कौन डिवीजन मांग रहा है? एक सदन में आपके अलावा कोई डिवीजन नहीं मांग रहा? ओ, आप मांग रहे हो। प्रश्न है कि विधेयक को पुरस्तावित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हैं वहाँ के हैं, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। डिवीजन तो अब मतदान की प्रक्रिया शुरू करें।
दो, साफ कह रहे हैं, पर्ची गिनते रहेंगे बाद में। जल्दी करना है, ज़्यादा मत करना।
अभी ऐसा है ना, पहले
सारी पार्टी पता क्या कह रही है, सारी पार्टी कांग्रेस भी कह रही है, अरे यार एक आदमी के लिए मतदान करा रहे हैं,
तो फिर कर दिया ना, अब उसका कोई दिक्कत
इस टाइम तक कांग्रेस मांग रही थी।
अब इस टाइम में करोगे तो
पर्ची इकट्ठी करो, दे दो सर, ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं वेस्ट करो।
All right, coming up after the short break, as the discussions continue on the three bills being introduced in the Parliament in the special session of the Parliament convened today, we will continue our coverage on the other side coming up next. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Government tables 3 key bills in Parliament: Delimitation and Women's Reservation presented on the floor. Prime Minister Modi terms the bills as a historic step for women empowerment in India. Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin hoists a black flag in Tamil Nadu opposing centre's proposed delimitation amendment bill. All right, viewers, going across to the live shots we're getting from Parliament as the showdown over three crucial bills still continues. Now, opposition here is united in one voice saying that BJP, in the garb of women empowerment, is trying to push for delimitation in the state. Now, all three crucial bills, including 131st Amendment Bill, the Delimitation Bill and the Union Law Territories Bill, all have been tabled by the government, and the showdown continues in Lok Sabha as well. We're looking at opposition right from TMC, AIMIM, DMK, SP, Congress, all coming out in one voice, raising their opposition to this bill. Now, three crucial bills being tabled, and the numbers currently are not stacked in BJP's favours. In fact, we're looking at live shots coming from the proceedings of both the House of Parliament as the showdown over these three crucial bills continue. Now, we're looking at the special session that began today at 11 a.m. It will continue for 3 days. In fact, Prime Minister Modi will also be speaking today at the Women Empowerment at about 3 p.m. in the lower house of the Parliament in Lok Sabha. Prime Minister will be addressing the House on how this bill will more representation for women, which is, of course, a crucial step in women getting a shareholder, becoming a shareholder, in fact, in the power structure. And at 3 p.m. today, we will expect the Prime Minister to address the lower house, while we're looking at the opposition now raising their voice against these three bills, three crucial bills, including the Constitutional Amendment Bill, the Delimitation Bill, as well as the Union Territories Laws Bill. Now, they have been tabled by Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Law and Justice Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal. The government here says that there is a need of the hour to ensure that women representation, the 33% reservation, can be implemented, and their implementations in is fact linked to the delimitation exercise are now being conducted. My colleague Harsha also joins me with more on this. Harsha, we're looking at a massive showdown in the lower house of the Parliament, something we expected. The opposition is united. They will be opposing these bills, and numbers also are not stacked in BJP's favour. How do you look at this going forward?
This is not indeed a very easy road for NDA government in the Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha. This bill, passing of this amendment bill, is not going to be easy, and that is the reason why government is again and again, striking a conversation with the opposition party leaders. Why government again and again is stating to the opposition party leaders that the face of the stormy session is not needed. The entire opposition with the NDA has to be united to bring the Women Reservation Amendment Bill. There's a need of the hour. Women needs the representation in the Lok Sabha, Raj Sabha, and in the state assemblies. And also, we very well know that they're also urging to the parties who are not the member of the opposition to come in support of the government and to vote in favor of the government, because after the discussion, there's going to be the automatic voting in Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha for passing of the delimitation and of the passing of the Women Reservation Amendment Bill. And to also note one more time, till now, whatever the speakers have spoken, we have heard Asauddin Owaisi from AIMIM, we heard CPIM leader K. Radhakrishnan, we saw Congress leader, and we saw the other leaders also who had been speaking on this bill. Most of the leaders have opposed this bill because they are currently stating that this is a violation of the federalism. This is a violation of the reform which was stated in the year 2023 when the Women Reservation Bill was passed. It was ensured to the opposition party leaders that before this bill comes into reality, before that the census will happen, and then the delimitation exercise will happen. And the major point which Dimple Yadav, Samajwadi Party leader, and Imran Masood from Congress have stated is that why the delimitation is happening based on 2011 census, and that census also didn't happen horizontally. That was a vertical census which happened in the year 2008. And depending on that census, how can the delimitation be done? To ensure that delimitation doesn't bear the more women representation in the state assembly, the census should be done first. And they are also stating that the OBC's quota will not be there, the OBC representation will not be there. And therefore, they are stating that in the present delimitation exercise, why before census it is being done? They want the census to be done first and then the delimitation to be done, and then the Women Reservation Bill to be brought in the reality. This is the argument which opposition leaders have put forth in front of the NDA leaders and therefore arguments are taking place. We are seeing major storm and major arguments happening over this women reservation bill in the House of the Parliament. We saw when Speaker Om Birla was sitting on chair at that time, the arguments which took place. In fact, he had to say that whether even the discussion and debate on this bill should happen or not, or it should be direct voting. This will depend on the automatic voting by the MPs, that whether they want even discussion on this bill or not. So those were the scene where we were saying we were witnessing the secretary explaining to all the leaders about the buttons, how they have to press it, and based on the numbers of the acceptance and the yes, it will be decided whether any discussion has to be taken place or not. But yes, the NDA is continuously urging the opposition party leaders to bring their own arguments, to have a discussion and debate on the women reservation bill and delimitation exercise, because ultimately whatever the demands of the opposition leaders are, it's not being junked. It's not being junked by the ruling party. They are stating that the Delimitation Commission will be the suggestion and the recommendation of the opposition party leaders will be given to the Delimitation Commission, the commission majorly who will decide what are going to be the nitty-gritties in the delimitation exercise. And that is the reason why debate is very, very first important. And we see the visuals emerging from Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha. Clearly, NDA doesn't have the full majority to pass this Women Reservation Amendment Bill and the Delimitation Exercise Bill in the House of the Parliament. And on our screen, where we see that how voting in the Parliament for the bills will happen. So there are ayes, there are noes, there are abstain, which clearly says the yes on the bill to be discussion is 207, the noes is 126, the abstain are 0. That means all the party MPs are right now present. Total number of people who have voted is 333. So the strength of the Parliament is also full. There's a full strength in Lok Sabha, and the number of the A's, which is 207, clearly tells that there is going to be the discussion in the House of the Parliament on this very delimitation bill and the Women Reservation Amendment Bill. And it's a very interesting session as far as the arguments which are being kept on based on the Article 82, which also Sadin Owaisi mentioned about Article 82 and what does Article 82 suggest, and how he's stating that the entire mindset and the reforms motive is now corrupted by the government because of the way it is being brought and it is being passed in the Parliament. So now we'll hear arguments from more and more party leaders, like let's say YSRCP, TDP, Samajwadi Party, and also the parties like DCP and the DMK party MPs, the BJP party leaders who will be getting the major opportunity to speak in the House of the Parliament because their majority, the numbers are high. So we are expecting almost 15 to 16 BJP leaders to speak on this. And also BJP this time has chosen more and more women MPs to speak on the Women Reservation Bill and the delimitation exercise. But to know precisely, Home Minister will not be speaking or replying on the delimitation today. Home Minister will be replying on the delimitation exercise and the delimitation bill tomorrow only. But today we'll see an intervention from the side of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but that will only happen if the House runs smoothly. If there's no ruckus, if there's no storm, like we saw today in Raj Sabha got adjourned till tomorrow, 11 o'clock. So if the ruckus and storm doesn't happen in the Lok Sabha, we'll see Prime Minister arriving in the Lok Sabha, and Prime Minister will make an intervention after 3:30 in the afternoon. We'll hear the words from Prime Minister on the Women Reservation Bill. We have earlier also seen a statement and the address which Prime Minister did on Women Reservation Bill. How Prime Minister Narendra Modi assured all the southern leaders to not panic, to not agitate, to have a trust on government, and also how the government is in favor of the Women Reservation Bill and will be ensuring that there's no injustice done to the southern leaders, southern states, be it Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Kerala. Each and every state will have the representation of the women as which is being stated by them. They will not see any disadvantage through this bill to the southern state. Right now we see that the voting in the Parliament has happened regarding the discussions should happen on the bills of delimitation and the women or not. We see that 207 MPs have voted in favor of the introduction of the delimitation and the Women Reservation Bill. 126 MPs were against it. That clearly means that in fact, there were few MPs from the non-opposition sides as well who have supported the government. Government, however, have the number also to start the introduction of bill As we clearly see, that means that, in fact, in the abstentions are 0, but still the number are in favor of the introduction of bill. That means a majority of MPs from the parties who really want the discussion to happen on this bill, because the discussion will only tell the reality of the amended bill and what the constitution amendment will be there, and in the delimitation exercise, what these southern states will be getting majorly. So the southern state leaders will be given sufficient time to put forth their point. The leaders from the DMK party, the leaders from YSRCP, the leaders from the, in fact, NDA's Alliance Party, TTP, all will be given enough sufficient time to put forth the arguments. What are their, reservations about the delimitation bill? Because the delimitation commission will be set up, and it is being ensured continuously that how for this bill.
All right, Harsha, in fact, as you're right, it all boils down to the numbers game, and NDA currently has about 290 as opposed to 360 they need in Lok Sabha, while in Rajya Sabha they have around 140 as opposed to 160 they will be needing to pass these crucial bills. Now, we, in fact, will continue to discuss all of this, but let's go across to the Home Minister, Amit Shah, what he has said on the Women Reservation Bill. Let's take a listen.
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी,
अखिलेश जी ने बोला, उसका जवाब दे रहे हो तो हाँ उसी पे जा रहे हैं, उसी पे बोल रहे हैं हाँ।
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, सदन की कार्यवाही को पूरा देश देख रहा है। कुछ स्टेटमेंट ऐसे किए गए जो जनता में चिंता पैदा कर सकते हैं। अखिलेश जी ने कहा जनगणना क्यों नहीं हो रही है। मैं पूरे सदन के माध्यम से देश की जनता को बताना चाहता हूं, जनगणना का काम शुरू हो चुका है, जारी। 2, उन्होंने कहा कि हम जाति जनगणना का मांग करेंगे। मान्यवर, मैं आपके माध्यम से सदन को बताना चाहता हूं कि सरकार ने जाति की जनगणना करने का निर्णय ले चुकी है और आप बैठिए बता दो। अरे बैठिए भाई, बैठिए। और जाति के साथ ही ये जनगणना हो रही है। माननीय सदस्य धर्मेंद्र यादव जी कह रहे हैं कि कॉलम नहीं है। उनको मालूम पड़ना चाहिए कि अभी घरों की गिनती हो रही है और घरों की कोई जाति नहीं होती है। समाजवादी पार्टी का चले तो घरों की भी जाति तय कर ले। मान्यवर, जब व्यक्तियों की जनगणना होगी, नागरिकों की जनगणना होगी, तब उसमें जाति का कॉलम रखा है। ये मेरा विभाग है। मैं सदन को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि ये जनगणना जाति जनगणना के साथ ही होने वाली है। तीसरी बात, इन्होंने ये जो आपने समझाया कि नियम 72 की जो खिड़की है वो हमें लेजिस्लेटिव कॉम्पिटेंसी पर और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल कॉम्पिटेंसी पर बोलने की ही इजाजत देती है। वो खिड़की का उपयोग कर धर्मेंद्र यादव जी ने एक
मैं आपकी अनुमति से विधेयक को पुरस्तापित करता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 8, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी।
महोदय, मैं प्रस्ताव करता हूं कि संघ राज्य क्षेत्र विधि संशोधन विधेयक 2026 पर विचार किया जाए।
1 मिनट, थोड़ा संशोधन करना पड़ेगा मुझे आइटम नंबर 7 को लेके। प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुरस्तापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पुरस्तापित करें।
महोदय, मैं प्रस्ताव करता हूं कि संघ राज्य क्षेत्र विधि संशोधन विधेयक 2026 पर विचार किया जाए।
पुरस्तापित। आइटम नंबर 9, प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुरस्तापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करें।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
आइटम नंबर 10 श्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल। आइटम नंबर 10 66।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, with your kind permission, I move the following motion that this House do suspend the proviso to Rule 66 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in Lok Sabha in its application to the motion for taking into consideration and passing of the Delimitation Bill 2026 and the Union Territories Laws Amendment Bill 2026 as much as these are dependent upon the Constitution's 131st Amendment Bill 2026.
क्या वेणुगोपाल जी, क्या
This argument given by the Honourable Minister is completely against the rule, sir. The rule is very clear. A bill which is dependent wholly or partly upon another bill pending before the House may be introduced in the House in anticipation of the passing of the bill in which it is dependent. Here one is the Constitution bill. Very clearly one is the Constitution bill. And other two is not a Constitution bill. Clubbing both together will not be a good practice, sir. Sir, we cannot allow it, sir. Therefore, there are consequences, sir. Just when the Constitution Amendment Bill is going to be defeated, then what is the point, sir? Therefore,
हो गया, आप बोल लिए।
आप तो अपनी बात कीजिए माननीय गृह मंत्री।
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी,
मैं व्यवस्था दे रहा हूँ इस पे, मैं व्यवस्था दे रहा हूँ अभी।
अरे भाई हो गया,
गृह मंत्री जी, मैं व्यवस्था दे रहा हूँ इस पे भी।
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, माननीय सदस्य वेणुगोपाल जी ने एक प्रकार से दो मुद्दे उठाए। एक मुद्दा टेक्निकल है कि जो संविधान संशोधन होता है इसमें गण की आपूर्ति अलग होती है और जो कानून होता है उसमें गण की आपूर्ति अलग होती है। सदन के बहुमत के जो रूल्स है, जो नियम बने हैं वो अलग अलग हैं, इसलिए इस पर साथ में विचार नहीं हो सकता। और दूसरा कि जब डिबेट होती है तब संविधान संशोधन पर डिबेट अलग होना चाहिए और बिल पर अलग डिबेट होना चाहिए। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये जो तीन बिल, एक संविधान संशोधन और दो बिल सदन के सामने अभी प्रस्तुत किए हैं, उसमें से संविधान संशोधन करने के बाद महिला आरक्षण को लॉजिकल एंड ले जाने के लिए ये दो कानून जरूरी है, इसलिए दो कानून साथ में लाए गए। एक प्रकार से संविधान संशोधन होने के बाद जो जरूरियात उत्पन्न होती है उसी में से ये दो कानून लाने का सोचा गया है। जहां तक उनका सवाल है कि बिल पारित करने में मत का विभाजन अलग अलग होता है, तो अभी हम चर्चा एक साथ में करें, क्योंकि एक कुल मिलाकर एट लेंथ में देखें तो एक ही विषय पर चर्चा होना है। जब आप बिल पारित करोगे तो स्वाभाविक रूप से तीनों संविधान संशोधन में अलग डिवीजन होगा और बिलों की डिवीजन की जरूरत पड़ी तो भी वो अलग होगा। तो इसमें किसी भी प्रकार के औचित्य का भंग नहीं है और कई बार ऐसा हो चुका है, जैसे नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम में भी ये तीनों बिल एक साथ ही आए थे और इसी सदन ने उनकी सहमति से पास किया, मगर आज सुबह वो विरोध करने का तय कर आए मीटिंग में, इसलिए हर चीज में विरोध ही किए जा रहे हैं।
चर्चा का सवाल
नहीं, मैंने उनको अलाउ थोड़ी किया है। नो नहीं, आप उनकी वकालत मत करो। नो शशि थरूर जी ने ज्ञान दे दिया वेणुगोपाल जी को, या तो वेणुगोपाल जी ज्ञान प्राप्त नहीं करते तो शशि थरूर जी को बोलने दिया इन्होंने। मैं क्या करूं? आपको बोलना है क्या? आप बोलो, ये राजा जी बोलो।
Sir, there are two bills. One is constitutional bill. One is delimitation bill. It is a statutory bill, well within the domain and scope of the Parliament. The constitutional bill has to go to the President of India, and this bill also, delimitation bill, has to go to the President assent. Sir, the delimitation bill, you have to see how the delimitation is going to happen. Consequentially, you have to amend the Constitution. First of all, the first duty of the Parliament is pass the delimitation bill. Get the assent. Okay. Then consequently, Constitution has to be amended. Cannot be kept together. That is a procedure. Go through the rules.
मैं 66 पे दे रहा हूँ डायरेक्शन, 66 पे डायरेक्शन दे रहा हूँ, नो 66 पे। चूंकि माननीय मंत्री महोदय ने इस नियम को शिथिल करने का प्रस्ताव रखा है, सभा द्वारा प्रस्ताव पारित करने के बाद सभा दोनों विधेयकों को एक साथ चर्चा कर सकती है। पूर्व में भी कई दृष्टांत हैं इसके, जो आप चाहेंगे तो सभी कार्यकाल के एक एक दृष्टांत को मैं सुना सकता हूं, लंबी सूची है। अभी फिलहाल में इस संविधान संशोधन 121 संशोधन और 2014 और नेशनल जुडिशरी अपॉइंटमेंट कमीशन 2000 के अंदर भी, और उसके पहले संविधान का 98वां संशोधन 1987, ऐसे बहुत सारे जनप्रतिनिधि विधेयक 1987, सबके कार्यकाल में अलग अलग समय पर ये परंपरा रही है। और सदन परंपराओं से भी चलता है, प्रक्रियाओं से भी चलता है, और नियमों में छूट देने की, शीतलता देने का अधिकार सदन ने स्पीकर को दे रखा है। पॉइंट ऑफ ऑर्डर इसमें नहीं है। प्रश्न ये है कि माननीय मंत्री जी द्वारा प्रस्तुत प्रस्ताव को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य प्रस्ताव के पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य प्रस्ताव के विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत हुआ। लॉबी खोल दी जाए। अब माननीय सदस्य सदन की मैं मत लेना चाहता हूं कि इस पे कितने घंटा चर्चा चाहते हैं आप। चलिए, जितने घंटे रात को अकेले बैठे रहोगे आप। हाँ, संसदीय कार्य मंत्री जी।
अनुरोध है, क्योंकि सारा सदस्य इस महत्वपूर्ण चर्चा के लिए आए हैं, तो आपने पहले ही कह दिया कि बोलने का पर्याप्त समय देंगे। हमारा सरकार की ओर से हम एक बात रखना चाहते हैं कि क्योंकि 2 दिन का चर्चा है, आज सुविधा अनुसार आज और कल मिला करके अभी फिलहाल हम 12 घंटे का हम चर्चा का टाइम तय करें, और 12 घंटे के बाद समय एक्सटेंड करने का हम अथॉरिटी हम स्पीकर को दे दें तो भी ठीक है, क्योंकि कल 4 बजे मतदान करने का भी निर्णय है। तो स्पीकर साहब खबर छोड़ देते हैं आज कितना देर तक चर्चा करना है, कि सारा मेंबर देर रात तक बैठेंगे तो हम लोग तो सरकार तो सुनने के लिए, जवाब देने के लिए मैं तैयार है।
बैठिए। माननीय सदस्यगण, इन तीनों विधेयकों पर कल 4 बजे 17 तारीख को 4 बजे मतदान होगा। उसके पहले आज आपको लंबी चर्चा करनी पड़ेगी, और 15-18 घंटे, जितना घंटा चाहेंगे आपको चर्चा का पर्याप्त अवसर देंगे। कमी नहीं रहेगी समय के पास। सबको समय देंगे। अभी तक माननीय सदस्य 3 घंटे में भी आप एक पार्टी के सदस्य हो और आपका समय 1 मिनट बैठता है। हर व्यक्ति ने हर विधेयक पर 6-6, 7-7 घंटे बोले हैं। ऐसा नहीं बोल सकते आप। कौन से विधेयक पर? हर विधेयक पे मैंने सबको पर्याप्त समय दिया है सदन के अंदर, हर विधेयक पर। 370 जब पारित हुआ था विधेयक का, जब गृह मंत्री जी ने आग्रह किया कि जितना समय देना दें, इस विधेयक पर भी सरकार और आपका मत भी यही है कि जितना देर चर्चा करना चाहें करें। ये महत्वपूर्ण विधेयक है, विधेयक महत्वपूर्ण संविधान संशोधन है, इसलिए व्यापक डिटेल चर्चा होनी चाहिए और इस पर 4 बजे मतदान होगा ताकि सबको जानकारी रहे। श्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय। आज आपके माध्यम से इस महान सदन के समक्ष बोलते हुए मुझे गर्व, हर्ष और रोमांच की अनुभूति हो रही है। आज का दिन संसदीय इतिहास के पृष्ठों पर स्वर्णिम अक्षरों से लिखा जाएगा। इसी गरिमा में सदन ने सितंबर 2023 में नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम 2023 को पास कर हमारी मातृशक्ति के लिए लोकसभा और राज्य विधानसभाओं में 33% सीटों के आरक्षण की व्यवस्था की थी और आज उस ऐतिहासिक निर्णय को लागू करने का समय आ गया। अध्यक्ष जी, अध्यक्ष महोदय, इतिहास में कुछ अवसर ऐसे आते हैं जो इतना प्रभाव छोड़ जाते हैं कि सदियों तक उनको याद किया जाता है और आज का दिन ऐसा ही पावन दिवस है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, अध्यक्ष जी, हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं ने संविधान के आर्टिकल 368/2
माननीय सदस्य प्लीज, माननीय सदस्य माननीय सदस्य, मैं आग्रह करता हूं कि अगर आप इस तरीके से उठेंगे तो मैं नामजद तरीके से बोलना पड़ेगा मुझे। प्लीज बैठिए, प्लीज माननीय सदस्य बैठिए। माननीय मंत्री जी महत्वपूर्ण संविधान संशोधन बोल रहे हैं, चलिए बैठिए। विशाल दा पाटिल, क्या तरीका, कई बार समझा दिया आपको। अगर आप व्यवस्था का पालन नहीं करेंगे तो आपको बोलने का मौका नहीं दिया जाएगा। माननीय अर्जुन मेघवाल जी।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, जैसे आपने पहले कहा, मैंने शुरू कर दिया था, लेकिन जो आइटम आपने 10 नंबर रूल 66 में रिलैक्सेशन दिया, इसलिए मैं आपसे ये भी अनुरोध करता हूं कि जो अपना आइटम 11, 12 और 13 इन सब पे विचार करने के लिए एक साथ आप विचार करने की अनुमति हमें प्रदान करें। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं ये कह रहा था कि हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं ने संविधान के आर्टिकल 368/2 के माध्यम से संविधान को ये शक्ति प्रदान की है जिसके माध्यम से हम आवश्यकता अनुसार संशोधन कर लोक हित के निर्णय लागू कर सकते हैं। ये संसद को ही शक्ति दी है संविधान ने आर्टिकल 368 के तहत। इस पवित्र उद्देश्य से नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम को लागू करने के लिए ये तीनों बिल आज इस महान सदन के समक्ष प्रस्तुत हुए हैं। महिलाओं को उचित प्रतिनिधित्व मिले, इसके लिए संविधान सभा में बहस हुई। श्रीमती हंसा मेहता, श्रीमती रेणुका रे, श्रीमती पूर्णिमा बनर्जी, श्रीमती अम्मू स्वामीनाथन जैसी महिला सदस्यों ने महिला प्रतिनिधित्व के मुद्दे पर संविधान सभा के समक्ष भी उठाया था। इसका मतलब मुद्दा 1949 से भी चल रहा है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमारे संविधान की प्रस्तावना में एक जस्टिस शब्द का उल्लेख हुआ है। जस्टिस की अपन बात को जोर देकर के भी संविधान सभा के निर्माताओं ने कहा है। जस्टिस भी 3 प्रकार का उन्होंने कहा है: सामाजिक, आर्थिक, राजनीतिक न्याय। सर्वप्रथम यदि हम सामाजिक न्याय की बात करें तो ऐसा नहीं है कि इस दिशा में कदम नहीं उठाए गए। जो भी सरकारें रही उस पर चिंतन हुआ, लेकिन आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार आने के बाद मातृशक्ति के सामाजिक न्याय के लिए अनेक योजनाएं संचालित की गई। वह उनकी स्पीड और स्केल को बढ़ाया गया। मोदी जी जब महिलाओं के लिए शौचालय बनाते हैं तो महिलाओं के सम्मान में वृद्धि होती है। उससे इज्जत घर का नाम दिया जाता है। पीएम आवास के माध्यम से जब 69% मालिकाना हक मातृशक्ति को दिया जाता है तो वो सुरक्षित महसूस करती है। उज्ज्वला योजना के माध्यम से जब गैस चूल्हा मिलता है तो स्वास्थ्य में सुधार होता है। धुएं भरी रसोई से लेकर गरिमापूर्ण जीवन तक यही हमारा सामाजिक न्याय, जिसकी कल्पना कभी बाबा साहब B.R. अम्बेडकर साहब ने की थी कि हमें नागरिकों को, समस्त नागरिकों को सामाजिक न्याय, आर्थिक न्याय, राजनीतिक न्याय देना होगा। प्रधानमंत्री मातृ वंदना योजना के माध्यम से जब गर्भवती महिला को पोषण मिलता है तो आने वाला भविष्य भी संवरता है। मैटरनिटी अवकाश को 12 सप्ताह से बढ़ाकर 26 सप्ताह किया जाता है तो पारिवारिक दायित्वों की पूर्ति का समय मिलता है। शस्त्र सेनाओं में महिलाओं को जब स्थायी कमीशन प्रदान करने से राष्ट्र सेवा में डिफेंस फोर्सेज का अभिन्न हिस्सा बनती है तो महिलाएं सशक्त होने का एहसास महसूस करती है। इसी प्रकार हम आर्थिक न्याय की बात करें, मैंने अभी तक सामाजिक न्याय की बात करी, अब मैं आर्थिक न्याय की बात करता हूं। अगर आर्थिक न्याय की बात करें तो योजनाएं पहले भी बनी, लेकिन जब मोदी जी आते हैं 2014 में तो इन योजनाओं के क्रियान्वयन में और परिणाम में विजिबल चेंज नजर आता है। महिलाओं के लिए जनधन खाते, प्रधानमंत्री मुद्रा योजना, सुकन्या समृद्धि योजना, लखपति दीदी, मुद्रा योजना में तो 60% से ज्यादा महिलाएं आर्थिक रूप से सशक्त और समर्थ बन रही है। तो सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप और स्टार्टअप के संचालन में स्वयं निर्णय प्रक्रिया में भागीदार बनकर आर्थिक योजना में सहभागिता दे रही है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये सब क्यों संभव हो पाया? ये ऐसे ही नहीं हुआ। ये उस दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति और पवित्र भावना का परिणाम है जो आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी मातृशक्ति के लिए रखते हैं। इसलिए हम कहते हैं कि हमारे पास नियत भी है, नीति भी हो और मोदी जी जैसे सशक्त नेता भी हैं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, यदि हम राजनीतिक न्याय की बात करें, अभी मैंने सामाजिक न्याय की बात करी, आर्थिक न्याय की बात करी और राजनीतिक न्याय की बात, ये संविधान का जो हमारा प्रीएम्बल है उसी में उल्लेखित है। अध्यक्ष जी, पहला शब्द ही न्याय है। तो हम राजनीतिक न्याय की बात करें तो सर्वप्रथम हमारे संविधान निर्माता बाबा साहब भीमराव अम्बेडकर जी ने महिलाओं को राइट टू वोट का अधिकार दिया। ये राजनीतिक न्याय है सर, जिसे उन्होंने यूनिवर्सल एडल्ट फ्रेंचाइज कहा। महिलाओं को राजनीतिक रूप से सक्रिय भागीदारी की ओर बड़ा कदम बढ़ाया। यूनिवर्सल एडल्ट फ्रेंचाइज को लेकर ऑल इंडिया वुमेन्स कॉन्फ्रेंस जो 1927 में, ये 100 साल का संघर्ष है सर, 1927 में पुणे में आयोजित हुई थी। 1931 तक सभी को वैक्स मताधिकार की मांग की गई थी, जिसे बाबा साहब भीमराव अम्बेडकर जी द्वारा भारत के संविधान में साकार रूप दिया गया। राइट टू वोट महिलाओं को। बाबा साहब का कहना था, आई कोट, आई मेजर द प्रोग्रेस ऑफ ए कम्युनिटी बाय द डिग्री ऑफ ए प्रोग्रेस विच वुमेन हैव अचीव्ड। अर्थात मैं किसी समाज की प्रगति को महिलाओं की प्रगति से मापता हूं। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, यहां एक विषय और उल्लेखनीय है कि जहां भारत में बाबा साहब ने आजादी के तुरंत बाद महिलाओं को समान मताधिकार उपलब्ध कराया, वहां दुनिया में, जो विकसित कही जाने वाली दुनिया में, लंबे समय तक महिलाओं को संघर्ष करना पड़ा। मैं इंग्लैंड का उदाहरण देता हूं, यूके का उदाहरण देता हूं अध्यक्ष जी, यूएस का। यूएस 1776 में आजाद हुआ, लेकिन महिलाओं को मताधिकार मिलने में कितने साल लगे? 144 वर्ष। और यूनाइटेड किंगडम, इसमें तो 1918 में महिलाओं को मताधिकार दिया, लेकिन लिमिटेड कर दिया कि जो महिलाएं 30 साल से उम्र के अधिक हो या जिनका पति प्रॉपर्टी से संबंधित क्वालिफिकेशन रखता हो, उसको दिया। और उसके 10 साल बाद 1928 में द इक्वल फ्रेंचाइज एक्ट के माध्यम से 21 वर्ष से अधिक आयु की महिलाओं को समान मताधिकार मिला। राइट टू रिप्रेजेंटेशन बाबा साहब का मूल वाक्य हुआ करता था। आज हमारे यशस्वी, तपस्वी, कर्मयोगी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी इसी दिशा में सोच रहे हैं। इसी कारण मातृशक्ति को नीति निर्माण में भागीदार बनाने के लिए महत्वपूर्ण बिल पेश हुए हैं। ये बिल महिलाओं के समान भागीदारी के पॉलिटिकल जस्टिस को पूरा करेगा। सर, आर्थिक न्याय, सामाजिक न्याय, राजनीतिक न्याय की बात प्रस्तावना में तो खूब कही गई है, लेकिन लोगों ने उसको लागू करने का प्रयास नहीं किया। अगर लागू करने का प्रयास किया तो आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने करने का प्रयास किया। अध्यक्ष महोदय, अब मैं आपकी अनुमति से बिल के प्रावधानों के विषय में सदन को थोड़ा अवगत कराना चाहता हूं। जब आजादी के 75 वर्ष के बाद अमृतकाल के युग में प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने नए संसद भवन में पहले बिल के रूप में 18 से 21 सितंबर 2023 को विशेष सत्र के माध्यम से नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम पारित करवाकर लोकसभा व विधानसभा में महिलाओं के 33% प्रतिनिधित्व को सुनिश्चित करके लोकतंत्र को पुष्पित व पल्वित करने का अभिनव कार्य किया है। आज उसी श्रृंखला में हम ये अमेंडमेंट बिल लेकर के आए हैं। इसी संसद में 17वीं लोकसभा के दौरान 18 से 21 सितंबर 2023 को आयोजित विशेष सत्र में पारित किए द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन 106 अमेंडमेंट एक्ट, जिसको हम नारी शक्ति वंदन कहते हैं, और जिसको 28 सितंबर को राष्ट्रपति जी ने अनुमोदित किया। इसके माध्यम से संविधान के आर्टिकल 330 ए, 332 ए, 334 ए को इंसर्ट किया गया था तथा आर्टिकल 239 AA में अमेंडमेंट किया गया था ताकि लोकसभा व राज्य विधानसभाओं तथा एनसीटी दिल्ली की असेंबली में भी लगभग 1/3 सीटें नारी शक्ति के लिए आरक्षित की जा सके। इस संबंध में सदन में चर्चा के दौरान विपक्ष में अन्य दलों के नेताओं ने अनुरोध किया था कि इस वुमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल का क्रियान्वयन जल्दी से जल्दी किया जाए। हालांकि जो प्रोविजन 2023 के संविधान संशोधन में किए गए थे उसके अनुसार ये महिला आरक्षण तभी ऑपरेटिव होना प्रस्तावित था जब इस एक्ट के लागू होने के बाद पहली रिलेवेंट सेंसस 2026 की जनगणना के आधार पर डिलिमिटेशन एक्सरसाइज को पूरा किया जाए। दूसरे शब्दों में कहा जाए तो महिलाओं के लिए आरक्षण तब तक लागू नहीं किया जा सकता था जब तक 2026 के बाद प्रकाशित होने वाली सेंसस फिगर के आधार पर डिलिमिटेशन एक्सरसाइज नहीं की जाती। अगली सेंसस और उसके बाद की डिलिमिटेशन प्रक्रिया में अभी पर्याप्त समय लगेगा, जिससे वुमेन की इफेक्टिव पार्टिसिपेशन में डिले होगा। इसलिए अध्यक्ष जी, आज जो हम ये अमेंडमेंट लेकर के आ रहे हैं उनका मूल उद्देश्य लोकसभा राज्य विधानसभाओं में महिलाओं के लिए 33% सीटें जो आरक्षित करने संबंधी प्रावधानों को लागू करने के उद्देश्य से हैं। इसके लिए संविधान के आर्टिकल 55, आर्टिकल 81, 82, 172, 330, 332 और 33A में संशोधन का प्रस्ताव है, जो बिल में साफ साफ उल्लेखित है। द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन 106 अमेंडमेंट एक्ट 2023 लोकसभा तथा विधानसभा महिलाओं के लिए लगभग 1/3 सीटों का रिजर्वेशन, जिसमें SC/ST भी शामिल हैं, प्रदान किया गया है। ये उल्लेखनीय है कि सरकार का उद्देश्य महिलाओं के लिए आरक्षित सीटों का वर्तमान में उपलब्ध सीटों के अतिरिक्त इन एडिशन टू और ओवर एंड अबव रखना है, न कि वर्तमान अलोकेशन ऑफ सीट को प्रभावित करना। यहाँ यह भी उल्लेखनीय है कि महिला सीटों हेतु किया जा रहा आरक्षण हॉरिजेंटल यानी कुल सीटों में से 33% होने के साथ साथ वर्टिकल भी है, अर्थात SC और ST के लिए रिजर्व सीटों में भी 33% सीटें महिलाओं की भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करेगा। पूरे देश में एक समान और न्याय संगत तरीके से महिलाओं के लिए 1/3 सीटों के रिजर्वेशन को प्रभावी बनाने के लिए ये आवश्यक होगा कि लोकसभा में वर्तमान सीटों के अतिरिक्त कुल सीटों की संख्या में समान रूप से 50% की वृद्धि की जाए। लोकसभा की वर्तमान सीटों में 50% की वृद्धि की जाती है तो सदन की नई स्ट्रेंथ 815 सदस्यों की होगी। इसमें से 272 सीटें महिलाओं के लिए आरक्षित होगी, जो कुल 815 सीटों का 1/3 है। तो ये सिंपल सा एक फॉर्मूला है और इसमें सबको कोई नुकसान नहीं हो रहा है, किसी भी पुरुष वर्ग को भी नुकसान नहीं हो रहा है और किसी राज्य को कोई नुकसान नहीं हो रहा। जो ताकत जिस राज्य की है उतनी ही ताकत आने वाले समय में रहेगी। वर्ष 2011 की सेंसस के जनसंख्या के आंकड़ों के संबंध में यही उपलब्ध नवीनतम सेंसस फिगर है और वर्ष 25 में अधिसूचित वर्तमान जनगणना प्रक्रिया के परिणाम किसी भी स्थिति में 2027 के उत्तरार्ध या 28 के प्रारंभ से पहले उपलब्ध नहीं होंगे। 2011 की जनगणना का उपयोग रीएडजस्टमेंट या डिवीजन ऑफ टेरिटोरियल कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी तथा SC/ST के लिए सीटों के अलोकेशन के लिए किया जाएगा। ये हमने हमारा जो उद्देश्य है बिल का उसमें भी लिखा है। आज इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर मैं देश के पूर्व राष्ट्रपति मिसाइल मैन, करोड़ों युवाओं के प्रेरणा स्रोत भारत रत्न डॉक्टर अब्दुल कलाम साहब को भी याद करना चाहूंगा। जब 3 अक्टूबर 2005 को कलकत्ता, मद्रास और मुंबई विश्वविद्यालय के कंबाइंड इनॉग्रल एड्रेस के दौरान जब मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी के एक छात्रा ने APJ अब्दुल कलाम साहब को पूछा, इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स में महिलाओं की भागीदारी को लेकर के एक सवाल किया। अध्यक्ष जी, आपकी अनुमति हो तो वो सवाल मैं पढ़ जाता हूं। एक महिला ने, लड़की ने पूछा, व्हाट इज द फ्यूचर ऑफ वुमन in Indian politics when all the political parties are opposing the women's bill? ये सवाल पूछा। APJ अब्दुल कलाम साहब ने क्या जवाब दिया? Definitely the reservation of 33% short will come. It is only a matter of time. Success generally does not come without encountering problem. This is what women have to do collectively for getting the bill passed. ये समय आज आ गया है। APJ अब्दुल कलाम साहब ने उस समय कहा समय आएगा, आ गया, और ये समय आ गया है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ये सदन इसको पास कर रहे हैं। इसी श्रृंखला में वो ये भी कहते हैं सर, if women get into the assembly, they would bring some order. We can also hope to see development politics instead of political politics if more women enter the seat. ये एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम साहब का भी सपना था जो आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी पूरा कर रहे हैं। विधायिका में नारी शक्ति का बढ़ता प्रतिनिधित्व हमें डेवलपमेंट में और निर्णय प्रक्रिया में भागीदार महिलाओं को बनाएंगे तो हमें इसका देश को लाभ होगा। आज मैं बड़ी विनम्रता के साथ ये कहना चाहता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में कलाम साहब के इस विजन को ही चरितार्थ करने का ऐतिहासिक कार्य संपन्न किया जा रहा है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं इस अवसर पर भारत के प्रथम उप प्रधानमंत्री और गृह मंत्री लौह पुरुष सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल जी का भी स्मरण करना चाहूंगा, जिन्होंने लगभग 100 वर्ष पूर्व अहमदाबाद नगर पालिका के अध्यक्ष रहते हुए महिला आरक्षण की बात कही थी। सरदार पटेल साहब को भी मैं नमन करना चाहता हूं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, महिलाओं को लोकसभा तथा राज्य विधानसभा में आरक्षण देने संबंधी विषय बहुत लंबे समय से पेंडिंग था। 1975 में भारत में महिलाओं की स्थिति पर बनी एक समिति ने महिलाओं के घटते राजनीतिक प्रतिनिधित्व पर कमेंट किया था। 1988-2000 के नेशनल पर्सपेक्टिव प्लान में भी सभी चुने हुए निकाय में महिलाओं के लिए 30% आरक्षण की सिफारिश की थी। 13वां संशोधन भी आया, लेकिन लोकसभा और विधानसभा में ये महिलाओं का रिजर्वेशन का काम आगे नहीं बढ़ा। अध्यक्ष महोदय, यहां तक महिला आरक्षण का बिल का सवाल है, सर्वप्रथम ये बिल 12 सितंबर 1996 को श्री HD देवेगौड़ा साहब की सरकार के समय संविधान का 81वां संविधान संशोधन लोकसभा में पेश किया गया। बहस के बाद इसे गीता मुखर्जी की अध्यक्षता वाली संयुक्त संसदीय समिति को सौंप दिया गया। गीता मुखर्जी कमेटी ने 9 दिसंबर 1996 को अपनी रिपोर्ट सौंपी, परंतु 1996 में 11वीं लोकसभा के खत्म होने के साथ ही ये बिल खत्म हो गया। इस दिशा में अगला प्रयास आदरणीय श्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी की सरकार में 14 दिसंबर 1998 को संविधान के 84वें संविधान संशोधन विधेयक 1998 में पेश किया गया, परंतु 12वीं लोकसभा के खत्म होते ही ये प्रयास भी समाप्त हो गया। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी की अगली सरकार 13वीं लोकसभा में 23 दिसंबर 1999 को संविधान का 85वां संशोधन विधेयक 99 में पेश किया गया, परंतु राजनीतिक पार्टियों के बीच सहमति न बनने के कारण आगे नहीं बढ़ सका। इसी श्रृंखला में अगला महत्वपूर्ण प्रयास डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी की सरकार द्वारा संविधान में 108वां संशोधन विधेयक 2008 6 मई 2008 को राज्यसभा में प्रस्तुत किया गया। 2 साल बाद 9 मार्च 2010 को राज्यसभा में तीखी बहस और भारी हंगामे के बीच ये बिल पास हो गया, किंतु लोकसभा में ये बिल पास नहीं हो सका। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जो महिला अधिकारों और महिला कल्याण के प्रति सदैव संवेदनशील है, उनके मार्गदर्शन में लगभग सर्वसम्मति बनाते हुए नई संसद के पहले बिल के रूप में 19 सितंबर 2023 को नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम संविधान का 128वां संशोधन विधेयक 2023 लोकसभा में प्रस्तुत किया, जो लोकसभा में भारी बहुमत से पास हुआ, जिसके पक्ष में 454 वोट पड़े, मात्र 2 वोट विपक्ष में पड़े, जिसे बाद में संविधान का 106वां संशोधन कहा गया। 2023 के तौर पर यह लागू हुआ, ये 2023 के लागू किया गया। अगले ही दिन 20 सितंबर 2023 को राज्यसभा में 2014 वोटों के साथ बिना किसी विरोध के ये बिल पास हो किया गया। 28 दिसंबर को भारत की पहली आदिवासी महिला राष्ट्रपति माननीय श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी के द्वारा इसे मंजूरी प्रदान की गई। अध्यक्ष महोदय, 4 दशकों के लंबे अंतराल के बाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में महिलाओं के लिए लोकसभा राज्य विधानसभाओं में 1/3 सीटों के आरक्षण की व्यवस्था सुनिश्चित हो पाई। आज हम इस संविधान 131वें संविधान संशोधन विधेयक 2026 के माध्यम से इसे इस महान सदन के समक्ष साकार रूप देने जा रहे हैं। इस पूरे विश्व में, इससे पूरे विश्व में भारत और भारतीयता का शाश्वत संदेश का प्रचार करने वाले, या स्वामी विवेकानंद जी का कोट भी मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने एक मातृ शक्ति के उत्थान का संदेश देते हुए कहा, देयर इज ए नो चांस, सर ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है, मैं कोट करना चाहता हूं, देयर इज ए नो चांस फॉर द वेलफेयर ऑफ ए वर्ल्ड अनलेस द कंडीशन ऑफ वुमेन इज इंप्रूव्ड। It is not possible for a bird to fly only one wing। तो हम 2 पंखों से उड़ना चाहते हैं साहब, ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी का सपना है। मुझे विश्वास है कि ऐतिहासिक संविधान संशोधन के लागू होने से भारत, जिसे कभी वैभव भारत के नाम से भारत को जाना जाता था, हमारे विधायिका में भागीदारिता बढ़ेगी और भारत विकसित भारत बनेगा। तमिल भाषा के महाकवि सुब्रमण्यम भारती ने भी स्वतंत्र, शिक्षित, आत्मनिर्भर और शक्तिशाली नारी की कल्पना करते हुए अपनी कविताओं के माध्यम से बताया कि महिलाएं केवल घर तक सीमित नहीं है, वे निर्णय लेने, कानून बनाने, वे शासन करने में सक्षम है। वे निडर, जागरूक और प्रगतिशील है, जो समाज को आगे बढ़ाती है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं बड़े ही विनम्र भाव के साथ और गर्व के साथ ये कहना चाहूंगा कि वैदिक काल से हमारी आधुनिक काल तक जब जब मातृशक्ति को नेतृत्व करने का अवसर मिला है, तब तक उन्होंने अपनी प्रतिभा, योग्यता और क्षमता से अपना आप को सिद्ध किया है। वैदिक काल में यदि हम देखें तो गार्की, मैत्रेय, घोषा, अपाला, लोकपुत्रा जैसी अनेक विदुषी महिलाओं का जिक्र मिलता है। कालांतर में हमें ऐसी अनेक महिलाओं का भी जिक्र मिलता है जिन्होंने शासक के रूप में अपनी प्रतिभा का परिचय दिया। रानी नागनिका, कश्मीर की रानी दिद्या और रानी रुद्रमा देवी, रानी दुर्गावती और रानी लक्ष्मीबाई और रानी अहिल्याबाई होलकर जैसी अनेक ऐसी रानियों का उल्लेख मिलता है। सामाजिक सुधार की दृष्टि से देखें तो सावित्रीबाई फुले, रमाबाई जैसी महिलाओं का उल्लेख मिलता है, जिन्होंने महिला शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई। औपनिवेशिक काल में आजादी के संघर्ष में भी महिला नेतृत्व ने बढ़ चढ़कर भूमिका निभाई। हम सरोजिनी नायडू की बात कर सकते हैं, कस्तूरबा गांधी, अरुणा आसफ अली, उषा मेहता, भीखाजी कामा, मातंगनी हाजरा, रानी गैडिनल्यू जैसी अनेक महिलाओं का नाम गर्व के साथ ले सकते हैं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, संविधान सभा में भी 15 विद्वान महिलाओं का योगदान संविधान निर्माण में रहा था। मैं उनको भी आज सदन के माध्यम से सत नमन करना चाहता हूँ। उन सभी महिलाओं का नाम लेना चाहूंगा। अम्मू स्वामीनाथन, दक्षिणायनी वेलायुधन, बेगम एजाज रसूल, दुर्गाबाई देशमुख, हंसा मेहता, कमला चौधरी, लीला रॉय, मालती चौधरी, पूर्णिमा बनर्जी, राजकुमारी अमृत कौर, रेणुका रे, सरोजनी नायडू, सुचिता कृपलानी और विजय लक्ष्मी पंडित। अध्यक्ष जी, ये अमृतकाल की बेला है। हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2047 तक भारत को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने का लक्ष्य रखा है। 2047 में जब भारत की आजादी के 100 वर्ष पूरे होने पर विकसित भारत का उत्सव मनाया जाएगा, तब उसमें महिलाओं की भूमिका अग्रणी रहने वाली है। इसलिए मैं आज इस सदन के समक्ष सभी माननीय सदस्यों से ये निवेदन करता हूं कि इस बिल को सर्वसम्मति से पास कर हमारी मातृशक्ति को उनका अधिकार दिलाने के लिए अपना योगदान दें। अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारत के संविधान की प्रस्तावना में जो पहला शब्द वी द पीपल ऑफ इंडिया, अर्थात हम भारत के लोग को कोट करते हुए उनको कहना चाहता हूं, सबको, आपको, हम भारत के लोग, क्योंकि भारत के लोगों ने हमें यहां चुन करके भेजा है। हम भारत के लोग, बन रहा है ऐसा सुखद संयोग, बनेगा विकसित राष्ट्र, बढ़ेगा सब में परस्पर सहयोग, हर आंगन से संसद तक होगी नारी की भागीदारी, हर निर्णय में उसकी भी होगी पूरी जिम्मेदारी, ऐसा होगा सुफल सहयोग, हम भारत के लोग, ऐसा बन रहा सुखद सहयोग। आइए हम सब मिलकर दलों से ऊपर उठकर मातृशक्ति को सम्मान देने वाली नारी शक्ति को उसका अधिकार देने वाले इन बिलों का सर्वसम्मति से समर्थन करें और नारी शक्ति को समृद्ध बनाएं। लास्ट में अध्यक्ष जी, अंत में मैं अपनी कुछ पंक्तियां, मेरी भी कुछ पंक्तियां रहती है, मेरी अपनी कुछ पंक्तियों के माध्यम से नारी शक्ति के प्रति, हाँ, मैं लेखक भी हूं सर। मैंने किताब तो मेरी पत्नी पे लिखी है ना, एक सफर हम सफर के साथ। लेखक मैं हूं, सब्जेक्ट मेरी पत्नी है, तो मैं कवि भी हूं। तो नारी शक्ति के प्रति अपनी भावना व्यक्त करते हुए अपनी वाणी को विराम दूंगा। लेकिन भावना क्या है, ये बहुत शानदार है सर। हमारी आन है नारी, और हमारी शान है नारी। विकसित हो रहे भारत की ये पहचान है नारी। अमृतकाल का उत्सव है, शक्ति समान का उत्सव है, पूरा विश्व देखेगा। आज नारी उत्थान का उत्सव निर्णय की प्रक्रिया में बनेगी अब ये सहभागी। बहुत लंबी तपस्या से अब ये आशा जागी। इन्हें आकाश सुने दो, इन्हें आकाश सुने दो, ना इनकी राहों को रोको। बुलाओ इनको संसद में, महक उठे फुलवारी। आज हमारी आन है नारी, हमारी शान है नारी। विकसित हो रहे भारत की पहचान है नारी। अध्यक्ष जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने बोलने का अवसर दिया, बहुत बहुत आभार, धन्यवाद।
आप टोकोगे तो एक कविता और सुननी पड़ेगी। आपको एक दो कविता सुननी पड़ेगी, दो बार बोलोगे तो। गौरव गोगोई जी, उनके बाद गौरव गोगोई जी।
कितनी मुख्यमंत्री बनाया आप? धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय। आज इस विशेष सत्र में मैं अपने पार्टी के तरफ से जो संविधान का 131वीं संशोधन है उसके विरोध में अपने पार्टी की तरफ से अपनी बात रख रहा हूं। सर, अभी हमने कानून मंत्री अर्जुन मेघवाल जी की बात सुनी और कहीं उनके बातों से लग रहा था कि शायद पहली बार सदन के अंदर महिला आरक्षण पर चर्चा हो रही है। आज ही हर्ष का दिन है, आज ही उल्लास का दिन है, आज ही पारित हो रहा है, पहली बार हो रहा है, ऐतिहासिक हो रहा है, ऐसा उन्होंने एक ढांचा बनाने की कोशिश की। लेकिन आज से ही 3 साल पहले तब आदरणीय गृह मंत्री जी, उस समय भी ऐसी ही बातें उन्होंने की। और अगर आप दोनों के वक्तव्यों को सुनेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि 90% आदरणीय गृह मंत्री जी ने उस समय जो कहा वही आज कानून मंत्री जी ने पढ़ के हमको दोबारा सुनाया। उस समय भी आदरणीय गृह मंत्री जी ने हम सबको श्री गणेश करने के लिए आह्वान जलाया था कि आइए, इससे 2023 से पहले 5 बार महिला आरक्षण पर विभिन्न प्रकार के कानून लाए गए हैं। इस बार तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी उन्होंने एक सशक्त कदम लिया है, इस बार हो जाएगा। उस समय भी ऐसी बातें थी और उस समय भी हमने यही बात की थी जो हम आज आपके सामने कर रहे हैं कि हमारी पार्टी कांग्रेस पार्टी महिला आरक्षण के पक्ष में है, पर कृपया महिला आरक्षण को आप सरल करिए ताकि महिला आरक्षण जिस समय कानून पारित हो उसी समय लागू हो जाए और 500 जो हमारे 543 है लोकसभा की जो वर्तमान जो हमारी ताकत है उस पर लागू हो जाए, उसको परिसीमन के साथ मत जोड़े। उस समय भी ये बात कही, आज भी हम ये बात कह रहे हैं। उस समय भी हमने ये बात कही थी। लोकसभा में आदरणीय हमारी कांग्रेस दल की नेत्री श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी ने यही बात कही थी कि हम महिला आरक्षण के पक्ष में हैं, पर इसको आप परिसीमन के साथ मत जोड़िए। और अगर आप महिला आरक्षण आप वर्तमान उस समय में 2024 के इलेक्शन में ही लागू करिए, उस समय भी हमने ये गुहार की थी। उस समय हमको आदरणीय गृह मंत्री जी ने कहा कि नहीं, डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन करना पड़ेगा। और मैं आदरणीय गृह मंत्री जी को मैं उनका जो स्पीच है उसके ही मैं भाषण में एक लाइन उन्होंने कही थी जो मैं आपको इस सदन के इस चर्चा में लाना चाहता हूं। उन्होंने खुद कहा कि जैसे ही लोकसभा चुनाव पारित हो जाएगा, मतलब 2024, उन्होंने खुद कहा कि जैसे ही लोकसभा चुनाव पारित हो जाएगा तुरंत जनगणना होगी, तुरंत परिसीमन होगा, तुरंत महिला आरक्षण लागू होगा। अब 3 साल में ऐसी क्या बात बिगड़ गई? 3 साल में ऐसा क्या बदलाव आया कि लोकसभा चुनाव के बाद बस 2 साल ही हुए हैं और अगर आप इस विधेयक के स्टेटमेंट ऑफ ऑब्जेक्ट्स एंड रीजंस पढ़े तो खुद आज सरकार यह कह रही है कि जो अगला जनगणना होगा, जो अगला परिसीमन होगा, उसमें काफी समय होगा, काफी समय लगेगा और काफी उसमें डिले होगा। ये दोनों बात अलग है। स्वयं 3 साल पहले गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी ने सदन में परिसीमन और जनगणना को महिला आरक्षण के साथ जोड़ते हुए हम सबको आश्वासन दिया कि जैसे ही अगली सरकार आएगी तुरंत जनगणना होगी, तुरंत परिसीमन होगा। और आज भी ये कह रहे हैं कि परिसीमन का, जनगणना का काम शुरू हो गया। अभी कुछ समय पहले आदरणीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी ने कहा कि घरों की संख्या शुरुआत हो गई, घरों की संख्या कितनी है शुरुआत हो गई और फिर व्यक्तिगत जनगणना उसकी शुरुआत होगी। तो क्यों आपने ही बिल में कह रहे हैं कि अगला जनगणना, अगला डिलिमिटेशन एक्सरसाइज में काफी समय लगेगा? तो इसका हम क्या समझे? इसका हम ये समझ सकते हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं आप वास्तविक रूप से महिला आरक्षण के पक्ष में नहीं हो। आप बार बार महिला आरक्षण में विभिन्न प्रकार के अटकलें ला रहे हो ताकि महिला आरक्षण को और पीछे किया जाए और बाद में हो। जो बात आसानी से हो सकती है, जो बात सरलता से हो सकती है, उसमें आप बार बार पेचीदा अटकलें लाके उसमें आप विलंब ला रहे हो। तभी आप 2023 में अगर आप हमारी बात सुनते तो 2024 में महिला आरक्षण आ जाता। और आज भी हम कह रहे हैं कि इस महिला आरक्षण को आप परिसीमन के साथ मत जोड़ो, महिला आरक्षण लाओ। वर्तमान में जो हमारी ताकत है 543, उसी पे आप लागू करो, हम पूरा आपका समर्थन करेंगे। 2029 में लाना चाहते हो कृपया लाइए, पर जो बात आपकी, जो हर बात में आप जो राजनीति करते हो, सिंबोलिज्म की पॉलिटिक्स जो करते हो, ये साफ साफ इस आपके इस बिल में, तीनों बिल में दिख रहा है कि ये आपका महिला आरक्षण लाने का बिल नहीं है, ये देश को बैकडोर के द्वारा परिसीमन करने का ये बिल है। ये आपकी मंशा है, महिला आरक्षण बिल नहीं है ये। हम परिसीमन की आपकी ये मंशा है, उस पे आप महिला आरक्षण का आपने एक लेबल लगा दिया है, ढांचा लगा दिया। कितनी दुख की बात है, कितनी शर्म की बात है कि अब महिला आरक्षण को ही आप ये ढांचा मिला, महिला आरक्षण ही आपका सुरक्षा कवच बना आपकी राजनीतिक मंशा को छुपाने के लिए, और कोई आपको विधेयक नहीं मिला। मतलब आपकी ही मंशा नहीं है। और दूसरी बात यह है कि विलंब क्यों? पहली बात तो शंका इस बात पे उठती है कि आप महिला आरक्षण के पक्ष में नहीं हो, नहीं तो आप तुरंत लेके आ जाते। और दूसरा जो शंका मन में पैदा होता है कि आप जाति जनगणना के पक्ष में नहीं हो, क्योंकि 2023 और 2026 के बीच में एक ही अंतर आया है। 2023 में भी आपकी सरकार, 26 में भी लोगों ने आपकी सरकार लेके आए। 2023 में आपने कहा कि जनगणना होगी, परिसीमन होगा, फिर महिला आरक्षण होगी, और आज आप कह रहे हैं कि नहीं, जनगणना से पहले हमको महिला आरक्षण लाने की कोशिश करना चाहिए। क्या फर्क आया? फर्क बस इतना ही आया कि पूरे इंडिया अलायंस और विभिन्न विरोधी दल के दबाव में आदरणीय राहुल गांधी जी के नेतृत्व में हमने आपके सरकार को विमर्श किया कि आपको जनगणना के साथ जाति जनगणना करनी पड़ेगी, जिसका उल्लेख आपने एक प्रेस रिलीज के द्वारा आपने फरवरी के महीने में किया, दबाव में आके किया, इसके पक्ष में आप नहीं थे। इससे प्रेस रिलीज से पहले कई बार सदन के अंदर, सदन के बाहर क्या क्या हम पर आलोचना नहीं हुई। कभी अर्बन नक्सल, कभी देशद्रोही, क्या क्या नहीं कहा। देश का बंटवारा चाहते हैं, क्या क्या आरोप नहीं लगाया। लेकिन जब आपने खुद देखा कि देश के लोग, अति पिछले वर्ग के लोग, अल्पसंख्यक जब वो चाहते हैं, जनजाति लोग, अनुसूचित जाति लोग जब वो चाहते हैं कि जाति जनगणना हो, तो आपने विमर्श होकर आपने जाति जनगणना लेके आए। अब आप वो जाति जनगणना को नहीं करना चाहते, आप नहीं लागू करना चाहते। अभी भी समय है, 2026 है, आप कह रहे हो कि काम आपका शुरू हो गया है, तो आपको क्यों लगता है, आपने क्यों यहाँ पे लिखा है कि कंसिडरेबल टाइम लगेगा और पार्टिसिपेशन ऑफ वुमेन जो है हमारी पॉलिटिक्स में वो डिले हो जाएगी? मतलब आप जाति जनगणना के पक्ष में नहीं हो। साफ साफ आपका उद्देश्य, आपकी राजनीति यहाँ पे है। मैं पढ़ देना चाहता हूँ। The next census and consequential delimitation exercise thereafter will take considerable time and thus delay the effective and dedicated participation of women in our democratic polity. Hence, the objective of the proposed bill is to operationalize 1/3 reservation for women through a delimitation exercise to be undertaken on the basis of the population figures of the latest published census. ये क्या तरीका है कि महिला आरक्षण को लागू करने के लिए आप एक डिलिमिटेशन को बुलडोज कर रहे हो, आप डिलिमिटेशन। आप जो ये बिल में आप जो ये संख्या लाए हो क्लॉज 3 में कि आर्टिकल 81 ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में संशोधन आना चाहिए कि 815 मेंबर्स आने चाहिए, कहां से आया ये संख्या किसने निर्धारित किया? सरकार। और इसीलिए तो हम इस बिल का विरोध कर रहे हैं कि आज सरकार अपने आप, जो संविधान में लिखा हुआ है कि जो अगला सेंसस होगा 2026, उसके बाद डिलिमिटेशन होगा, आज सरकार ने वो संविधान का पूरा आर्टिकल 81 को खत्म करके खुद अपने आप को ताकत दे रहा है कि नहीं, सेंसस के लिए नहीं हमको रुकना, और अपने आप हमने चुन लिया कि 815 करना है। ये संख्या कहां से आया? नागपुर से आया? किसी शाखा से आया? कहां से आया? कोई सरकारी दस्तावेज, कोई पार्लियामेंट्री पेपर, कोई पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी की रिपोर्ट, कहां से आया 815 नंबर? क्या आसमान से टपक गया? कहां से आया? यही तो हम जानना चाहिए। इसलिए तो हम कह रहे हैं कि सरकार के पास इस विधेयक को इंट्रोड्यूस करने की लेजिस्लेटिव कॉम्पिटेंस है ही नहीं कि वो सरकार अपने आप कैसे तय कर ले कि पार्लियामेंट की सदन की संख्या कितनी बढ़नी चाहिए अपने आप, बिना सेंसस के। तो बार बार ये हमको पता चलता है कि आप डिलिमिटेशन को एक राजनीतिक अस्त्र के रूप से, आप इसको एक हथियार के रूप से आप इसको व्यवहार करना चाहते हैं, जो मंशा नहीं थी। जो हमारे संविधान के निर्माता थे, डिलिमिटेशन किसी राजनीतिक दल के राजनीतिक हथियार के रूप में निर्माण करना उनका मंशा नहीं था। डिलिमिटेशन की मंशा क्या थी कि जैसे जैसे जनसंख्या बढ़ेगी, प्रशासन के लिए, सुशासन के लिए हम अपने डिलिमिटेशन अपने विधानसभाओं का, लोकसभा क्षेत्रों का ऐसा करें ताकि लोगों को प्रशासनिक सुविधा मिले, ताकि सुशासन सुचारू रूप से हो। इस उद्देश्य से डिलिमिटेशन हुआ था। लेकिन हमने देखा है कि इस सरकार के द्वारा किस प्रकार से डिलिमिटेशन को, किस प्रकार से एक निजी और काफी निम्न स्तर की राजनीतिक अस्त्र इसको बनाया गया है। मैं 2 प्रदेशों का उदाहरण देना चाहता हूं कि कैसे आज डिलिमिटेशन का व्यवहार किया जा रहा है। एक जम्मू कश्मीर, दूसरा असम, दोनों प्रदेशों में डिलिमिटेशन, दोनों प्रदेशों में। और एक में क्या हुआ, जम्मू कश्मीर के जब आपने परिसीमन की तो वहां पे आपने डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन बैठाई और वहां पर आपने सेंसस, कौन से सेंसस का आपने इस्तेमाल किया? 2011 का। और दूसरे तरफ आपने असम में परिसीमन की, वहां पर परिसीमन की दायित्व खुद केंद्र चुनाव आयोग ने ले ली और वहां पर परिसीमन के सेंसस के आधार पर हुआ 2001 पर। आप सोच समझ सकते हो कि भारत में 21वीं सदी में 2022 से 2023 में लगभग वो 1.5 वर्ष के कार्यकाल में भारत के 2 प्रदेशों में परिसीमन हो रहा है, एक 2011 के सेंसस के आधार पर, एक 2001 के आधार पर, एक जगह डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन, एक जगह चुनाव आयोग। तो साफ साफ पता चलता है कि ये डिलिमिटेशन किसी प्रकार से नागरिकों को, आम नागरिकों को सुविधा देने के लिए नहीं, डिलिमिटेशन बस आप अपने राजनीतिक सत्ता को और मजबूत करने के लिए, अपने राजनीतिक जड़ों को मजबूत करने के लिए आप इसका इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। डिलिमिटेशन का तात्पर्य क्या था कि हर जो क्षेत्र हो, चाहे लोकसभा क्षेत्र हो, चाहे विधानसभा क्षेत्र हो, उसकी जनसंख्या लगभग समान होनी चाहिए। मैं बताऊं असम में क्या हुआ। असम में एक लोकसभा है 14 लाख लोगों का और एक लोकसभा है 26 लाख लोगों का। 26 लाख लोगों का। ये किसकी सुविधा देख रहे हो? किसकी सुविधा देख रहे हो आप? आम नागरिकों की तो नहीं हो सकती, क्योंकि वो 26 लाख का लोकसभा क्षेत्र इतना बड़ा है, वो किसी प्रकार से, किसी ना प्रशासनिक रूप से ना सुशासन के रूप से वो किसी का फायदेमंद हो सकता है। ऐसा डिलिमिटेशन हुआ है सर कि एक विधानसभा में कहीं 4 जिला परिषद और कहीं 2 जिला परिषद। ऐसा डिलिमिटेशन हुआ है कि एक पंचायत में 10 वार्ड, 2 वार्ड एक विधानसभा में, 3 वार्ड दूसरे विधानसभा में, 3 वार्ड चौथे विधानसभा में। यह है परिसीमन। और अफसोस की बात, इसको हम चैलेंज नहीं कर सकते। और यही जो आज इस प्रकार को अमेरिका में कहते हैं जेरीमैंडरिंग, पूरा कंप्लीट पॉलिटिकल एक्सप्लॉयटेशन, कि कोई एक ज्योग्राफिकल कंटिग्यूटी होती है सर। डिलिमिटेशन में एक और चीज होती है कि ज्योग्राफिकल, बिसाइड्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव एफिशिएंसी, ज्योग्राफिकल कंटिग्यूटी होनी चाहिए। लेकिन आज आपने ऐसे क्षेत्र बनाए हैं कि एक नदी के इस पार और एक गांव पहाड़ के उस पार। किस लिए? ये किस प्रकार का ज्योग्राफिकल कंटिग्यूटी है? आप मैप देखिए सर। अब यही चीज जो उन्होंने असम में किया, जो उन्होंने जम्मू कश्मीर में किया, अब महिला आरक्षण के द्वारा पूरे देश में ये कहना चाहते हैं। कितनी शर्मनाक बात है, कितनी शर्मनाक बात है, दुख की बात है। महिलाओं का अपमान है कि आप इस प्रकार का महिलाओं का आप राजनीतिक दुरुपयोग कर रहे हो महिला आरक्षण के नाम पर। आप भारतीय संस्कृति की बात करते हो, भारत के देवी देवताओं की बात करते हो, भारत के उपनिषद और पुराणों की बात करते हो, और ये है आपका मंशा, डिलिमिटेशन। हमने ये खुद देखा है सर कि आज कहीं ना कहीं ये एक शंका है कि एक, आप महिला आरक्षण के पक्ष में नहीं हो, शंका दूसरा कि आप जाति जनगणना के पक्ष में नहीं हो, शंका तीसरा कि आप डिलिमिटेशन नागरिकों के हित में नहीं, डिलिमिटेशन खुद के हित में करते हो, यह भी तीसरा शंका है। और चौथी शंका यह कि आप संविधान को आप धीरे धीरे आप कमजोर कर रहे हो। संविधान के आर्टिकल 81 में खुद लिखा है कि जो सेंसस, अगला जो सेंसस होगा उसके आधार पर 2026 का उल्लेख वहां पर है संविधान पर। संविधान में उल्लेखित है आर्टिकल 81 में कि 2026 में जो सेंसस होगा, उस जो सेंसस जब पब्लिश होगा तो उसके आधार पर हम आगे बढ़ेंगे, डिलिमिटेशन होगा। अब आज आप इस महिला आरक्षण के बिल के द्वारा आप संविधान को भी कमजोर कर रहे हो। जो 2026 की जो बात आर्टिकल 81 में है, आप उसको भी आप कमजोर करके कह रहे हो कि जब सदन कोई कानून लाएगा तब उस कानून में जिस सेंसस की बात होगी उस सेंसस के आधार पर हम परिसीमन करेंगे। मतलब जो बात संविधान में लिखी है, जिस बात को चाहे किसी दल की सरकार आए उस बात को अमल करना है, आपने उस संवैधानिक सुरक्षा को कमजोर कर आपने एक ऐसा कानून लाना चाहते हो कि सदन में जिसकी ताकत, सदन में जिसकी बल, वो निर्धारित करेगा कि किस सेंसस के आधार पर परिसीमन हो। वाह, तो किस प्रकार से संविधान के पक्ष में हो? ये बिल महिला विरोधी है, ये बिल जाति जनगणना विरोधी है, ये बिल संविधान विरोधी है, ये बिल जो हमारे पूरे प्रदेश का, पूरे देश का जो फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर है उसके विरोध, फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर के विरोध। सर हमारे अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमारे प्रदेश जब हमारे देश में जब राज्यों का जन्म हुआ तो उस समय जनसंख्या नहीं देखी गई थी, भाषा देखा गया था। भाषाओं के आधार पर एक लिंग्विस्टिक रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन हमारे प्रदेशों को हुआ था। कहीं कहीं जो हमारी एथनिसिटी है, नॉर्थ ईस्ट के जो ट्राइब्स हैं, उनको पता है कि वो एक बड़े ग्रेटर असम के पार्ट में हैं, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं उनको अपना परिचय बचाना था, अपने भाषा का परिचय, अपने एथनिसिटी का परिचय, अपने परंपरा का परिचय, और इसीलिए वो ग्रेटर असम से, ग्रेटर नॉर्थ ईस्ट फ्रंटियर से वो निकलकर उन्होंने अपने सेपरेट स्टेटहुड की मांग की, जिसके कारण स्वाभाविक रूप से उनकी जनसंख्या कम हुई। आज वो जो मांग उन्होंने की, अपने परिचय की, अपने स्वाधीनता की, अपने भाषा की, अपने जाति की, अपने परंपरा की, आज उसके लिए उनको प्रताड़ित किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि जनसंख्या के आधार पर उनकी कभी ताकत इतनी होगी नहीं कि सदन के अंदर कोई नागालैंड में का होकर बुलंद अपनी आवाज रखे, कोई अरुणाचल का होकर बुलंद अपनी आवाज रखे, कोई मिजोरम का होकर बुलंद अपनी आवाज रखे। आज भी हमारे भारत देश में कई ऐसे प्रांत हैं जो स्टेटहुड की मांग कर रहे हैं। गोरखा का एक मांग है, सेपरेट स्टेटहुड की मांग कर रहे हैं, और आज जब वो सेपरेट स्टेट होंगे तो उन्हीं की जो जनसंख्या है उनके कारण उनको कमजोर किया जाएगा। तो आपने जो एक विषय है, जिस विषय पर हमारे केसी वेणुगोपाल जी ने कहा कि हमारे जो पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री हैं स्वर्गीय इंदिरा जी, स्वर्गीय अटल जी, उन्होंने पूरे जो हमारी फेडरल बैलेंस है, संतुलन है, उसको बचाने के लिए फ्रीज डाला था पॉपुलेशन सेंसस में 1976 और 2001 में, एक बड़े एक सोच के साथ। आज आप उनसे भी परे हो रहे। आप तो कांग्रेस के स्वर्गीय प्रधानमंत्री इंदिरा जी से तो बड़े अपने आप को समझते हो, आप स्वर्गीय अटल जी से भी अपने आप को बड़े समझते हो, जो एक अटल जी से भी, स्वर्गीय अटल जी से भी अपने आप को आप बड़े स्टेट्समैन समझते हो। तो जो आज ये पॉपुलेशन की जो बात है, एक संतुलन की बात है, जिसको मैं काफी बारीकी से समझना है, फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर को के बैलेंस को पकड़ने के लिए बहुत सबको साथ, सारे प्रदेशों के मुख्यमंत्री, सारे विभिन्न दलों के साथ बातचीत करनी है। उसको आप महिला आरक्षण के नाम पर सबके बुलडोज कर रहे हो आप। हम दोबारा आपको कह रहे हैं, लाइए महिला आरक्षण, हम इसके विरोध में नहीं है, महिला आरक्षण लाइए, लेकिन ये परिसीमन के अटकेले और इस परिसीमन के जाल से इसको बाहर निकालिए, सरल करिए, आसान करिए, लागू करिए, ताकि हम सब देख पाए। इससे महिला आरक्षण के द्वारा आप अपने राजनीतिक रोटियों को मत सेकें। मैं दोबारा कोशिश करूंगा कि काफी परिसीमन को लेकर इस देश में गंभीर सवाल उठ रहे हैं, जिस सवालों का जवाब, जिस मसलों का समाधान पूर्व में हमारे स्वर्गीय प्रधानमंत्री ने किया है, और काफी एक बारीकी से काफी संतुलन उन्होंने सृष्टि करने में वो सफल हुए। उस संतुलन को आप अपने राजनीतिक रोटी के लिए, अपने राजनीतिक मुनाफा के लिए भारत के उस संतुलन को मत बिगाड़िए। आज भी हम एक, जैसे राहुल जी ने कहा है कई बार कि हम यूनियन है एक स्टेट्स के। इस यूनियन में चाहे स्टेट की जनसंख्या बड़ी हो या स्टेट की जनसंख्या कम हो, जनसंख्या के आधार पर उनको राजनीतिक रूप से उनकी ताकत को आप कम मत करिए या बढ़ाइए मत। सबको तवज्जो मिले, भारत की जो हमारी अखंडता है वो अमल रहे और भारत हमेशा सशक्त रहे। इसीलिए परिसीमन पर गंभीर चर्चा हो और इस प्रकार से बुलडोज ना करे। महिला आरक्षण पर आप उसको इस ढांचे से निकाले, एक सरल बिल लाइए जो आप हमारे इस सुझाव को कबूल करिए। इसलिए आपने इस प्रकार के गैर संवैधानिक, गैर महिला, गैर जाति जनगणना, गैर जो हमारे संघीय ढांचे के खिलाफ बिल लाने के कारण हम पुरजोर तरीके से इस बिल का विरोध करते हैं। धन्यवाद।
तेजस्वी सूर्या।
Thank you, Speaker, sir. You have given me an opportunity to speak in this very important debate. Speaker, sir, today is truly a historic day because finally the women of India who have been waiting for almost 40 years for their right, for their due to participate in the national policy-making process will finally get their share. The Narendra Modi government, by the 3 bills that have now been introduced, is not only going to fast-track the Women's Reservation Bill and its applicability from 2029, it is also going to write a new chapter in the development journey of India by for the first time giving the Nari Shakti of this country a vocal, visible, credible, tangible representation in the nation building process. I would want to, on behalf of all the women of this country, congratulate and thank Prime Minister Narendra Modi for these 3 very important and historic bills that are fast-tracking, catalyzing the participation of women in the country's politics. Speaker, sir, the journey of the Women Representation Bill, the Women Reservation Bill that started in 1996 and is finally now seen crucial in 2026. This 30-year journey has seen a checkered history. At least a half a dozen times, the bill was introduced, and on one pretext or the other, especially parties who are now in the opposition, delayed, disrupted, and ensured that the bill does not see the light of day. We still remember when earlier the bill was introduced in the earlier government's tenure, leaders from Samajwadi Party and the RJD tore up the bill in this house and said this women reservation bill will pass only over my dead body. The country remembers this kind of emphatic opposition that they gave to the women reservation bill at that time. ये अटके रहा था, 30 साल के लिए अटके रहा था। आज नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम जो पारित हुआ है वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ भारतीय जनता पार्टी और नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कारण से वो पारित हो चुका। अध्यक्ष जी, even today the opposition has now come up with a new argument, a new pretext to further stall and further disturb and oppose the application of the Women Reservation Bill. And the new pretext that they have come up with is this vacuous opposition, this baseless opposition to the delimitation exercise. When the Nari Shakti Adhiniyam was passed in 2023, and it was passed unanimously, all political parties agreed that the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam, the Women Reservation Bill, will be applicable after the census and a delimitation is undertaken. This is the mandate of the Constitution that everybody voted for. Today, the opposition has taken a U-turn. They are now opposing the fast-tracking of this bill in the 2029 elections and saying we want to oppose this because we don't want the delimitation exercise to take place. I come from the south of the country, the southern state of Karnataka, Speaker sir, just like you represent from Kerala. Speaker sir, over the last 3 days, we have seen a systematic misleading and propaganda by certain members of the opposition in the most irresponsible, anarchic fashion to mislead the people in the south of India. Let me make it very clear. If at all there was anything, even an ounce of injustice that the proposals that the government has brought to the parliament, even if there was an ounce of injustice to the south of India, I as a proud Kannadiga would have been the first to oppose such kind of a proposal. I have gone through the proposal that the government of India has brought, the Modi government has brought. I am saying this not as a member of the BJP, but I am saying this after thoroughly examining all the three proposals, that other than the practical proposal that the Modi government has brought for delimitation of seats in the country, the south of India and the smaller states of India that have controlled our population, we could not have got a better deal than this. This is the best deal that the Narendra Modi government has provided. Very briefly, I want to explain to you, through you to the House and the country speaker, sir, the constitutional framework that governs the delimitation exercise. My learned friend Gaurav Gogoiji was in his speech mentioning that we are bringing the delimitation exercise through the back door. I want to very clearly make it clear to him that the delimitation exercise is not a backdoor exercise that the BJP is doing. This is a constitutional mandate of Article 81 and 82. We are only purely following what the Constitution asks us to do. There are three primary articles that govern the exercise that we are now conducting, Speaker, sir. Article 81, Article 82, and Article 330A of the Constitution, which provides for women reservation. Let us examine all the three articles briefly and summarily to understand what the articles essentially say. The first article, 81, determines the total number of seats. It also says that the total number of seats meant to the Lok Sabha, the House of People, must be divided across the country in such a manner that the ratio between the number of total seats and the population of the state is, so far as practicable, the same for all states. This is the first requirement. The second requirement of Article 81 is that within the states, the territorial constituencies shall be divided in such a manner that the ratio between the population of each constituency and the number of seats allotted is, as far as practicable, same within the state. This is the mandate of the Article 81. Now, as you are aware, Speaker, sir, Article 81 and Article 82, by operation of the 42nd Amendment, which was carried forward again by 2001 amendment, froze the number of seats in the Lok Sabha to 543 with a leeway to expand it to 550 seats. Why was this done? In 1997, when this was first discussed, the population in the country had not stabilized. Therefore, a compromise formula was taken that let us not put the southern states which have performed well in population control, let us not penalize them, let us freeze the number of seats. The same thing continued even in 2001. In 2001, while considering this bill, the then Law Minister Arun Jaitley ji said this to the floor of the House. He said the national population policy also envisages that the year 2026 shall be the year in which the population of the country would hopefully stabilize. Therefore, what was true till 2000 is sought to be frozen till the year 2026. That is, the year in which we anticipate, hopefully, that the population figure in the country would stabilize. This is the motive behind freezing of the seats in 1971, which was carried for another 25 years in 2001. We are now in 2026. The first argument that the opposition is making is they don't want the delimitation exercise to take place. This is the most absurd argument. In 1971, the population of the country was 550 crores. The population of the country in 2026 today is 140 crores. There are assembly constituencies and parliamentary constituencies. Again, I want to take the reference made by learned colleague Gaurav Gogoiji in his speech, there are certain assembly constituencies in this country which are 26 lakh in number. There are certain constituencies where one single MP is representing close to 38 lakh people in the country. The population of almost a small nation in Europe. How is this democratic? How is this accountable governance? How can the number of seats that was frozen in 1971 still cater to a population of 140 crore in 2026? For better governance, for better accountability and accessibility of elected representatives, Speaker sir, delimitation is not a mere democratic imperative, it is also a constitutional duty that finally Narendra Modi government is performing today. Speaker sir, I want to contrast this with the proposals that the Congress and the opposition is giving. The opposition says, why can't you implement women reservation as it is on the 543 seats? Why don't you freeze the number of seats? Now, were we to freeze the number of seats, it will defeat the principle in Article 81 of one person, one vote and one value. This is a very important constitutional principle that the founding fathers of the Constitution have protected. You cannot be having a seat where 8 lakh or 9 lakh people will be one parliamentary constituency and another constituency with around 30 lakh people represented by one MP. It defeats the very purpose, which is why Constitution mandated that 2026 shall be the year where delimitation of the seats shall take place. All that the government is now trying to do is fulfill this constitutional mandate. There is a difference between other governments and the Modi government, Speaker sir. Other governments, especially the governments of the Congress party, have always believed and practiced the politics of postponement. It is the Narendra Modi government that does not believe in politics of postponement, but believes in solving the problems of the past. I want to give you an example. OROP was pending from 40 years. What did earlier Congress governments do? Postpone it. Article 370 was pending from 70 years. What did all these governments do? What was supposed to be a temporary provision, they converted into a permanent provision. What did they do? Postpone it. The Bangladesh and India border swapping deal, for almost 40-50 years, it was kept pending. What did the earlier governments do? Postpone it. It is the Narendra Modi government that solved the 70-year-old temporary provision of Article 370 by abrogating it, because we do not believe in the politics of postponement. We finally solved the OROP after 40 years because we do not believe in the politics of postponement. If the Congress were in power today, they may have, like was done in 71, like was done in 2001, wanted to take the safe route, the unconstitutional route, the undemocratic route of freezing the 1971 census equation, but the Narendra Modi government has decided to bring a new equation to the scheme, which is going to give more seats to all states, more representation, and while doing this, follow the constitutional mandate of delimitation based on one vote, one value principle. This, according to me, Speaker sir, is the most practical, genius solution that anybody could have come on. I welcome this constitutional proposition that the Narendra Modi government has brought. Speaker sir, I now want to take a couple of minutes to examine the arguments that the Congress party and its leaders, the opposition and its leaders have made in opposition to these three bills. Now, the first thing that they say is, don't do anything. Don't bring in the delimitation. Why are you bringing delimitation and connecting it with the women's reservation bill? Now, let me for a minute assume what will happen if we don't do anything today. Article 81, Article 82 and the Nari Shakti Adhiniyam under 330A will trigger. Now, what will that do? 2027, the moment the new census data is published, the delimitation exercise will get triggered. And because as of today, Article 82 and 81 freezes the number of seats in the country at 543. All across the country, delimitation will have to take place to redistribute the 553 seats among the existing states of the country based on the 2027 population. Now, what is this scenario going to do? Speaker, sir, because you come from Kerala, I want to draw the attention of the country with an instance, an example of Kerala. Now, suppose the government today does not go ahead with delimitation and 330A comes into play by force of law, 2027 census gets published. What will happen then? Look at these numbers, Speaker, sir. Today, Kerala has 20 parliamentary seats. If you will divide based on 2027 projected population, the population of the country and population of Kerala, and divide the 553 seats across the country from north to south, then Kerala will lose 6 seats. Kerala will have only 14 seats. Now, on these 14 seats, bring 1/3 representation for women that 330A Nari Shakti Adhiniyam brings. Now, what is going to happen? In that case, Venugopalji will not have a seat. In that case, all those people who are representing the Congress here and opposing this will not have a seat. What the present proposal of the Narendra Modi government is to not only protect the existing seats from encroachment, it is also a proposition to ensure that Kerala does not lose out on 6 seats. Now, for a minute, I want to assume, let us not take the 2027 census, but let us divide the country's parliamentary seats on the basis of 2011 census. Now, what will happen? 2011 census ke aadhar par, if we are going to divide the number of seats, again 543 because Article 81 freezes is at 843, again Kerala will lose 5 seats. If you take 2011 seat number, Kerala will lose 5 seats. If you take 27 number, Kerala will lose 6 seats. What Narendra Modi government is today offering is additional 10 seats to Kerala. This is only gain and no loss. This is why I say this is the best proposal that one can bring. Speaker, sir, let me take the example of Tamil Nadu. I am glad that Rajaji has come here. Now, they are making the most loudest opposition.
One second. How can you convince the House how this 10 seats will be increased? By which provision?
How?
By which provision this 10 seats will be
Yes. I'm coming there, Speaker.
Please.
Yes. Thank you, Speaker, sir. You have asked a very pertinent question. Many questions from the opposition in the last few days is the delimitation bill, the Constitution Amendment bill, both do not speak of this 50% increase. On what basis are you saying there is going to be a 50% increase? This is the question. Is this the question, Speaker, sir? Yes. Speaker, sir, I would want to draw your attention.
Not the Speaker, Chairman, sir.
Chairman, sir, sorry. I would want to draw your attention to Article 81 of the Constitution again. What does the Constitution Article 81 say? Article 81 says, as it reads today, not more than 530 states chosen by direct election from territorial constituencies in the state, not more than 20 members to represent union territories in such manner as Parliament may provide. In essence, 81.1 and 2, 81.1a, b, essentially gives 550 seats as the total seats that is now frozen. The interesting part is 81.2, where the mandate is that the above said seats, the 550 seats mentioned above, shall be allotted to each state in such a manner that the ratio between the number of population of seats and the total seats and the population of the state shall, as far as practicable, be same across the states. This is the provision that operates the 50% argument. Today what we have done, instead of 530 members, we have now increased it to 815 members for the House of People seats from the states and increased another 30 for the union territories. A 50% increase is what we have given. Now, how will this be operated? When Article 81(2) is applied, and the Delimitation Commission will have to conduct the delimitation and the apportionment exercise exactly on the basis of 81(2) because it's the constitutional mandate, then they will have to reapportion the states. They reapportion the seats in the only manner possible, that is a 50% increase for every state. This is the argument. Chairman, sir, the problem is the opposition does not come prepared for debates, and even if they do come prepared for debates, they behave in a manner as though that they don't understand, because the object is not to understand, the object is to oppose for the sake of opposing. I hope I have made myself clear, Chairman, sir. Chairman, sir, now let us examine the second argument. Now the second argument is that if there is a proportionate increase in 50% of seats for all states, then the states of southern India will lose out. Rajaji, please listen to me. I am as much as Indian from the south like you are. The only difference is I do not speak the language of separatism that the DMK practices. I believe that the country from Kashmir to Kanyakumari is one. Speaker, sir, I want to...
Suryaji.
Speaker, sir.
Tejasvi Suryaji. Please, wait, I will.
Speaker, sir.
I will.
Let me. Speaker, sir, let me.
I will.
Speaker, sir.
Tejasvi Suryaji.
Now, Speaker, sir.
No, please.
Chairman, sir, my request is, Rajaji, I will strictly stick to what the technical portion.
You just hear me for 1 second.
Yes.
See, please don't make any allegation against a political party. No. See, no, please. I will. After Tejasvi Surya, I will give the opportunity since you have mentioned his name.
Yes.
You please wait.
Speaker, sir. On Speaker, sir, 1 second. Rajaji, I want to take your attention. On 24th March 2026.
If you are taking the name of Sri Raja, then I have to give the chance to
you. Please give him a chance after my speech.
Okay,
after my speech, please give him a chance.
Fine.
I have no objection.
After he
Speaker,
concludes,
sir.
I will give the chance. No, I will give the chance.
Chairman, sir.
Chairman, sir. So you are yielding.
No. After my speech, let him answer. Okay. I'm not yielding. Speaker, sir. On March 24th, 2026, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin makes this tweet, and I will read one important sentence from that tweet, with which I have full sympathy and full support. This is the tweet that M.K. Stalin speaks and writes. It is our consistent stand that the current proportional representation of states should not be disturbed under any circumstances. This is what he says. I agree with this. I have already made it clear. If at all this government had brought in a proposal that would decrease the number of seats and my state of Karnataka would be in a loss, I would have been the first to protest it. Now, what has the government done in the light of this tweet? What does the state say? The current proportional representation of states should not be disturbed under any circumstances. I will take you back to this chart. Now, Speaker, sir, Chairman, sir. Now what is going to happen? We have increased the number of seats to 815 in total. Every state is getting 50% proportionate increase. As a result of this, Tamil Nadu, which is now at 39, is going to get 59 seats. Karnataka, which has 28, is going to get 42 seats. Andhra Pradesh, which has 25, will get 38 seats. Telangana, which has 17, will get 26 seats. Kerala, which has 20, will get 30 seats. And what is the proportionate increase? Andhra Pradesh, 52%. Telangana 52%, Karnataka 51%, Tamil Nadu 51.5%, Kerala 50%. The total share of the South Indian states, which as it stands today, in the total scheme of things in the parliament, in the floor of the parliament, which is 23.9, will continue to remain 23.9 after this is passed. I don't understand where is this objection coming from. This is exactly what the Modi government has done by protecting the proportional representation of state which should not be disturbed. The argument, the demand that Stalin had made, this is the same thing that the Narendra Modi government has done, but today they are out there in Tamil Nadu doing drama by burning this constitution amendment bill. Let there be a limit to your hypocrisy, Rajaji. Let there be a limit to the hypocrisy of the DMK. Now, Speaker, sir, now the question is, what will be the scenario if we do not increase the seats proportionately by 50%? One of the arguments that has been proposed, advanced, is why don't you simply stick to 2011 census numbers, and based on 2011 census, without the 543 limit, increase the number of states. Now, if we were to increase the number of seats purely on the basis of 2011 census, by not providing...
He's not yielding.
By not providing a 50% increase, Chairman, sir, this will be the scenario. Tamil Nadu today has 39 seats. If delimitation were to be conducted purely on the basis of 2011 census, it will be 49 seats. What Narendra Modi government is giving to Tamil Nadu today is 59 seats, 10 seats more than what the opposition is arguing for. Kerala has 20. If only by 2011 census, if we had done the gerrymandering or the demarcation of the seats, Kerala will get only 3 seats in rice, 23 seats. Kerala today is getting 30 seats in rice. Karnataka today has 28. If only by the population, if we were to do for 2011 population, Karnataka will get 41. Karnataka is now getting 42. Andhra Pradesh is 25. If only by 2011 you do, it would be 33. Today, Andhra Pradesh is getting 37. Whichever way you look at it, if you look at it from the way of 27 census, if you look at it from the way of 2011 census, if you look at it by 543 as redistribution, or by taking away all of these things and only basing it on population, none of these permutations and combination is going to give the southern states as best a deal as what Narendra Modi government has now given by this 50% proportionate increase in the population, in the seats formula. Now, Speaker, sir, now this is the second question. Chidambaram Saab yesterday has put a long article, a tweet, and said that the proportionate voice of the South Indian states will get diluted if there is a 50% rise in the number of seats. My question is, today, the share of the South Indian states in the overall scheme is 23.7%. It will continue to be 23.7%. How will the voice of the South get diluted? Second, the majority margin, the halfway mark today is at 272. If there is going to be a 50% increase in the total number of seats, naturally the halfway mark also will jump by 50%. So this whole argument that the southern states is going to lose because of the proportionate 50% increase, I will say, is not only a vacuous argument, it is an illogical argument, it is not only an unconstitutional argument, but most importantly, Speaker, sir, this is a mischievous argument that comes from creating anarchy in this country by misleading the people. Speaker, sir, now I would want to take a few minutes of the time allotted to me to examine the alternatives that the Congress party and the opposition has proposed. Now, there are broadly 3 alternatives that the Congress has proposed. The first alternative is, don't increase the 543 number of seats. Let the delimitation exercise or the Nari Shakti Adhiniyam come into existence, come into force on the 543 seats. I have already explained that one, it is constitutionally impermissible because Article 81, 82 demands the value of one vote, one value. Second, if we were to redistribute 543 seats based on 2027 census or 2011 census, the proportion of the seats that the southern states today have is going to further get reduced. Therefore, this first argument, the argument of postponing of delimitation exercise or the argument to freeze the number of seats as per 1971 absolutely holds no constitutional value and therefore must be rejected. Second, the argument that the opposition is making, the Chief Minister of Telangana has made, is to propose a very interesting hybrid model of linking the population of the state along with the GSDP, the state's per capita contribution and the state's gross development of the state. Now this argument, I don't know, Speaker sir, who has advised the Chief Minister of Telangana. Either I can only say that they don't wish him well, because this proposal is laughable at the best and impractical at the worst. Let me explain why. First, if you will say that the vote of a common citizen in Telangana has more value than the vote of a common voter in Bihar, then you are defeating the constitutional principle of one value, one vote. आप किसके आधार पर देश में ये डिलिमिटेशन और एक्सरसाइज करना चाहते हैं? जो अमीर है क्या उनके लिए ज्यादा वोट होगा? जो गरीब है क्या उनका वोट नहीं है? उसके लिए वैल्यू नहीं है? ये किस प्रकार के आर्गुमेंट है? अध्यक्ष जी, if you will take this argument further forward, Mukesh Ambani will have 1 lakh vote and somebody like us will have only 1 vote. Is this the kind of logic that the Congress wants to build? Speaker sir, this argument by this alternative by Telangana Chief Minister of linking delimitation and number of seats to the GSDP of the state is the most foolish argument anybody can prosper. This is unconstitutional. This defeats the value of one man, one vote, one value that the Constitution promises. Second, Speaker sir, there is another very important dimension to this. GSD, देश के GDP हो या प्रदेश के GDP हो, ये 10 साल, 15 साल वो stagnant नहीं रहता है. It is not going to remain constant. Every 6 months, GDP can go up, GDP can come down. 1 year, GDP will be high, another year, GDP will be low. Now, suppose you are going to link delimitation and number of seats with the GSDP of a state. Will Telangana's and other states' number of seats keep getting fluctuated? Today, this year was a good monsoon. GDP was good. So Telangana will have 2 extra seats. Next year, Tamil Nadu had bad rainfall. Therefore, GDP fell down. So Tamil Nadu will lose 2 seats. Is this the argument? These are the kind of laughable alternatives that the Congress party is proposing, and on the basis of this, they are misleading the people of this country. Now, the second alternative that they have proposed, the third alternative. The first is not do anything. The second is, which they are experts at. क्योंकि जब आप कांग्रेस पार्टी के पॉलिटिक्स को देखते आते हैं, they are the practitioners of politics of postponement. हर चीज जो देश के सामने बड़ा मुद्दा आता है, आ जाता है, when they cannot address it, what do? Postpone कर दो उसको. That is their first reaction. Their first proposal is postpone it, कुछ मत करो, इसको freeze करो, which is unconstitutional. Second, the Telangana CM's proposal linking GSDP to number of seats, which again, like I demonstrated, Speaker sir, is the most ludicrous argument. Third argument that they have given, that I read, Honorable member, learned friend Shashi Tharoor has made. He has said that there should be a digressive proportionality model as per the European Union Parliament. Now, while this, true to Shashiji's nature, sounds very sophisticated, actually does not make sense in the Indian context. Because the moment you are going to introduce this principle of digressive proportionality, it once again violates the principle of one man, one vote, one value. Second, larger states in the south of India, like Tamil Nadu, like Karnataka, which are today the 6th most populous state, 8th most populous state in the country, are going to again get a raw deal because of this digressive proportionality argument. Therefore, my submission, Speaker, sir, other than this 50% equal proportionate increase to all states alternative that Narendra Modi ji has proposed, there is no alternative that serves everybody, that is gain for everybody and no loss for everybody. Therefore, the country as a whole and especially the opposition must welcome this with all responsibility. Speaker, sir, the other argument that has come in criticism of this 800 plus seat increase is that if you increase this number of seats of the Lok Sabha to 800 plus seats, then it will become an unwieldy Lok Sabha. That the Lok Sabha will be so big that you will not have healthy debates, healthy discussions. Ye bahut bada, ye unwieldy ho jayega. This is the argument that Manish Tiwari ji has advanced. Now I want to ask myself, Speaker, sir, the productivity or the quality of outcome of a Lok Sabha or the body like this depends not just on the number of people, but on the quality of the debates that take place, the number of sittings that we do. In 1952, when for the first time the first parliament after the general election convened, Lok Sabha Speaker, sir, would sit on an average of 135 days in a year. In the last few years, the average sittings of Lok Sabha has gradually come down. And last term, it has come only to 55 days. Why? Because of the politics of disturbance and disruption that the opposition is doing. Isliye the productivity kam ho raha hai. My request to you, Speaker, sir, this is something that you can do in your own remit as the Honorable Speaker. Speaker, sir, I'll conclude in 5 minutes, completing just 2 important points. Speaker, sir, when we have now increased the size of the Lok Sabha to 850, we should also proportionately increase the number of sittings of the Lok Sabha to be at least 1/2 times more than what we are now doing. Speaker, sir, you have started a great tradition by increasing the number of hours allocated to 0 hour. Many first-time speakers, first-time MPs who till now had got no chance to speak in Parliament, they got a chance to speak because you gave more time. My request to you, Speaker, sir, is when the Parliament is going to become a 850 member body, instead of around 55 number of sittings that we do per year, if the Lok Sabha were to sit for 125 seats, or like in the case of the Japanese Diet, if we were to sit for 150 days, then every single member representing every single constituency will get more than enough time to place on the floor of the House the problems of the constituents. This is something that needs to be done. Speaker, sir, now I will also want to explain, Speaker, sir, why this whole attention that the opposition parties and a few regional parties in the south, led by the DMK, why are they doing so much noise? And why the tears that they are shedding is nothing but crocodile tears? Yes. Speaker, sir, I thank heavens that in 2026, when the country is doing delimitation, Narendra Modi ji is in power and Bharatiya Janata Party-led government will do the delimitation. Because if you remember, the way the Congress Party, the UPA, divided the two undivided Andhra Pradesh into AP and Telangana, it was done in the partition of AP and Telangana was done in a worse fashion than the British did the partition of India and Pakistan. This is the kind of legacy they have, Adhyakshi. Adhyakshi, I want to conclude by bringing to your notice only one important aspect. In the last 10 years of the Narendra Modi government, the south of India has enjoyed great support, encouragement for the developmental ambitions of the south. Speaker, sir, on a conservative estimate, If you compare the devolution of funds from the center to the South Indian states in the last 10 years and contrast it to the 10 years of the UPA, on an average, every single South Indian state has got not less than 250% more funds by the Narendra Modi government. The Narendra Modi government has also increased the budget for railway lines. The number of railway electrification that has taken place in the last 10 years under the Modi government in the southern states is unprecedented. Budget पे नहीं है, मैं आपको ये इतना प्यार आ रहा है ना आप लोगों को, समाजवादियों को दक्षिण भारत के बारे में, इसलिए मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ जी, इसलिए मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ। सर, रेलवे बजट की बात देखिए आप, आंध्र प्रदेश में 2009 एंड 2014 के बीच में, स्पीकर सर, 886 crores was what they got. Narendra Modi government has given 10,000 crores. This is just one incident. Number of metros to the southern states has increased. Electrification has increased. Number of rails has increased. Number of airports has increased. The total devolution of funds to the South Indian states has increased. Most importantly, Speaker sir, we have not only given the southern states more money, more rail, more infrastructure, but most importantly, for the first time in the country's history, more than 25 national institutions today allow for regional language examination. If I want to apply for CRPF, I can do it in writing examination in Kannada, in Telugu, which was not the case when the Congress party was ruling. We have respected language, we have provided more development, and today Narendra Modi is also providing more seats and more proportion allotment to the southern Indian states by protecting the South's voice in the total parliament, the floor of the House. Speaker sir, I want to conclude by one last point that needs to be addressed. Speaker sir, the argument that has been repeatedly made is that the argument that is repeatedly made is that the Narendra Modi government is bringing in this proposal to somehow create a disadvantage for the southern Indian states.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. the Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Keep separate identity when you are imposing Hindi, when you are imposing Sanskrit. When you are not giving due respect for state autonomy. That's all. Correct your record.
The Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin, has put out a video. In that he has said that if the central government is not going to take the bills back, then we will remind them of 1950s and 1960s. What does he mean by that? 1950s and 1960s.
अखिलेश यादव जी, अध्यक्ष महोदय, अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपका धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। अध्यक्ष महोदय, अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपका धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। आज मुझे एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण समय पे मुझे बोलने का मौका मिल रहा है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं अभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के माननीय सदस्य को भी सुन रहा था, उनके वरिष्ठ सदस्यों को भी और माननीय मंत्री जी को मैंने सुना है और इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर उन्होंने अपनी बात रखी है। समाजवादी पार्टी महिला आरक्षण के पक्ष में है और समाजवादी पार्टी का इतिहास रहा है कि हम लोगों ने हमेशा महिलाओं को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए काम किया है। हमारे नेता जिनकी विचारधारा पे हम लोग आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, डॉक्टर राम मनोहर लोहिया, उन्होंने हमेशा जेंडर जस्टिस और सोशल जस्टिस की बात की है। हम समाजवादी लोग जेंडर जस्टिस और सोशल जस्टिस के पक्ष में हैं और महिलाओं का आरक्षण 33% हो उसके भी पक्ष में हम लोग बोल रहे हैं और ये लड़ाई हमारी निरंतर चल रही है और कहीं न कहीं आरक्षण हमारी पीढ़ी के आह्वान को और मजबूत कर रहा है। लेकिन जिस तरह की बातें हमें सुनने को मिल रही हैं, अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी नारी को नारा बनाने की कोशिश कर रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस आरक्षण को लेकर के भाजपा अपना नारी का नारा बनाना चाहती है और बदलने की कोशिश कर रही है। जिन्होंने नारी को अपने संगठन में नहीं रखा, उनके मान सम्मान के लिए कैसे रखेंगे? और अगर ये बात गलत है, अध्यक्ष महोदय, जिस पेरेंटल संगठन से आप निकले हैं उसमें मान सम्मान के लिए संगठन में कितनी नारी हैं ये बता दें आप। और इनका, क्योंकि पिछले कई वर्षों से अध्यक्ष जी ये सरकार में है, और मैं सुन रहा था माननीय मंत्री जी को मैं सुन रहा था, उन्होंने बहुत सारे योजनाएं, बहुत सारे कार्यक्रमों की जानकारी दी। लेकिन अगर हम दुनिया के आंकड़े देखें, जेंडर इक्वलिटी में हम कहां खड़े हैं? हम 146 में 127वीं जगह पर खड़े हैं। और अगर हम इनके खुद के सरकारों को देखें अगर, तो अध्यक्ष महोदय इनके 21 जगह सरकारें हैं। 21 जगह यूनियन टेरिटरी और स्टेट मिलाकर के और सहयोगी दलों के साथ मिलकर के 21 सरकारें इनकी हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये बताए कि उनके 21 स्टेट में जहां सरकारें उनके सहयोगी साथियों के साथ चल रही हैं, कितने मुख्यमंत्री इनके बने हुए हैं? कितनी महिला मुख्यमंत्री बनी हुई इनकी? जीरो। और जो दिल्ली की बनी हुई हैं, हालांकि वो हाफ चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं और वो भी महिला होने के नाते केवल हाफ चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं। नहीं, अधिकार कहाँ हैं? एक चीफ मिनिस्टर के जो अधिकार होते हैं, एक स्टेट के जो अधिकार होते हैं, क्या आपके दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री के पास वो अधिकार है? और फिर जो अभी तक जो सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है, जो सबसे बड़ी पार्टी अपने आप को कहते हैं, पूरे देश में जितने भी इनके विधायक चुने गए हैं, आप बताओ आपकी संख्या क्या है? 10% से ऊपर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं आप? क्या 10% से ऊपर हैं आप? और फिर लोकसभा की गिनती में अगर हम देखें तो लोकसभा की गिनती में कितने संख्या में आप हैं? इसलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय, जहां हम ये कहते हैं कि हम महिला आरक्षण के पक्ष में हैं, वहीं कुछ सवाल हमारे भी आपके लिए हैं। मैं उससे पहले याद दिलाना चाहता हूं कि कई बार लोग ये कहते हैं कि समाजवादी पार्टी विरोध करती है। अगर हम अपनी बात कहना चाहें तो डॉक्टर राममनोहर लोहिया, जिनकी विचारधारा पर हमारी समाजवादी पार्टी का आधार है, उनके द्वारा हमेशा महिलाओं को पुरुषों के बराबर की हिस्सेदारी हर क्षेत्र में देने की बात कही गई। और मैं उनको कोट करना चाहता हूं कि संस्कार का आरंभ महिला से होता है। यदि महिला जागृत है तो पूरा समाज जागृत हो जाता है। ये लोहिया ने हमारे जिस विचारधारा पे हम लोग चल रहे हैं वो हम आपको बताना चाहते हैं। जब तक महिलाएं राजनीति में नहीं आएंगी, सामाजिक क्रांति अधूरी रहेगी। लोहिया जी ने निरंतर महिलाओं की राजनीति में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका पर बल दिया है और समाज में वास्तविक परिवर्तन उनके योगदान से ही आ पाएगा। इसलिए मैं याद दिलाना चाहता हूं अध्यक्ष महोदय, उत्तर प्रदेश में पंचायत में सबसे पहले आरक्षण महिलाओं के लिए लागू करने का काम समाजवादी पार्टी ने किया। तो जहां महिलाओं के पक्ष में है उनके आरक्षण के, वहीं हमारा सवाल ये भी है कि जल्दीबाजी क्यों है? आखिरकार महिला आरक्षण के नाम पर जल्दीबाजी क्यों है भाजपा के अंदर? सच तो यह है कि भाजपा जनगणना को टालना चाहती है, और जनगणना को टालने का मतलब है कि जाति जनगणना को टालना चाहते हैं। और जाति जनगणना इसलिए टालना चाहते हैं क्योंकि वो आरक्षण का सवाल उठेगा। जो भाजपा उनके संगी साथी कभी भी देना नहीं चाहते हैं आरक्षण। भाजपा को यह भी अच्छी तरह याद है कि पीडीए में ए का मतलब आधी आबादी है, मतलब महिलाएं भी पूरी की पूरी उसमें गिनती में आती। एक बड़ा चुनावी सच ये भी है कि भाजपा की चुनावी घपलेबाजी अब पूरी तरह से भंडाफोड़ हो गई है। जो एसआईआर आप लेकर के आए थे अध्यक्ष महोदय, उत्तर प्रदेश में हम लोगों ने बड़े करीब से देखा एसआईआर। वो कहने को तो एसआईआर था, लेकिन सच्चाई में वो एनआरसी का रूप था। और एसआईआर के मामले में जिस तरीके से वोट काटने का काम शुरू हुआ, मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूं अपने पीडीए प्रहारी और संगठन के लोगों को जिन्होंने वोट बचा लिया। जब पहली गिनती में हम लोग बचाने में कामयाब हो गए तो अध्यक्ष महोदय भारतीय जनता पार्टी फॉर्म 7 को लेकर के आई और फॉर्म 7 उन्होंने ऐसे बांटना शुरू किया, उस घपले को भी हम लोगों ने पकड़ लिया। और जब उस घपले को पकड़ा तो पता लगा फॉर्म 7 बंद हो गया उत्तर प्रदेश में। फॉर्म 7 से कोई वोट काटा नहीं गया। अध्यक्ष महोदय, जो फॉर्म 7 काटने के लिए जिससे दस्तखत कराए थे भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने, उस व्यक्ति को दस्तखत करना भी नहीं आता है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, जो एसआईआर के बहाने फॉर्म 7 लेकर के आए थे, जो फॉर्म 7 दस्तखत करा करके वोट काटे जा रहे थे उत्तर प्रदेश में, जब पकड़ा गया हम लोगों को जानकारी मिली, हम लोगों ने उसको प्रेस के सामने लेकर के आए और चुनाव आयोग को शिकायत की। फॉर्म 7 से वोट कटना रुक गया, लेकिन अभी भी उस पर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की जिसने उसके नकली दस्तखत कराए थे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, इससे तो लगता है कि पूरा का पूरी व्यवस्था जुड़ी हुई है भारतीय जनता पार्टी से। और धीरे धीरे जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार चली है, हेरा फेरी हम लोग पकड़ लिए, भाजपा की कलई खुल गई और उसके समर्थक और वोटरों का अकाल पड़ने लगा। तब भाजपा निराशा के इस दौर में उभरने के लिए बिल लेकर के आ रही है। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो वोट कम हो रहा है, असली लक्ष्य अध्यक्ष महोदय वोट है, सत्ता में रहना है, इसलिए आरक्षण को लेकर के आए हैं। भाजपा की यही राजनीतिक चाल रहती है। जब पुराने लोग ये समझ जाते हैं कि भाजपा किसी की सगी नहीं है, तो हर बार भाजपा कुछ नए लोगों को अपने लुभाने जुमलों में फंसाती है। इस बार भाजपा महिलाओं को लेकर ये पुरानी चाल चल रही है, लेकिन सफल नहीं होगी, क्योंकि सबसे ज्यादा दुखी तो महिलाएं ही हैं। सही बात है। भाजपा की कमीशन खोरी और चंदा वसूली की वजह से जो महंगाई बढ़ी है, उससे उनकी रसोई सूनी हो गई है। रही सही कसर सिलेंडर की, बेतहाशा बढ़ती कीमतों ने पूरा कर दिया है। ये अध्यक्ष महोदय मैं इसलिए कह रहा था कि माननीय मंत्री सिलेंडर की याद दिला रहे थे। उन्होंने इज्जत घर को भी याद दिलाया, जिसको कभी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि ये इज्जत घर होंगे। गांव गोद लिए गए, जाकर के सरकार देखे उन गांव को अनाथ अगर किसी ने छोड़ा है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने छोड़ा है। हर महिला अपने बच्चों को पढ़ाना चाहती है, लेकिन भाजपा की शिक्षा विरोधी सोच तो सरकारी स्कूल तक बंद करवा दे रही है। महिलाओं का दर्द क्या होता है, ये मेरठ के दुकानदारों के परिवार की महिलाओं की आंखों में आए आंसू भी बयां कर रहे हैं, और नोएडा की मजदूर और मेड के गले बयान भी कर रहे हैं। क्योंकि जब हम बहस महिला आरक्षण पे कर रहे हैं, तो हमें याद रखना चाहिए कि हमारे बिल्कुल बगल में 40,000 से ज्यादा लोग सड़कों पे मजदूर, महिलाएं सड़कों पर हैं, जहां से प्रभु श्री राम जो कभी हम लोगों ने स्क्रीन पे देखा था, वो चुन करके आए थे। वहां पर महिलाएं धरने पर बैठी हैं। और अगर ये धरने पर इसलिए बैठी हैं क्योंकि उनको न्याय नहीं मिल रहा है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार की वजह से उनके घर उजड़ रहे हैं, महिलाएं रो रो करके न्याय मांग रही हैं, तो मैं कहना चाहता हूं अध्यक्ष महोदय सरकार से, कि अगर ये बिल इतना ही सही है तो इसे मेरठ नोएडा की पारिवारिक और कामगार महिलाओं के बीच बैठकर घोषित किया जाए कि उनके लिए इसमें क्या क्या होने जा रहा है। हम महिला आरक्षण के साथ हैं पर उस भाजपाई चालबाजी के खिलाफ हैं जो एक साजिश के तहत की जा रही है। भाजपाई और उनके संगी साथी
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से, MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian planes. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tejas and the Jaguar fighters. Those tests went smooth, so putting it on the MiG-29 UPG is a natural next step. The request includes new launchers, special tools, testing equipment, and training for ground crews and pilots. Once the work finishes, the whole fleet will get the missiles step by step. This keeps the MiG-29 useful for many more years until newer Indian planes, like more Tejas and the advanced medium combat aircraft, join in big numbers. Upgrading the existing MiG-29 fleet saves huge money compared to buying fresh fighters from abroad. It also shows a smart way of mixing technology. India still uses Russian planes but adds Western weapons when they fit better. After supply problems from global sanctions, this diversification makes sure the Air Force never runs short of parts or missiles. The MiG-29 UPG with ASRAAM
न केवल कंपटीशन से हम बच सकते हैं बल्कि संख्या महिलाओं की लड़ने की ज्यादा होगी। ये महिलाओं को ज्यादा नहीं लड़ने देना चाहते हैं चुनाव, इसलिए कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसीज को रिजर्व कर रहे हैं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमारा पक्ष है, हमारी मांग है कि ये जो लागू हो आरक्षण, वो पार्टी को मौका मिले, पार्टी लड़ाए उनको, पार्टी संख्या तय करे। इसके साथ साथ जो रोटेशन वाला है इशू, स्वाभाविक है कि जब हम एक क्षेत्र से लड़ते हैं अध्यक्ष महोदय, तो एक भावनात्मक अटैचमेंट बनता है वोटरों के बीच में, और अगर ये रोटेशन का मामला होगा तो अध्यक्ष महोदय कोई भी अपने क्षेत्र में बहुत ज्यादा भावनात्मक लगाव नहीं रखेगा क्षेत्र की जनता से। तो अगला क्षेत्र की सोचने लगेगा कि अगला क्षेत्र हमारा क्या होगा, इसलिए हम इसके भी खिलाफ है अध्यक्ष महोदय कि रोटेशन नहीं हो। हम रोटेशन की प्रणाली के खिलाफ हैं, इसके पक्ष में हम लोग नहीं हो सकते। इसलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमारी मांग होगी कि पहले सेंसस कराए, जनगणना कराई जाए, और अगर जनगणना नहीं कर रहे हैं तो इसका मतलब धोखा दे रहे हैं, क्योंकि पुराने बिल में जो हम लोगों ने बात देखी और रखी थी उस समय वो यही था कि जनगणना करा करके महिला आरक्षण बिल आएगा, लेकिन ये लोग 2011 का लेकर के आ रहे हैं। इसका मतलब इनकी पूरी तैयारी है कि कौन सा लोकसभा क्षेत्र कैसा होगा। इनके गुप्त लोगों ने वो कहीं ना कहीं नक्शा बना करके रखा होगा, जिसको आरक्षण पास होते ही, बिल पास होते ही ये लागू करने की कोशिश करेंगे। और जो और सुधार होने चाहिए महिलाओं के, जो सुधार होने चाहिए उन सुधारों पे इसमें बिल में कोई विशेष योजना या विशेष बात नहीं हो रही है। बिना उनके लिए लाभ पहुंचाए, सस्तीकरण किए, शायद हम पूरा उनको हक नहीं दे पाएंगे। मैं अध्यक्ष महोदय आपसे यही निवेदन और अपील करूंगा कि पिछड़ों को, माइनॉरिटी को, खासकर मुस्लिम महिलाओं को आरक्षण दिया जाए। जो सेंसस से ये दूर भाग रहे हैं वो इसीलिए भाग रहे हैं क्योंकि जाति जनगणना की मांग उठेगी, और अगर जाति जनगणना की बात उठेगी तो आरक्षण की बात और उठेगी। हमें उम्मीद है कि हम लोगों की बात मान करके सरकार उस पर विचार जरूर करेगी। जब हम आरक्षण देना चाहते हैं तो बिना पिछड़ा, बिना मुसलमानों के शायद हमारा जो लक्ष्य है महिला आरक्षण का वो पूरा नहीं होगा। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
सारी मतलब की बात होगी। श्रीमती काकोली घोष।
শ্রদ্ধেয় অধ্যক্ষ মহাশয়, সংবিধানের 131 নম্বর সংশোধনী বিলের পক্ষে সর্বভারতীয় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের পক্ষ থেকে
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े,
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better
अखिलेश जी ने बोला, उसका जवाब दे रहे हो तो हाँ हाँ उसी पे जा रहे हैं, उसी पे बोल रहे हैं हाँ।
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, सदन की कार्यवाही को पूरा देश देख रहा है। कुछ स्टेटमेंट ऐसे किए गए जो जनता में चिंता पैदा कर सकते हैं। अखिलेश जी ने कहा जनगणना क्यों नहीं हो रही है। मैं पूरे सदन के माध्यम से देश की जनता को बताना चाहता हूं, जनगणना का काम शुरू हो चुका है, जारी। 2, उन्होंने कहा कि हम जाति जनगणना का मांग करेंगे। मान्यवर, मैं आपके माध्यम से सदन को बताना चाहता हूं कि सरकार ने जाति की जनगणना करने का निर्णय ले चुकी है और आप बैठिए बता दो। अरे बैठिए भाई, बैठिए। और जाति के साथ ही ये जनगणना हो रही है। माननीय सदस्य धर्मेंद्र यादव जी कह रहे हैं कि कॉलम नहीं है। उनको मालूम पड़ना चाहिए कि अभी घरों की गिनती हो रही है और घरों की कोई जाति नहीं होती है। समाजवादी पार्टी का चले तो घरों की भी जाति तय कर ले। मान्यवर, जब व्यक्तियों की जनगणना होगी, नागरिकों की जनगणना होगी, तब उसमें जाति का कॉलम रखा है। ये मेरा विभाग है। मैं सदन को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि ये जनगणना जाति जनगणना के साथ ही होने वाली है। तीसरी बात, इन्होंने ये जो आपने समझाया कि नियम 72 की जो खिड़की है वो हमें लेजिस्लेटिव कॉम्पिटेंसी पर और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल कॉम्पिटेंसी पर बोलने की ही इजाजत देती है। वो खिड़की का उपयोग कर धर्मेंद्र यादव जी ने एकदम गैर संवैधानिक बात करी, मुस्लिम महिलाओं को आरक्षण की। मान्यवर, हमारा संविधान किसी भी प्रकार के धर्म के आधार पर आरक्षण की कतई मंजूरी नहीं देगा। और मैं फिर से संकल्प सरकार का बताता हूं कि धर्म के आधार पर मुस्लिमों को किसी भी प्रकार का आरक्षण गैर संवैधानिक है, इसका सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता है।
অর্থাৎ 50% সংরক্ষণ আমরা দাবি করছি। আমাদের রাজ্যে মহিলাদের সশক্তিকরণের
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM
I oppose this introduction of this constitutional amendment bill because it violates the parliamentary form of democracy and federalism, which are both parts of basic structure of the Constitution, sir. Sir, this is not about the one reservation. The main goal is to make South rule and other areas the ruler and completely erase the representation of OBCs and Muslims from the elected legislature. Sir, federalism is the basic structure of the Constitution. By removing the delimitation freeze, it gives more seats and power to larger population while denying a fair voice to smaller population. This again is a violation of federalism, which is part of basic structure, sir. Sir, the Hindi heartland has 38.1% it will increase to 43.1. Southern states will decrease from 24 to 20%. Sir, why I say it is complete destruction of federalism? It also curtails parliamentary democracy. Parliament democracy has to be representative of, if a voter in Telangana feels that their voting or not makes no difference, if decisions are taken in UP rather than parliament, why will they vote? Thirdly, sir, it violates our own direction 19A2. Minister has to give 7 days notice of a motion for introducing a bill in this house. Similar copies of the bill have to be introduced, need to be given to members 2 days before the introduction. Third, sir, this is a clear violation of 123B of RP Act 1951 to 1 week before voting. I call this a corrupt practice, sir. I will be asking for a division of this bill, sir, and I end by what Sahir Ludhiani had said. यहाँ पर गरीबों से मतलब जुनूबी हिंद के लोग, मुसलमान और ओबीसी. इसका साहिर लुधियानी ने कहा सर, शहंशाहों के गरीबों से ताल्लुक ही नहीं, एक शहंशाह ने दौलत का सहारा लेकर हम गरीबों की मोहब्बत का उड़ाया मजाक.
Attention that the opposition parties and a few regional parties in the south, led by the DMK, why are they doing so much noise? And why the tears that they are shedding is nothing but crocodile tears? Yes. Speaker, sir, I thank heavens that in 2026, when the country is doing delimitation, Narendra Modi ji is in power and Bharatiya Janata Party-led government will do the delimitation. Because if you remember, the way the Congress party, the UPA, divided the two undivided Andhra Pradesh into AP and Telangana, it was done in the partition of AP and Telangana was done in a worse fashion than the British did the partition of India and Pakistan. This is the kind of legacy they have, Adhyakshi. Culture of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Speaker, sir, is Himalayat Samarabhya Yavat Indu Sarovaram Tam Deva Nirmitam Desham Hindustanam Prachakshate. Jo desh ऊपर हिमालय से नीचे भारत के इंदु सरोवर तक है, वो पूरा देश जो अखंड है, अविच्छिन्न है, वो भारत है. दिस इज द कमिटमेंट ऑफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी. वो कन्याकुमारी हो, वो कश्मीर हो, वो कच्छ हो या कामाख्या हो, वी विल सपोर्ट फॉर द इंटीग्रिटी, sovereignty, unity of this country, because that is not only a constitutional mandate, but most importantly, the Bharatiya Janata Party's Karyakarta believes that it is our civilizational duty to protect this country. This is what differentiates us from the parties like the Congress that sides with tukde parties, and like the DMK which speaks the language of separatism. We abhor your politics, we reject your politics. In conclusion, I want to say, if the UPA and the opposition today, Speaker, sir, is going to vote against these most practical, most constitutional, most inclusive proposition, then for years to come, the history of the country will remember the opposition and all of you sitting here as not only opposition to the women of the country, but also to the interests of the southern Indian states of the country. I want to emphatically say again, if you will reject this, if you will vote against this, the people of this country, the women of this country will never forgive you. The people in the south of India will never forgive you, because your politics is not a politics of inclusion, your politics is a politics of anarchy. I really hope that you will honestly examine the merit of this proposition and also honestly examine the hollowness of your own arguments and finally vote in support of this historic bill.
চাই আমরা করেছি, কিন্তু তার সঙ্গে যে যে রাজ্য ভালো
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम. AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian planes. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tejas and the Jaguar fighters. Those tests went smooth, so putting it on the MiG-29 UPG is a natural next step. The request includes new launchers, special tools, testing equipment, and training for ground crews and pilots. Once the work finishes, the whole fleet will get the missiles step by step. This keeps the
Act, where all the government-assigned lands were registered under the name of women, and this has promoted ownership. It has also promoted economic independence to them, and also the domestic violence has come down.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
character, the taste of success.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more.
We have about 8.17 self-help groups. And also it stands first in the Lakpati Didis in the entire country, where we have about 13.65 lakh Lakpati Didis. And sir, our Honorable Chief Minister Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu's vision, which is
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away.
Chief Minister, everyone harassing all the karyakartas of NDA, all the leaders, more than 90%, the social media abuse were directed to women.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings
Netri Abhiyan. About 7 lakh already elected representatives are ready to face the challenges. And today, about women-oriented panchayats, about 744 are in place. And other
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies
पूरा देश का महिलाओं के लिए बात करना चाहिए। आप मुस्लिम महिलाओं का क्यों बात करते हैं? ये राजनीतिक है, ऐसा मत कीजिए।
आप
पूरा देश का महिलाओं के लिए बात कीजिए।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The
अनूठी मिसाल कायम की है जब ये किसी महिला के और समानता की बेड़ियों को तोड़ा है उसने तभी इतिहास रच दिया महोदय कोई भी समाज तभी आगे
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The
MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. it can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires,
समय लगेगा और इस प्रकार हमारी प्रजातांत्रिक रणनीति में महिलाओं की प्रभावी और समर्पित भागीदारी में विलंब होगा। अतः प्रस्तावित विधेयक का उद्देश्य नवीनतम प्रकाशित जनगणना 2021 के जनसंख्या आंकड़ों के आधार पर की जाने वाली परिसीमन कार्रवाई के माध्यम से लोकसभा और राज्यों, दिल्ली राष्ट्रीय राजधानी राज्य क्षेत्र और संघ राज्य क्षेत्रों की विधानसभाओं में महिलाओं, जिसे अंतर्गत अनुसूचित जाति और अनुसूचित जनजाति की महिलाएं भी है, के 1/3 आरक्षण को परिवर्तनीय बनाया है। अतः महिलाओं के लिए स्थानों के आरक्षण का कार्यान्वयन लोकसभा और विधानसभाओं में स्थानों के आवंटन के पुनः समायोजन और परिसीमन आयोग द्वारा प्रादेशिक निर्वाचन क्षेत्रों की सीमाओं के पुनः निर्धारण की संवैधानिक स्कीम से संबद्ध है। वर्तमान में हमारी सरकार यहाँ लोकसभा में तथा विधानसभा में जितने सदस्य हैं उसका 50% बढ़ा करके महिलाओं के लिए जो आरक्षण का प्रावधान किया है। महोदय, प्रस्तावित विधेयक प्रादेशिक निर्वाचन क्षेत्र के परिसीमन को सुगम बनाएगा और लोकसभा और विधानसभाओं में महिलाओं के लिए स्थानों के आरक्षण को परिवर्तन में लाएगा। यह महिला सशक्तिकरण को भी बढ़ावा देगा और राष्ट्र निर्माण की प्रक्रिया में भाग लेने के लिए महिलाओं को अवसर प्रदान करेगा। इसके अतिरिक्त निर्णय लेने की प्रक्रिया में महिलाओं का बढ़ा हुआ प्रतिनिधित्व समावेशिता में अधिवृद्धि करेगा और विकसित भारत 2047 के लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने में सहायता करेगा। अध्यक्ष महोदय, विकसित भारत के विनिर्माण में देश की नारी शक्ति सशक्त होगी। सरकार इसके लिए प्रतिबद्धबद्ध है। इन्हीं शुभकामनाओं के साथ मैं इन तीनों विधेयकों का समर्थन करता हूँ। अपनी बात को समाप्त करता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी,
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, इस महत्वपूर्ण विधेयक पर आज सुबह से चर्चा प्रारंभ हुई है।